backstory was not sugar. The guy who was called the strongest warrior was killed by the forces of darkness. It seemed to him as if the hero was unworthy of the title of the strongest on the planet. The realization only came to him after killing all the demons in the circle. The guy couldn't figure out why there was a Gavan in the whole obelisk. Could be demons of the 8th rank, although humanity had no idea of their existence. This only happened because of a hero who betrayed his title as the world's strongest human demon. Looking at the demon's eyes, evil thoughts were evident. The creature bounced off a guy who can't do anything. The hero killed many demons, causing the demons to become angry at him and threatened to kill him. But the sudden spark, as if giving a new hope of salvation, wanted to give the boy a new beginning. In this magical way, the former great, strongest warrior became an ordinary boy again. The young man failed to realize anything about why the man didn't die at the end. Looking around, it didn't look like a dream or illusion. The place the hero found himself in was too realistic. But touching his body, the boy became furious, for his divine face and body came to its initial appearance. The young man failed to even realize who he was or where he was. Only the hero was in the city of Halosha. The commander asked the boys if they knew what it meant to pass the warrior test. Explaining such meant the embodiment of protection and hope. One such was Captain Dyron. One day back in 3069, 6 huge obelisks of Guwan fell from the heavens. And after the event, the other world came to an end. Already the creatures they call demons were attacking from the obelisks, the monsters mercilessly killing everyone around them. Mankind, after a fierce and almost led people to extinction battle, were finally able to develop a way to fight the demons. A crossbreeding technique that utilizes the core extracted from the demon's body, which allowed people to undergo crossbreeding and temporarily gain power, comparable to that of the demon himself. 60 years ago, the greatest and strongest warriors of mankind, one warrior was honored as if he were a king. Such a warrior led all other warriors behind him on the attack against the strongest waves from the demons. The offensive went on for weeks. The fighting was horrific to the point that even the sky itself turned black. At the end, the warriors repelled the onslaught of demons, and those that remained were very weak. Thus, the people had a 600-year lull. The commander believed, at the same time, they had lost a great number of great and brave warriors forever. Down to Musabi, who was once called the strongest warrior of mankind, there were rumors of his downfall in a battle with several higher, 7th-ranked demons. Such a great battle between humans and demons showed that humanity will stand to the death and will surely see a new dawn. However, the hero remembers that the highest rank of demons was not the 7th, but the 8th, beginning to guess that humanity did not yet know the existence of the demon's true power. The commander knew if such great men were not around now, there would be no future for humanity to survive. This is the kind of story that meant the desire to protect people and give hope to the next generation. Darren hoped that everyone in the room now understood what it meant to be a warrior. The young man disagreed with the commander, casually muttering his thoughts aloud as he thought about the rank 8 demons. The commander slowly approached the imposter, who disagreed with him. Darren suspected that our hero had failed to grasp what it meant to be a warrior. The man asked the guy to give his name immediately. The young man was nervous because he didn't know whether to reveal that his name was really Musabi or to believe in moving his consciousness after 60 years forward on the edge between life and death. The commander never thought it would be so easy for someone to abuse a great name like that. Darren was quite impressed, for the guy was the namesake of the great warrior Masubi. To the man, the hero seemed like a complete idiot who wasn't even in warrior's clothing, asking him not to let him insult such a great name next time. The commander threw the boy straight to the floor, deeming it a complete outrage. The hero couldn't believe it, for he was still in a weak body that couldn't even dodge such a simple attack. The boy flew straight at another warrior who tried to catch the boy. The commander asked during the next test not to get on his nerves, and remarked on his slight following of the lad. Dyron wondered if everyone else had heard everyone else asking the boys to return to the testing site. In a little while, the warriors will have their first start of a physical challenge. The guy who stopped the flying hero inquired about his well-being. After noticing that the guy's name was indeed Masubi, thought it was an unusual name, he too decided to introduce himself as Brandon. The unknown girl was furious at how such a talentless guy dared to take the great Masubi's name. The girl thought the hero was a silly boy who thinks if he has the same name as the great one, he will become just as powerful. She thought he was naive, and also her name was Rose. The guy didn't understand why this girl was such an arrogant fool and why she cared about his name. Brandon was surprised that the boy really didn't know her. The girl was probably a promising candidate in their group. Rosa, also known as Princess Nesmayana, the most famous martial arts clan in their city of Halozi, is Mrs. Rosa's clan. The guy thought the last name seemed pretty familiar. Brandon helped the hero to his feet after that fight. The kid thanked him. And then there was a big flash that the two tough guys weren't expecting. A stranger took a picture of the couple, not expecting to see such an adorable display of male friendship. The girl asked not to pay attention to her, asking the guys to continue to go about their business. Staring at her, the guy was already intensely curious about her name. Brandon thought it was strange why the girl took a picture of them, but the hero asked to focus on something else. The girl's name was Sakura, and it was incredibly nice to meet her. She was even blown away by their male friendship, deeming such a thing to be the work of fetishists in all its glory. Looking periodically at the very good pictures in hand. Meanwhile, at the site of the physical test, it seemed to the young man, even with such a new body, the one was the strongest warrior, being in an incredibly ridiculous situation with the commander, wanted to prove with his result. So True Dick warned about the first test, the endurance run test. The young man ran at an incredible speed, which he thought would make a great impression on the audience. However, the hero was able to take the last place and was even broken by the record for the worst score in history. The guy didn't understand why he got the last place, guessing how much his body was horrible. The second physical test was an arm muscle strength test, on which the hero came in last place. The third test was the long jump. Only the guy managed to screw up even in such a test. The girl still thought the hero was a complete idiot. Masubi's test result placed him last in the overall standings. Brandon asked the guy not to be upset. Although it seemed to the girl with this success, she would only manage to get one last picture of the guys together. The staff member wanted to ask if Masubi would pass the second test, because for such terrible results, he could have been kicked out right away. The commander realized that although the results of such a dead man are hopeless, but he has the right to participate in the second test, which is likely to be the last. Dyron asked for a second trial to begin with staff. A loudspeaker alerted all warriors to the start of the next second trial. Test for compatibility with the crossing technique by asking all participating candidates to take the test on the spot. Masubi realized that such an ordeal did not affect his physical health, but his spiritual health, giving him a greater chance of staying. 60 years ago, the hero had the best synchronization rate, which was around 96%. Though the body physically wasn't very good, but synchronization hinged on willpower. In reflection, the guy was teased by everyone else, but the hero will be able to prove what the synchronization level of the strongest warrior looks like. After a short lecture from the commander, explaining the method of checking the level of synchronization, the boy did not expect such technology in the future. The rates between normal people were no more than 45% usually. Rose from the martial arts clan, the results became completely different. The girl was beautiful in battle as well as in appearance. While the guys wanted the goddess to be their girlfriend, the kids scorned the horny teenagers. She was able to get 39% of her willpower. All the guys realized that was probably the best result. As Rose walked towards the exit, the entire crowd of people loudly praised her spirit abilities and wanted to get her attention, calling her an unattainable ideal. The girl only left alone was overjoyed to get such a high score, suggesting that she was able to make a great impression on the audience. But Rose didn't care about the opinion from so many fans, but honored the incredible excitement of the emotion. Such a phenomenon, Masubi was greatly impressed, because the girl was able to pass the test as a result of synchronization as much as 39%. Brandon believed in Rose's future. With such abilities, one could be the best in their staff by being a strong body. She was also able to be strong in spirit. The kid honored that power in her petite body. The hero was able to feel similarly. The boy notices how the protagonist doesn't worry at all about the test. Masubi stated, reassuring his friend he was used to this sort of thing, though the guy wondered how such a thing was possible. During the ordeal, many cadets encountering the crossbreeding technique for the first time were often in pain. When people underwent crossbreeding for the first time, the body would tense up a lot. It was necessary to withstand the force coming from the demon core. Some couldn't take the pain and gave up in the first few seconds. The required synchronization level of 10% is all you need to pass the test. Of course, the results of some were unexpected. For example, Sakura had a result of about 30%. Somewhere close to the trial, there were watchers watching the warriors. The commander saw a few dwindling hopes among the cadets this time. The assistant was equally surprised, including now the rest of the participants. The test was able to be completed by about 6 cadets who had at least 30% synchronization. Compared to other Class C cities, their corporation's cadets might have been good enough candidates in the future. Dyron notices our hero, who has shown himself to be at a disadvantage in front of him. The boy believed he could surprise the audience with his synchronization and rub his boss's noses in it. The other warriors did not believe in the hero, who turned out to be an ordinary loser taking the name of a great warrior. The kid paid no attention and even allowed me to make taunts until the moment of testing. The young man was very confident before the test, rubbing the nose of anyone who made fun of him. The hero decided to choose the red core, which not many warriors could master. The kernels they get on the battlefield are made into 6 types. Among them, the 4 most common were red, yellow, green, and blue. Reds represented strength, yellow's protection, green's healing properties, and blue's dexterity. But already the purple core was responsible for the illusion control skill. Black, taking the function of controlling time and space, was extremely rare. Such a core was the rarest of all the others. The kid chose strength, taking his signature power from the past. It was most important for the boy to show his willpower. The core independently determined how much load from the demon's core a person could withstand. Or rather, as far as the warriors can subdue the core. The staff asked if the kid was ready for such a cruel ordeal. The hero was able to give his consent. In the break room, a sudden red color filled it as well. Rose couldn't believe her own eyes when she saw such a strong recoil of synchronization. An all-powerful aura emanated from the protagonist. The boy wanted to ask so that the other warriors could see how great his fortitude was. Brandon had no idea how strong Wasabi would turn out to be. The young man was able to mentally reach about 40%. The kid couldn't believe such a thing, because at one time he managed to achieve as much as 96%. The young man believed that he would be able to produce much more than such a simple result. The newcomers were horrified when they saw what kind of power the underdog was capable of. The value rose each time higher and higher, reaching 60%. The commander believed such a thing could not be. The results increased with every second. The warriors couldn't understand where the hero got such great strength from. The boy believed after such a thing he would be honored like a king. If not for the body and core, the kid could make everyone kneel, showing the difference between himself and a mere mortal brat. Suddenly his soul fell somewhere into the abyss of nothingness. The hero notices some creature following him around, pulling out his life energy. The boy didn't understand how this had happened, not understanding where all the energy had gone. The kid experienced an incredible feeling of pain as his strength suddenly disappeared from his body. The young man asked to stop the process. The body was unable to withstand such a load. All the staff did not realize that there was obviously some kind of failure in the equipment. On performance, the result was not the best, rather the minimum to pass the 10% test. The assistant reported the discovery of a broken demon core that may have been defective, for which reason there was an error in the data. The captain exhaled and calmed down, convinced of the equipment's error. Re-examining the conclusive result, which was 10%, the assistant agreed with him about passing the test. The kid was quite surprised about the survivability of his body. People were quite excited, but hearing about the defective core made them think of the impossible end result of a failure. Brandon went to bail out his friend, not understanding how such bad luck happened to the guy. Meanwhile, Rose couldn't believe it when she saw such a thing. The girl worried in vain to find someone who would bypass her clan. The boy really couldn't believe he was about to fight with the brats. But in the end, the ordeal was passed. After a while, the guy couldn't figure out what the hell had happened to him, as if all his energy had been siphoned away in an instant. Such things had never happened to the hero before. It was obvious that by sheer force of will, the guy would be able to synchronize at least to 80%. The young man remembered that even the most corrupted cores were not supposed to break, but for some reason, the opposite effect appeared to be true. The sudden appearance of the commander made the hero stand up after such a severe blow to his mental health. The commander and his team came to congratulate the warriors who were able to pass the last stage of the test, congratulated each participant who made it to the finals, and pointed out a practical assignment in the near future. The kids will be able to face a real demon on their own for the first time in their lives. Darren hoped that each of the soldiers would safely and successfully pass the fierce test. The senior officer then asked the third squad to march in step to the elevator. The boy was literally dying after checking the synchronization. The commander looked at the hero as the person who first managed to create a glitch in the system by showing great strength. Suddenly, Darren notices a crystal that the hero randomly left behind. He was getting more and more curious each time, what the hero would be able to show next. For some reason, the captain had faith in Masubi's abilities. Looking forward to the next phase of the blind hunt, it was curious to see in the future. After a while, somewhere in a small headquarters surrounded by desert, many warriors were the first to go outside the walls of the city. The hero could not even think that in 60 years, all the people lived in such closed cities. The main men in the squad asked the newcomers to check their gear. The young man was able to be given a new undamaged demon core. The moment the energy was gone, it felt like the hero had rejected the demon core inside him. The kid didn't fully understand how such a thing was possible, assuming time travel was a consequence. Stepping onto the ordinary soil of the planet, the radius of the signal spread out far enough. So much so that it was as if the entire planet could hear his first entrancing footsteps on the surface. A beacon-like tracking signal was able to reach the unknown cave. It contained a large demon, one of the most powerful creatures on the planet. Kotor was curious as to who such an awesome appetizer was for him. The demon couldn't believe to find a being stronger than a great powerful demon like him. The young man managed to literally see the demon in front of him in an unknown way, as if for a second it seemed like something inside the hero. The girl standing next to her didn't know how to tap the newcomer to get him to start moving at last. The young man apologized to Rose, realizing his gaffe had made her stay put. Brandon didn't understand what had happened to the hero, but the man didn't even know how to answer. The manager asked the boys to hurry up, ordering the boys to be a separate group. The others were already a different group of ordinary newcomers. Sakura was satisfied with convincing herself of a strategy for teamwork between the two of them. Masubi hadn't even thought of such a thing. Rose asked the guy to stay out of the way by being a rude girl, though she was actually afraid the others wouldn't want to work on the team because of her personality. The kid asked Masubi to put his best foot forward in front of the demons as well. The girl continued to photograph all the moments of their journey, believing in the continued success of the group. Scattering obelisk, a black obelisk constructed of solid stone, which is made up of a special substance of dispersing mist. The manager said that the third stage is in teams of 4, and then the blind hunt challenge will begin immediately. To begin, spread out into your groups, they will be given a battle dagger and a mini fog dispersal device, which consisted of the same material as the scattering obelisk. The rookie's task was enter an area with fog, and then walk to the designated location and set up a fog dispersal device. Blind hunt is any newcomer's fear that the boys will have to overcome in an already fog-shrouded world. Warriors will have to fight unknown dangers that lurk in the fog. It takes more than just physical fitness and experience to become a warrior. There is no telling how the boys will be able to prove themselves when faced with danger, but working as a team. The team can overcome their fear, hunting, destroying demons that get in their way. Eventually, after the first demon kill, the boys will be able to become a warrior. The ordeal began with the first second, asking the entire squad to prepare for the next group. The major stars of the present, make sure you have a large number of rookies. The stranger was pursuing her personal goals, and only Rose from the Saitu clan seemed interested. The girl turned out to be the captain of the second squad of the Halozi city, and her name was Marina. She curiously asked the guys what they thought of her choice. A captain named Plexus agreed a girl from a martial arts clan, still with good training, could make a good warrior. The commander asked for attention, one more person, who was able to stand out a lot from the usual newcomers. Masubi managed to prove his strength to Dairon. The commander specifically checked his previous demon core was definitely fine, but something had gone wrong. A sudden blow from Myron made him pause his deep thoughts. The girl wondered what Tantan was thinking about. The commander asked her not to call him that. She was able to learn that demons were divided into ranks, but the territory of the trial should only be trained by their own demons of lower ranks. The commander asked not to worry because for the safety of today's test, they had been making sure for several days that there were not even any demons of the first rank in the vicinity of the city. Plexus knew even if such a demon would appear in the immediate vicinity, they will do anything to protect their future warriors. The groups quietly began to prepare for battle, with the demons prepared. It was the turn of the main character's team. Such an event could be called a relay race for the tug of war. Truth be told, as soon as the boy took the capsule, someone managed to take it from him right as he was running. The girl asked the guys to follow her faster if they didn't want to end up on the losers list. Masubi was only getting angrier about the extremely insolent girl. The boys rushed forward to finish soon such a dangerous challenge. Rose jumped high into the sky to see the situation for herself. She was able to locate the point in front of her where she needed to position the capsule. The girl managed to spin the stone right into a point, completing the first stage of the mission. Marin didn't expect that even with the green health core, but the girl moved just incredibly, no worse than with the agility core. The monsters, noticing the enemy in front of them, began to attack her. Masubi motioned for his partner to spring into action. Brandon wanted to unleash his power outward. The guy created a small earthquake with his own hand. The monsters planned to attack the boy all at once. Brandon couldn't allow this outcome to happen and fended off the monsters. The commander noticed a very interesting ability, a guy who managed to get used to the core pretty quickly. The hero asked the boys to kill the creatures one at a time. The girls agreed to act on Masubi's plan. The kids were able to combine their own skills. Sakura fought the creature, defeating it with a special weapon. Rose then attacked the demon, who hadn't expected such agility. The finishing blow was completed by Brandon, who spared no effort and fought at full strength. Literally in a matter of minutes, a group of people were able to find common ground and create an awesome fight. Plexus had a strong admiration for the two warriors who worked well together. Especially the girl, thinking the blue agility core made her movements smoother. Darren asked the guy not to think about vulgarities. Each new battle gave the guys a big breakthrough in experience. The girl destroyed a large demonic creature, finishing the monster attack, then set it on fire with her skill, making it explode into splinters. The hero kept up with the rest of the guys, even with a weak body. The boy knew he should have dealt with the creature's three most vulnerable spots first, slicing the monster to pieces, destroying throat and heart. The finishing blow was to the belly of the monster. The sudden strength of such a frail body was truthfully meager, but one had to take this chance and test what the hero was capable of. The guy's current condition should be at the first level, but Masubi wanted to try and get to the next level, activating his instant attack directly at the demon. The one naturally wanted to teach such a boy a lesson. However, the young man is not some fool, managing to dodge the blow. Shattered the creature a shred, not letting it think it over properly, but the body was too slow. Demon was able to punch the hero right in the main body, but the boy wasn't about to lose after one blow from the beggar demon. The fight turned out to be a very bad one for Musabi, too unconnected, moving around and slowly making him think about improving his body. Every further movement of the young man encompassed a little experiment on his own body. The kid tried hitting the monster with a direct hit to the demon's head. However, the strength was too little in such a body, making it impossible to pierce through such a creature without sweating properly. The guys noticed how the hero seemed to be playing with the demon, inflicting small blows. Marin wondered what kind of skinny kid was fighting the demon, marveling at the good skills and power. The commander had been watching him since the beginning. The kid was out of breath enough fighting such a monster. The hero realized that in such a body he would not be able to use any skills from the past, and also constant panting at the slightest movement. The boy managed to check his own body, thinking to finally put an end to the demon, but suddenly notices the tip of a crystal that was a trap. The boy flew away from the monster, which was killed by a stronger creature. The guys didn't understand why the guys were surrounded by vines of trees. The hero was more surprised by the monster, which looked to be of a completely different level. Masubi was quite panicked at seeing such a monster. A demon that looked like a large alien could pose a threat even to captains. The watchers noticed an unknown creature in the vicinity with the students. The commander feared such a thing more than anything. The appearance of a demon of the first rank forced the commanders to act. Novices of ordinary level were able to escape from such an unexpected arrival. Plex reacted instantly and went to the aid of the newcomers. Maria also could not leave the poor children to their fate. She asked all the newcomers not to panic and kept calm around the captains. The demon notices how easy it was to scare the common folk with just his own appearance. He wondered if any of the guys had mastered the demon's power, though the hero has no idea what it was all about. The creature looked at Masubi carefully, which emitted a large amount of demonic energy. This was the first time the guys had seen a real monster, which was on a whole other level. The team knew they would be done with the fight in minutes, as they would be completely immobilized. The hero knew it would be impossible for such a body to stand up to a rank 1 demon. This was the first time the creature had felt this kind of thing, where ordinary people felt a sense of hopelessness when faced with a demon. He was going to try to get the whole group together in one fell swoop, thus destroying any hope in the men for a near-term rescue from the commanders. The boys passed out in a deep sleep of paralysis. However, the commanders were able to nail down a duel with the demon sometime later, ordering him not to touch the newcomers. The creature didn't care what the commanders did, because he was going to say goodbye to them. And then, along with a group of people, including the protagonist, went deep underground through their labyrinths. Marin couldn't believe that a demon could take as many as 4 candidates with it. Plex didn't want to miss the monster, asking to follow him. But after a while, walking along the trail, at a particular spot, the trail simply broke off. Marin couldn't figure out what the problem was. Darren had been checking for days on end, but for some reason hadn't noticed the presence of a level 1 demon. The most disgusting thing is, this kind of thing had never happened to them before. The commander was able to catch up with the boys by joining them, asking if the commanders were able to find the boys right away. Darren didn't understand why those stood like 2 pillars of vapor, for they must continue to pursue. Plex asked Darren to calm down. For some reason, the tracks had stopped while the guys were chasing the demon. Marin assumed the demon had gone even deeper underground. They didn't know exactly what horrors awaited ahead, fearing to go deeper down. Such an event awakened a long-ago memory of Darren, who as a young man had failed to save his younger brother. The commander was incredibly angry at the demon who had done such a thing again, realizing his own guilt for such a thing, for it was Dairon who failed to notice the threat in the surroundings. The man had only himself to blame for what he had done, letting go of his grief and offering to return to the city, where there was sure to be panic. It will be even worse without the 3 guys. Then they decide to send a recon team to survey the areas around the city, to make sure there are no other rank 1 demons out there. The girl did her best to calm Darren down. After all, neither of them wanted to let something like this happen. They needed to stay calm. The commander asked his friends to head back while he ventured to explore some more territory, asking them not to worry about him. Plex wouldn't be able to let his friend go wandering through the woods alone. Marin reassured her friend and asked Darren to be sure to return before sunset. The commander agreed to such conditions on his promise, then continuing to run in the thick fog to the distant lands of the investigator. The girl guessed perfectly well that such a big guy couldn't be stopped, Plexus realized, because of the incident with his younger brother. Marin realized if his brother had managed to survive then, Darren would be as old as the kidnapped candidates now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the cave, the hero was able to regain consciousness, not understanding why the boy was in the cave. Remarks on the survival of the rest of the team. The demon was quite pleased. The hero had managed to wake up before the others. Musabi could see how a demon of the 1st rank was able to speak in front of him. The creature really couldn't believe how quickly the boy managed to wake up. Realizing the hero could be a completely different person, such information intrigued the demon greatly. The interest for the monster was misunderstanding why the kid reeked of their power. He was only human, but for some reason he was able to become stronger than the demon. The young man failed to understand why the demon was talking such nonsense. However, managed to bring out the strong energy in the moment, pushing the demon back. The boy was able to get to his feet after a long sleep, then tried to cut the creature down by attacking it. The demon notices a great leap of faith in the boy, then pushed the hero far away. To the young man, the situation seemed like the worst of the worst. Back in his previous life, the guy would have had the demon's head chopped off faster than he could react. But now the main task for the hero was to save 3 allies. The boy rushed forward, attacking the monster again. The demon had a cross-core, mastering agility, flexibility, as well as great speed. The creature asked the guy to move not so fast. The monster grabbed a guy who wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. The boy managed to find the right moment to counterattack, finding a weakness in the demon, namely joints that were completely unprotected. The hero was then able to tear off even a limb of the demon, who didn't expect such tricks from a human. It was incredibly painful for the demon to do such a thing. The hero asked not to underestimate him, for he had managed to destroy about 1,000 rank 1 demons in his time. The creature rather laughed at such a result. The kid was completely oblivious to the caution of the other limbs of the demon's body. The boy flew far into the wall from such a mighty blow. The hero was defeated by this outcome of events from the monster. The demon in turn healed its limb, explaining that its core was a hybrid of red and wood. It was only after a little treatment that the demon was completely fine. The boy hadn't expected such an outcome, not realizing whether or not demons with green core healing could repair their damage. The young man was now able to realize that in half a century, demons were also able to evolve. The demon was quite surprised that the boy would underestimate him so much. By utilizing the ability of the wood core, he managed to literally topple the boy over to him with his mind. Taking the hero by the throat, the demon wanted to end the suffering. Under such circumstances, the creature failed to realize the kid's potential, which attracted superior strength. The boy notices how the monster hurt his organs. It was so painful that it was hard to breathe. The result of the hero's slight rebirth would be death. Like his comrades in his past life, the guy will also die fighting alongside him. The hero wanted to ask forgiveness from his boys who were his loyal allies. The demon couldn't believe the man was so fragile. However, the demon wished to evolve by eating the boy. Having swallowed the boy whole and completely, only then will he be able to gain new power. The more powerful being only laughed at how only a first rank would manage to absorb it. The creature bounced back in surprise. An unknown voice asked the guy not to die, otherwise the plan goes down the drain. The great demon would never have thought that he would have to use his own powers for such a thing. The demon couldn't believe to meet a 5th or 6th ranker in front of him. The creature was extremely displeased to encounter such outrage. The monster, by a small circumstance, was able to free himself at such a ridiculous moment, casting its own sinister, powerful aura around it, from which the beam traveled all the way to heaven, destroying all beggar demons with his power of liberation. The great demon managed to awaken due to the weakness of his favorite protagonist. The monster claimed to be a single rank 8 creature, the strongest demon with a carrot core of power, kind of like the king of all demons. The first rank couldn't believe what he had seen, to have a demon king appear before him. The creature ordered the demon to kneel before him, asking to speak the fallen demon's own name. With a trembling voice, he told me that his name was Chi-Chi. The demon looked at the situation with a very perceptive eye. Meanwhile, in a ruined village not far from the scene, Daron hurried off in search of the missing warriors. Going through many trials, tracking down the slightest clue, the monsters surrounding the wild wasteland had no idea who they were messing with. The commander followed his instincts, killing various monsters along the way, striking creatures that were unaware of his presence. The various monsters received more and more wounds with each hit. Daron was destroying the demons he hated with all his soul because of a childhood trauma. There were only a few lower-ranked demons in the nearby valley, but the guys were still nowhere to be seen. The commander had to keep searching and try to find the newcomers before sundown, which is coming soon. A beam spewing out a powerful release of energy from a great demon of rank 8 made the commander shiver in fear, not realizing where such energy could come from. The energy wave created a huge explosion, destroying an area of territory. Daron realized that somewhere not far from him was the demon that had taken the newcomers. The demon of the protagonist was quite interested in the hideous creature, who overestimated his own abilities. The creature asked His Majesty to have mercy on him for his ignorance. The great demon didn't care about the monster's future fate, as he was more concerned about appearing in such a hole. The king asked the monster to answer a certain question, which concerned what happened after his disappearance, whether all 5 demon kings were still left. This kind of thing worried the great demon king more than anything else. The creature agreed with His Majesty. There were only 5 demon kings left who hadn't been able to change in the last 60 years. The king was incredibly surprised, for the others were able to find common ground and not lap each other up in his absence. It was terrible news for His Majesty. The kings had forgotten their own promise made 60 years ago. Choosing to use the body of the so-called strongest humanity warrior as a vessel, but realizing how much the new body was nothing, such a thing greatly disappointed his darkest self. So he had to melt away the last of his strength to deal with such nonsense. The very next time he managed to transform, only at the final sprinkling. This much tested his patience, waiting for the strongest warrior to learn how to control the demonic memories. The servant couldn't even imagine such a thing, for the memories that the king himself spoke of gave ordinary demons the ability to evolve. Demon fins were part of their body. The more of them a demon had, the more powerful it was. When a demonic creature grew a new fin, thereby showing evolution for such a thing, and needed demonic memories, excluding the ability of their subspecies. The reason they will always be superior to other creatures is because they are human warriors. Only they should have been at the throats of other demons to evolve. Humans, on the other hand, needed to absorb demonic beings of higher ranks, then learn how to tap into demonic memories and evolve. So His Majesty was going to make a little hero gift of his own. The creature praised his demonic superiority without end, asking the mighty king to become his own worthless servant, asking to be allowed to be a loyal assistant, trying to make up for his disrespect of the great demon. The demon was quite honored by such compliments. However, the creature was not worthy to serve as even the smallest pawn in his grand evolution. The only thing the monster was good for was to be the one to awaken the human warrior's memories. His Majesty has asked for a worthy outcome for the hero in the future, taking the first steps towards evolution for him. asking Masubi not to disappoint the Great One in his future endeavors. The king needs the guy to gradually reach the 8th rank. It's only then that most of the interesting stuff happens. Will involve reawakening from your own sleep. The boy sat still, not giving a lively look. But the sudden nucleus during sleep began to slowly change the human cells, which caused the strongest demon and human to mix, displayed in one form. The demon was taking refuge in the boy's deep slumber, making that one experience the first feelings of demonic memories. The commander knew in heavy breaths that his team would not be able to die so easily. A sudden hand grab from the side of his ally shook the hero's mind in the past. The comrade believed in his own demise, not understanding how the hero managed to survive after all that had happened. Masubi was able to wake up from a terrible nightmare in his own dreams. Being glad, I didn't understand where such nightmarish dreams could come from. Something like this was a memory from the past that looked incredibly creepy. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger revealed himself, which turned out to be his guise, being perfectly fine. Suddenly, Sakura glared at the hero surrounding him with an irresistible gaze, not realizing what had happened to the guy's hair in that amount of time. Assuming the demon had dragged Masubi away on purpose to experiment, the boy marveled more at the girl's closeness, but at the same time not understanding what it was all about. Though it was strange why all the guys were perfectly fine, since he remembered everyone being dragged away to the cave of a rank 1 demon. The commander notices how the guy's mind hasn't quite gone crazy after the demon, asking him to tell me immediately what happened in that cave. The kid notices 2 more captains on the wall and misunderstands why they've come to him. Marin was quite taken with the audacity. Boys, after all, Captain Tantan had taken out all 4 guys on his own. Darren asked her not to call him that again, but the girl couldn't promise that. The other newcomers didn't expect to hear the nickname Tantan. Plex heard the captain find everyone lying on the ground at the entrance to the cave. The kids appeared to be every last one of them passed out. But fortunately, the demon was not visible nearby. Otherwise, it was unlikely that the newcomers would have made it back safely. Marin noticed the kid suddenly change his hair, asking the guy to remember the incident. The young man could not believe his own eyes. Such a thing seemed unreal. The hero remembered being attacked in the cave. But what happened next is already a vague memory, not realizing whether everything, including time travel, needs to be told. The boy was able to remember waking up for a couple seconds, then the hero immediately blacked out, and then everything else was a blur until waking up in the ward. The commander was quite puzzled by the boy's answer, suspecting his foolishness to ask more. Darren then discovered a cave that had huge bloodstains on the walls. Plex was interested in the Masubi, especially the name of the once greatest warrior. As a result, the results of the hero were visible. The form was certainly lame, but during the fight with demons, the young man behaved in cold blood like a warrior hunter. The commander suspected the boy had fought demons before. The hero immediately denied that he was interested in battles, collecting and analyzing the weaknesses of different demons on his own. The girl was surprised, asking Tantan to develop such a warrior well. The boy could not understand whether he had managed to pass the entrance test on his own. Sakura was incredibly happy to congratulate Masubi on joining the same team as her. Such an ordeal bound the boys strongly together, and the captain ventured to give instructions for the formation of a foursome. Rose noticed how they managed to fall far behind the others. The kid couldn't figure out the reason why this happened. Dyron knew the team had to gain points by completing tasks while the hero was in a coma for 3 days, leaving their team's point balance at 0. The kid couldn't believe he stayed in a coma for 3 days straight, but soon the boys were able to come together as a team and earn a big title with the Warriors. The surrounding people were quite happy to see the new 4 brave boys. The commander wanted to briefly explain the situation, but before doing so, he congratulated the team. With joining the ranks of warriors who have been able to prove their appreciation, and they were also able to come back alive after encountering a rank 1 demon, and with such an event, he also accrued his congratulations. Daron was now the official captain for the faction. Despite commanding 8 more of the same squad, the one asked to show off his abilities. The hero wondered how to do such a thing, for he did not know Nanny's routines among warriors, which were much more troublesome than in his former days. Brandon was surprised that Musabi had never heard of junior squad rankings. They agreed hero, being a rookie, knew nothing. At this point, the guys were the last team in the rankings. Showing off their own skills meant moving up in the ranking table of new teams, and Daron as captain was responsible for their squad achieving good results in the future. By completing different tasks, you could get different amounts of points depending on the level of difficulty of completion. Each month, 3 captains, including Dairon. The top 2 teams each were chosen, with a total of 6 top teams chosen, and first-place awards can be earned for participating in the lumping duels. Likewise, each captain's last team will incur a penalty, a temporary demotion to the cleanup group, until the next month until the rankings are updated. The kid now understood why the surroundings were so clear. The commander insisted on the order of warriors. Competition gave birth to development. Demons were also constantly evolving. However, the commander wanted to appoint Rosa as the team leader, as she had scored the most points in the crossbreeding test. Asked if there was any objection, the boys were happy with the result, except for the hero because his pride from the past was hurt. The girl stepped forward, announced the start of the mandatory first tasks. Inside, the rose was literally glowing with happiness. The commander was glad to hear it was only noon outside. The group could go see what assignments were left on the board. Asking to pay attention to other players and also their new costumes should be definitely tried out in real combat. Inform the whole team to ask in case of questions. Let the guys go. Rosa asked everyone to follow her to the task board. They had lost 3 whole days. They had to hurry up and catch up with the others. Sakura asked not to rush, they forgot something important. Turning back around, Rose couldn't realize when she'd managed to mess up and began to blame herself for her carelessness in the moment. But it turned out Sakura wanted to be sure to take the first official team photo. The girl was shocked at this response to her excitement. The hero thought it was a good decision to take a picture of the whole group. In this way, the boys were able to capture their first form team photo. The commander notices a very suspicious look from the other commanders. Marin heard that there was not a single demon near the caves, and inside the cave itself only pools of blood from an unknown force. Such a thing raised suspicion. The matter involved the hands of children. Dairon suspected Masubi out of everyone around the group. His gut was telling him a strange thing. That something was wrong with the guy. It was as if the commander could smell a familiar, dopey odor. Marin suddenly hugged the Tantan, asking him to think less, for the most important thing was that the babies had returned safe and sound. The girl believed in the strength of the hero's team, asking Dairon to train them well and try not to lose to her group. Meanwhile, the most judicious of the trio wanted to speak up, asking to observe for starters. If Dairon notices anything out of the ordinary, he'll let them know. The judicious face of the hero made one wonder what was the best task to take on. Seeing as many as 3 A-level tasks in front of you, you could get as many as 10 points for each. Brandon asked to slow down. The hero apparently didn't know that this was the most dangerous level they could access, but there was a risk of death. The team leader began to reason logically. For a B-level task, they give 6 points. For C, 3 points, get 10 points. For a level A mission was indeed a tempting offer, but to perform level B and C missions is less dangerous, while performing A missions often had emergency situations. The young man knew everything now. The boy understood there was no other option. 2 guys have agreed to take on the dangerous A-level assignment provided. The kids went on a little journey to complete a task. The young man managed to feel a new sensation after the skirmish in the cave. The kid notices the nanosuit's wings, which sped up the warrior considerably. After running a little in front, the kid notices when the nano wings disappeared and weapons appeared, which looked the same dagger as it did during the test. The boy honestly didn't expect to see nanotechnology, taking it as a great advancement in 60 years. The boys formed up behind a rock and began to prepare to attack. Their target was 2 demons of lower ranks who should be dealt with a single blow. Leader asked to move forward on the plan going forward. The guys flew out like a bullet, trying to maximize their speed of travel. The monsters managed to spot the team of runners. Rose realized that there were 3 more Class A assignments to complete, but they can't dig for long in one place. They got down to business instantly. Brandon had to cover the field of vision first. The young man managed to summon a great flood of earth, after which the creatures suffered. Masubi and Sakura must then work together to neutralize the enemies. The guys acted exactly according to plan, without any flaws. The hero honored himself much truer from the previous time. All that was left was to watch them run in. After cutting the demon's joints, the monsters didn't expect something like this. Brandon was on the verge of punching the creature's face, having experienced his own blow, doing an incredible double take on the demons. Rose at the moment wanted to finish the monster task. Finally finished quickly and gracefully 2 at a time, walking over the demon with his blades. The girl honored the incredible confidence in her own plan. Sudden reboot with toxins, strongly encouraged by the leader's ego, who managed the task admirably. Sakura saw the fog suddenly dissipate, and the device started working steadily. The kid was a little tired, but the task of dispersing the fog in the wasteland was much more difficult than the test, the most appropriate difficulty for a Class A assignment. The guys noticed red power cores from the exploding monsters. Considering such a thing a wonderful find, Rose thanked everyone for the cooperation of the whole group. The hero was noticing how the task automatically disappeared, increasingly marveling at the new technology. The tablet system was directly linked to the rating points table. Finishing a task, the points table in the tablet automatically made a tally. The boys have just completed the task. Dissipate the fog on the outskirts of the city. The girl notices how the task became more and more difficult with each successive pass. They got 3 cores from the demons they'd been able to meet all day today, and there were as many as 7 more to go. The girl suggested not to despair and to listen to the further plan of action. They will be able to finish 2 A-class assignments, then continue with other A-class assignments, and get ahead by these methods. The boys were able to boost their morale with the rather ordinary words of a leader. Brandon asked what Murami thought. The boy was otherwise in solidarity with the team. The other teams were also diligently scoring points, and if they didn't hurry up, they wouldn't be able to score the right amount of points. As it was said in the Pogovorka, who was the first to get up in the slippers, the hero was caught up despite the fact that their determination and perseverance so inspired the guy. The young man suggested that it would be quicker to finish another task before the sun went down. The leader couldn't understand who was allowing such a jackass to steal her idea. Such an adventure went on for a long time. The kid was able to finish tying up the big demon. The guys managed to catch as many as 3 monsters in fairly little time. The girl thought it was a great idea to use tranquilizer darts to catch lower-ranked demons, special ammunition for each team. The boy suddenly glared at the leader of the group without looking back. The girl, not understanding why, explained to the guy that the tranquilizer from nanotechnology was a demon-killing bayonet in one bottle. Such a weapon was perfect for beginners. The kid notices that the demons they captured were already out. Back in the hero's time, you could only immobilize a demon by merely giving it a kick. Explorers always complained that they were over-mutilating these monsters. Brandon was pleased to see the creatures in complete shutdown, then able to be transported. The task was successfully completed. The team had to destroy such a group of demons for the sake of capturing 3 runners. All warriors should have returned to the city before sunset. Such a thing was a strict decision. Excuses would be reprimanded. Sakura believed about going home even before dinner. The kid was confused by the word home. The hero didn't know if he had a similar home in the local world. The leader also needed to get back early, asking to start by putting up beacons for the research staff to come and pick up the demons, and that would be the end of the mission. Only the boy wanted to ask about the extraneous presence, as the sudden energy almost hurt the whole group, who purposely destroys demons, thus ruining the guy's mission. The group was incredibly surprised by this sudden introduction of other players. They were thus warned not to undertake such an assignment. Looking around, the group couldn't figure out where the unknown man had come from. A stranger reminisces about the pledge squad that took all the A-class assignments. The other team wanted to be the first to complete this task, and it wasn't clear if there was permission from him to take someone else's. The hero became conversely more interested in who they were. The strangers introduced themselves as the squad that had taken command of Daron at last week's trial, and they were snipers. Simply put, the boys were their predecessors, one of 9 other squads. The guy even wondered how many squads the captain had taken under his own command this time. It seemed to her friend about 3. It was obvious the guys were definitely newbies who didn't know the local rules and didn't give the guys the respect they deserved. The leader was disgusted by this sort of thing, watching others take away all the A-class assignments. The boy wondered if our hero felt that they were brazenly taking advantage of their kindness. Rosa didn't care what kindness was involved, because the guys on the other team had ruined her team's hard work. They worked so hard to catch demons like this. The guy wondered who in Masubi's squad was Galanim. The stranger didn't even know how to address him or her. Sudden anger took over Rosa's emotions, who lunged forward assertively. The young man was able to dodge the blow, not expecting such insolence. The one does not understand how the girl dares to behave with the elders, having considered the guys as ill-mannered candidates. The girl couldn't verify such a boy calling himself the dreaded candidate. The guys asked the leader to calm down because they just wanted to talk first. Sakura wanted an explanation as to why the other squad had come to them and why it was necessary to kill the demon they were so reverently on a mission. The kid from such a question only laughed harder. The reason was the competition accusing the hero squad of being simple-minded. Rosa couldn't allow her squad to be called such words. The boys had sabotaged themselves by calling her name so much more. Brandon asked the hero to make a deal before the sunset came. The boys set off with instant movement, realizing that if they don't kill the assholes, they're going to be late anyway. The young man sent the stranger from the other team far away with such competition and talk. The guys on the opposing team couldn't believe something like that. The hero could not understand why hazing, he had never heard such a shave. The other guys had no idea how much time was spent. The rest of the team was shocked by Musabi's act, but the leader liked her subordinate's act. The kid was shocked, not understanding how one could treat elders like that. The boy asked the entire sniper squad to prepare for battle. The boys started immediately against the other team. The leader of the hero team had no intention of wondering and wanted to fight to the end. Such a small conflict dispelled a small fight between the groups. Musabi could not allow the humiliation of his friends who, along with him, had endeavored long hours of work. The commander didn't understand how anyone could be so stupid as to arrange such a thing. Darren stopped a fight that could have ended badly, spreading the two teams apart. The boy had only been waiting for something like this. The hero assumed the battle would be canceled, though he would be interested to see what level the current generation of warriors were. The commander was incredibly angry at his squads that couldn't negotiate properly. Calling the guys names, I couldn't figure out if the warriors really wanted to become an appetizer for demons, since they were raging at sunset. The boy reported the hero squad first started, and at the end took away his mask altogether. Rose couldn't understand why the leader of the other squad was acting like a child, complaining to the captain. Sakura could provide photo proof of who killed the first 3 demons on the mission. Darren didn't expect rookies to be able to capture alive while doing a Class A assignment. The girl wanted to report the mission was almost done, but at the last moment a squad of snipers sabotaged it. The commander was able to understand what was happening. Darren realized that the guys might have seemed like other guys, over the top, but the sniper squad had been through the same thing when they were rookies. Toth asked to sort things out amongst themselves. At the end of the squad, sue on their points, and other than willful harm and endangering life, anything like that was allowed. Each city had its own rules. After becoming warriors, the squads will also face more experienced situations, and then he will no longer be there to separate them. The captain intervened not because he was against their showdown, but rather because of the impending sunset. He was also ashamed of the other squad that had dared to do such a thing, so the rookies were able to kick the guys for such a thing was even pathetic to watch. The commander asked the soldiers to change their attitude towards service. The kid asked the boy for his own name. The young man introduced himself as Musabi. The kid laughed when he heard the kid really dare to call himself a great warrior. In any case, advised to be careful, the sniping squad had no intention of conceding them points and promises. The youngster guarantees, the hero's squad will be the worst in the coming month. Getting swept up for a punch in the face will later repay the same coin doubly. The boy ordered his team to retreat back to the local precinct. There's not even a trace of the strangers as the hero notices the disappearance. The commander knows snipers who may not have seemed like the strongest unit, but the guys were known for their skill. They'll do their best to set the hero's squad up to fail at completing missions, and their captain's specialty is firearms. The boy had yet to use his weapons in the mess. The captain recognized the squad as a good one, but there were other talented warriors, and even so the forces might not be enough. Darren realized this sort of thing should be left for later. For now, the boy should be heading back to town. The girl agreed, but could not understand why such a thing happened. Rose suggests the hero show off by pulling a stunt in time for the battle. But despite the show-off, praises the guy for showing his awesomeness. Brandon asked Musabi to go to dinner with him. However, the hero had plans of his own. The boy wanted to get the team 3 demons at night. Meanwhile, deep in the night near the walls of the warrior government, officers asked all residents to be safe while in their homes. The kid understood on the roads to the gate from the city, only electric sirens were encountered. Hardly any people were found. It was quite late in a closed city to stay home. The boy would have wanted to go home when he was done. The gate was not heavily guarded, with only warning signs around it. The lad thought such a thing strange. Leaving no man behind, one healthy person would not think of leaving the city at night. Once upon a time, people would specially organize night sorties. At night, after all demons were easy to find, the young man wanted to use an old trick. If the mass type really wanted to interfere with the hero, then he would simply finish the task unexpectedly. An unknown shadow met the kid, who had an inkling of what was going on. The boy hadn't expected to meet the leader this late at night. The young man was incredibly frightened of the girl. Truth be told, she was wondering why the young man had ventured out of the gate for the night. The hero did not understand what was being talked about because he just wanted to take a walk after a thick dinner. The leader now knew that the hero was no good liar. The kid confessed that he wanted to surprise the guys tomorrow morning, wanting to do the night's task that they had been sabotaged by that masked guy's team. The boy realized that since the leader had figured out the guy, there was nothing to be done. Asking her not to snitch to the captain, he would go back. The girl actually wanted to go with her boyfriend. Rose was incredibly curious as to what plan the madman had come up with this time. The young man questioned whether the girl was trying to make a joke, but Rose was dead serious about trying to complete the task. The gate guards were quite tired of following demons all night. Every time the guys stood guard, it was deadly boring, not realizing who in their right mind would walk out of town at night. Much less a simple gate closing would have sufficed. The interlocutor asked not to dare such a thing in front of the captain. The doors were left open for emergencies. After all, a few years ago, a bunch of deserters sought help in the city because the gates were slow to open. People were blown to bits by demons. After that incident, almost every town now left an emergency exit at the gate. In their world, survival was more important than anything else. The boy apologized for his ignorance. The neighbor forgave him, for in time he would get used to it. Senior brought one interesting thing for the night. The kid couldn't check out holding a fresh issue of a new magazine. That guy didn't pay badly to get something like that. The guys decided to devote an entire night to this creation, completely forgetting about the gate. The boys took advantage of such an opportunity and broke out to hunt in the wilderness of the night. The boy knew somewhere nearby there were tests being conducted, but the fog was much thicker at night. The hero motioned for the leader to follow him. The girl suggested setting up far away from the city walls to remain undetected. For example, the dead forest looked like a perfect cover. The boy asked to proceed with the plan, wait for the boy to draw out the demons, and then the girl would deliver a blow to the head. The young man wanted to knock out roughly and enough. Setting off to find, asked the leader to stay put. The girl blamed the lad for his indiscretion, but was herself no better for agreeing to go out of town at night. The leader should have calmed down and focused to help the hero at any moment. Since Musabi could skillfully lure demons out of the thick of the forest, leaving the lower-ranked demons one by one, it didn't make it badly easier to catch them. Speaking of the girl, the method of catching demons on a live wire seemed very original and interesting. Over time, the girl got used to it and got involved in the process. The leader heard the signal and sprang into action, attacking the monster. The boys worked harmoniously. Hitting the monster almost simultaneously, there was nothing left for the demon but to be defeated. Under Masubi's command, they looked like they were playing with these lower-ranked demons. At the same time, the guys were hitting the creature in the head time after time. Each blow grew stronger and stronger. The previous night's demon-catching trick, forgotten half a century ago, played out again. But despite the smoothness of the process, this way of catching demons still required a lot of physical strength. Such a hero body was still required in the massive training. The past Masubi had captured lower-ranked demons in 10 seconds. The girl was happy to finally catch the third one. She also, as the hero, was incredibly tired. The boy offered to leave him where he was, though the girl was worried about the future. The hero assumed demons of lower ranks are quite stupid, and they will not understand how to help a kin. Besides, the monsters did not like to approach the walls of the city, so they can easily leave the trio in place. After such head injuries from capture, the demons won't be able to wake up for a long time. They'll just come back tomorrow morning and finish the task. The leader didn't understand how the boy knew so much about such things, being a complete novice. Kid has been scoring lip service to such tactics. The unknown voice managed to find the humans. The demon really didn't expect to find a human in the deep woods. This sort of thing was really surprising, especially the hero's odor. The leader couldn't believe to meet rank 1 demons again, so 2 at a time. To the young man, the situation seemed worse than nothing, meeting 2 invincible demons at the moment. A sudden strong siren of pro sparked through the warrior base. The commanders set out to defend the walls from dangerous demons. Plex noticed the notification of a rank 1 demon coming to him, asking the guys to turn on the spotlights immediately. Marin did not understand what was the matter. Again appeared demon of the first rank. It was already during the test. The commander did not agree, the one he found in the cave. Meanwhile, the demons continued their hunt for Rose and Masubi. The searchlights were able to detect 2 rank 1 demons. Plexus couldn't check his own eyes but asked everyone else to be without panic and close the gate immediately, gradually activating the hypercannon. The captain asked for the shooting to stop, spotting people wandering through the woods below. Darren notices two idiots who, for some unknown reason, are forgotten in the woods at night. The guys were trying to come up with a plan of action. Marin couldn't understand why the two were forgotten outside the city. Trinity watched carefully, analyzing the situation. There were 3 bound demons of lower ranks with the guys. The commander guessed who it was. The guys wanted to finish the day's thwarted demon capture mission at night. The guy thought the 2 madmen possessed slightly above average skills. It was easy to lose one's head, and that was the result of the rush, a standard problem of new recruits. The commander promised to rip the 2 idiots' heads off when he got them back to base. A group of people didn't expect to see something like this from their partner. Marin didn't want to stand still and also wanted to get the poor kids out, passing command to Plexus. She was on Darren's trail. The guy couldn't believe such a night for a binge. The demons noticed how the other humans were able to detect them. The hero asked the leader to hide behind his back, needed to bide his time while they waited for backup. The boy suspected that the demons had come for him. They were the same first rank as the one from last time. The young man speculated because of his rebirth at this time or because of what happened in that cave. The girl didn't want to back down and offered to fight the demons together. The creatures did not expect such bravery from humans who wanted to fight back. The monsters began to act, gradually climbing down from the tree. They couldn't allow their excellency to be bullied and not give a duel to the humans. The hero was most afraid of just such a turn of events. The guys wanted to first destroy the unnecessary garbage next to the hero. The boy pushed the girl away, who would not be able to survive from such a blow. The power of the impact was so high that the entire area of the ground was in splits. The demon praised the boy for his body's quick reaction. The leader tried to attack the monster that underestimates her skills. The demon's sudden water element stopped the girl, who clearly hadn't expected such a stunt. The creature was curious as to how pathetic the girl could be in comparison to him. The demon squeezed the girl incredibly hard with its strands of water. The other demon asked the guy to stay focused and to be always on guard fighting others. The blow came from nowhere, hitting the demon, who couldn't understand where such power came from. The commander ordered the creatures not to touch the children. Darren asked not to worry, they were in time to destroy the rank 1 demons. Marin began to look closely at the 2 hybrids of blue core with aquatic and red core with earthy. Blue core hybrids, agility with water knots. Red core hybrids, strength with earthbounds. Demon enjoyed a similar performance with a great defense that almost made his head explode afterwards. Staff asked what direction the commander would give for further action. The commander ordered the orbital cannons to cease fire, for it was impossible to hurt his allies. One of the runners wanted to report that a number of lower-ranked demons had been spotted approaching them on radar. When asked how many of those there were, the girl realized they couldn't be counted, assuming a wave of demons. A sudden phenomenon that turns the moon red. Such nights were quite rare, causing many to perish forever. All the demons wished for half a red moon to devour every living human being. The monsters could only be stopped by a full complement of commanders who were experienced enough in exterminating demons. Plex asked for an alarm to be sounded and for all warriors to be put on alert. All the men who knew how to fight made it to the wall, as instructed by their commanders. Darren couldn't believe it when he saw the wave of demons. He had already prepared for the inevitable, but everything went around. The hero assumed the monsters passed by the side and go straight to the city. The girl asked her to leave her and hurry off to town for help. The demon taped Rose's mouth shut to keep her mouth shut in his presence. The commander became even more angry, ordering the creature to give the girl back immediately. The monster was quite pleased with this behavior of the humans, who were so insistent on trying to save their own kind. That one managed to apply green bayonets. The commander asked the hero to be careful. A squad of humans tried to dodge the demon's attacks. Marin, while moving in front, continued to chop to pieces all the barriers in front of her. Masubi wondered why the monster didn't attack him. The sudden appearance of the creature asked the guy to wait a bit for his turn for now. The demons left the boy as an appetizer last, interested in his scent. Darren didn't understand why the creature ignored the young man on purpose. Monster Poe promised to beat the captains to death until they stopped moving. The other, however, asked the girl to go along with them, then went to his own cave, taking the Rose into some wilderness. The boy didn't realize if such a thing could be a trap separating the guy from the captains. The commander asked the young man not to follow the monsters. Such a thing could be too dangerous. Masubi, thinking about such a thing, couldn't leave the girl after that look for help. Such a thing was familiar to the hero from his past comrades from a past life. The boy simply couldn't allow himself to go after creatures stronger than him. However, neither will be able to leave the girl completely alone. The monster was quite curious about the girl. First-rank demons had always been curious about what emotions humans could tap into. Someone even said that when desperate, people might start screaming. The monster ordered the girl to beg for mercy if she didn't want to die in 1 second, for he badly wanted to hear Rose beg for mercy. The leader couldn't understand why monsters were so sick in the head to do such a thing for their own pleasure. The demon remembered the company, beginning to realize the reason why it was silent. Removing it ordered the girl to immediately scream in fear of him, a plea for mercy. The leader, on the other hand, could not allow such a disgusting weakness to be shown, especially not in front of a demon. The creature didn't understand if it still had to beg the man to do such a thing. The leader said that she was born into a martial arts clan, and there she was taught never to bow to the enemy, to show fear as cowardice. So either she will die from the paw monster in captivity, or fight her again. The demon was starting to get very angry after hearing such nonsense, disappointed in her fragility. The rose turned out to be just bait. You could have gotten rid of it sooner. The girl couldn't figure out what exactly she was being baited for. A sudden voice addressed the demon, causing him to turn around. Masubi asked for the girl to be released immediately, for the target was the hero himself. The demon was incredibly happy. The bait had worked. The boy was saying the right things while the girl didn't understand why demons needed Masubi. The young man inquired were the rose, which had found itself in dire circumstances, in order. The girl couldn't understand why he was without reinforcements. He couldn't defeat the demon and asked him to leave immediately. The creature didn't understand why it was so hard not to talk and shut up. The young man asked not to touch the girl, for if the target was the hero, let her take him. The demon laughed. Such a thing sounded like an exchange of lives between humans. Turning into a liquid, instantly moved towards the guy. Asked him not to be arbitrary. People like these pathetic individuals will all die of demons. The boy reacted by trying to stop the creature. However, he turned out to be times stronger than the hero, who cannot even keep track of the movements. The young man was greatly disappointed in his own body, which was unable to parry such a faster attack. Demona was surprised to notice the boy smelling one of them, not realizing for what reason. The kid didn't realize how strong the water bonds were. The demons had developed a bunch of new abilities in the last half-century. The boy may try to think of a plan of action, but applying those strikes is not going to work. The girl realized if Masubi died fighting, they would then be lost, not understanding why the kid would dare to fight such a terrifyingly powerful creature. She notices a sharp corner of one of the rocks that can help her. The girl wanted to try to act while there was time. The kid, meanwhile, continued to diligently fend off the blows that were coming incredibly fast. Noticing a momentary chance to attack, the young man launched a counterattack, attempting to point his own blade directly at the creature. The one in a moment grabbed the kid and learned that the boy in the cave had killed a demon of the first rank, realizing that he could not be a weakling. The creature assumed the young man was just pretending to be weak. The kid had no idea what it was about. The demon was already sick of the guy's behavior, who should have been punished for lying and mistakes to underestimate him. The creature began tearing the guy, who was in incredible pain. Finished with the kid being called a liar, who should have been punished, the monster wanted to punish by killing the kid. He was incredibly curious to know the secret of the person who had managed to kill a rank 1 demon. The guy was in incredible pain, as if he'd hit every important organ for life. The girl was very worried about the guy, who was on the verge of death due to a big power imbalance. The creature was getting more and more pissed off. The kid didn't want to admit it, wanting to kill and then eat the hero. So the boy will help the demon evolve a lot. Walking up to the guy, closer asked him not to bother. The sudden appearance of a new power incredibly seriously surprised the monster, who was almost done with his target. The girl managed to get out, continuing to attack the demon until her friend regained consciousness. Rose didn't understand why the creature was so interested in catching Masubi, but knew she would not be able to give offense to her own comrade. The demon didn't understand how the girl so quickly freed from his water chain. Rosa didn't know what to do in a situation where the opponent was stronger than both of them combined. The boy was still conscious, who recognized how the girl had forcibly managed to rip off the ankle restraints, deeming her really strong. The girl threatened the demon if he really wanted to kill one of her squad members, let him deal with her first. The creature was rather reluctant to agree. He didn't care who to start first because now none of them would be able to escape him. The approaching needles of water heated things up enough for the rose. The girl tried to fend off all the approaching blows. The boy asked his friend to duck rather than stand protecting the hero. Rose couldn't let that happen, asking the guy to better shut up and stay out of her way. The demon made a ranged strike that the girl wouldn't be able to repel. The creature used gravity, thus managing to shorten the man's distance. It wasn't enough for the demon to just kill the girl, trying to tear the girl apart for starters to make her scream in pain. There was nothing the boy could do. However, he begged the demon not to do anything stupid, realizing how ironic the situation is, because even after being reborn, the hero is once again forced to watch his squad members die. Nothing had changed. The kid didn't understand what good his spawn was if he couldn't even protect the girl, let alone save himself. The young man was able to reveal his inner emotions of the past, due to which he was able to accumulate more energy being enraged. The demon didn't understand what the hell was going on behind his back all the time. But by turning in the opposite direction, the young man managed to capture the girl, who was on the verge of death from the hero's uselessness. The demon also got it in the moment, the shredded flesh proving it. The kid praised Rose, who was able to do a great job for her first time as team captain. The girl would eventually begin to faint from the powerlessness and weakness of her body. The young man asked the Rose to provide him with the rest. Then placing the girl on the ground, silence turned around. Demon did not understand where the hero came from, appeared such a dangerous and strong aura, assuming that this was the secret of the guy. The boy didn't really know what had happened. The young man was honored from within by some incomprehensible feeling, gradually becoming stronger.
Feels like something's gonna rip the guy to shreds.
The core that was on his chest was able to reveal its abilities as a blooming, demonic flower. The creature couldn't believe where the guy got a core similar to that of a demon king. While still conscious, the girl watched Masubi with a small glance. The kid had no idea what was going on, but understood perfectly well a monster like demon opposite should have died faster than usual. The young man was able to awaken one fin demon. Meanwhile, the second creature continued to fight the captains. Feeling the powerful energy, suggested one of them. The captain asked for no more, turning away from him during the fight. The man found the moment to strike with all his might at the creature, inflicting critical damage. Marin followed the plan and went around the enemy from behind, attempting to land a strong leg kick. The demon believed that humans were incapable of separating stronger than this sort of thing. However, he was able to make a mistake at the moment of the commander's trailing attack, who were able to hit the hardest at the same time, thereby freeing the core from the creature carrying it. The monster's head literally catapulted to the heavens from Darren's blow. The girl lifted the creature's body high into the sky. The demon didn't understand how humans dared to rip the core out of his body. The girl asked Tantan to be careful, for the monster would soon explode. The monster asked the men not to resist the power of the blow, will destroy all the nearest target. However, a sudden beam from the air severely damaged the monster's plans, launching a harpoon that threw the demon far off in the distance. The creature hated humans for such tricks, staring at the monster that continued to build up its strength. A similar incident occurred due to the orbital cannons that trapped the first-ranked demon. Plexus fought the creatures with all his might, defending the Great Wall, not giving the rest of the monsters a chance to climb the wall through which they could break through to the regular humans. However, there were too many monsters that were not going to run out with their numbers. Guy ordered the others to return to the city immediately until the wave of demons passed, then called for the other captains to return faster. Marin asked Darren to go back immediately where they were needed more. The captain didn't understand why such a dastardly coincidence when he should immediately save Masubi and Rose. Marin believed in the captain's words and wanted to help badly too, but they weren't just squad captains. The boys were warriors first and foremost. The commander was able to calm down after a while and ran with Marin to defend the city. The creature didn't understand the man, why he was the same as the demons. The boy was a man like the rest of them, however managed to become a rank 1 demon, or even stronger for another reason. Where the guy grew a fin of strength from was not clear. Such a thing could not have happened in reality according to the monster. The boy speculated perhaps this was the purpose of his rebirth, gaining new demonic power, so that the rest of the errors can then be changed. The young man tossed the restorative properties to the girl, which began the recovery phase. The creature couldn't understand where the guy got the green health core from. The boy had badly foamed the previous battle, but there was a chance of absorbing that rank 1 demon possessing regeneration. For such a reason, if the boy can absorb the waterbender, will become the owner of the power of water bonds. The demon didn't understand where such sudden strength came from. The kid was like a deity who couldn't allow himself to be poked fun at like that. The young man assumed the demon had had enough to see what his demon power was like in action. The monster couldn't believe that the boy had absorbed the core of a rank 1 demon, after which he became one of them. The boy wondered. The boy had never before in his life seen a demon so frightened. The aquatic creature was literally cowardly with fear of an unknown person with such powerful strength. The young man was beginning to act first while there was such a delightful opportunity. The one asked to first try to hit the hero, with all the strength the demon had, wanting to test how strong in such a form. The monster thought the guy was crazy, not understanding how that was possible. Attempting to hit the guy, the young man managed to dodge. The boy had completely forgotten about controlling the elements. The young man remembered that the tree demon the boy had absorbed could do similar things. The character formed thorns from tree roots that came out of the ground below, then clamped down on the demon, who couldn't do anything about it being weak in front of the guy. The boy made sure the roots were not very difficult to manage. The demon asked to stop choking him, trying to resist such a fate. The boy insisted on trying to pick from the trap if he could. The creature recalled using a trick of its own, which the one possesses because of its seen core. The monster turned into a torrent of water moving straight at the hero. The demon asked the lad not to doubt his survival abilities, justifying himself with such woody vines of a young man. They won't help neutralize his body, which is capable of fission. The creature didn't know how a human could have such abilities. However, the one believed that he was much stronger, considering the water core. The creature threw the guy right back into the tree with the full force of its leg kick. The hero agreed with everything that was said, but he really didn't realize how well he could control demonic power. But warned the demon, recognizing the lad as the strongest warrior whose training abilities were incredible. If the kid really wants to kill a monster, Tom just needs to keep practicing to use demonic power. The demon couldn't believe his eyes, seeing how instantly his body recovered so immediately. The boy asked to see how fast he could learn to control the power. The kid started approaching the monster with an incredible speed of movement. Something like this was already unbelievable. However, using tree roots, it was possible to move several times faster than normal fast travel. The demon didn't even realize how the boy had managed to get to him so quickly. The roots then braided the monster, which stuck in place. The boy took the monster by the head, who was incredibly afraid of the guy. The young man warned that the creature would not be able to escape now. The kid continued to hold the creature for a long time, suggesting that their bistro with the monster didn't come out very interesting. The creature's body was beginning to feed on the misunderstood energy. That made the demon explode into little pieces. The young man was able to destroy the creature's shell completely, from which a core of water fell out, in which a demon stirred, calling the hero stupid. The one could split his own body without any problems. However, to predict the further actions of the guy, he did not know how to. The boy was well aware of the presence of such an ability from the previous time. If one is a demon, his core is unable to split. On the contrary, the hero thought the demon, who may have overestimated his own abilities, was stupid. The core of the creature slowly began to leave the creature. The young man took the core that would now belong to him. When the core collapses, even if he was a 7th-ranked demon, even such a person would die. The boy would love to absorb the ability to create water bonds. With this method of combat, the creature was at a disadvantage against a hero with superhuman strength. The kid was going to absorb the power of the demon, who was not using his skills well, destroying the core with his own hand. The boy greedily devoured every last drop of the core that gave the demons super powerful strength. The flavor was pretty good, considering the taste of monsters that disgusted the taste buds. The guy enjoyed the pumping quite a bit, turning his attention to the girl who was under the regeneration dome. Utilizing his new core skills, the kid was closing in on the leader. The boy's gaze was quite worried. The boy had managed to deal with the demons, wanting to get busy with the girl now. The monster boy absorbed the monster, and already the girl had to be killed in the opinion of the hero. Only the young man just wanted to destroy the man. However, he stopped just before committing murder. The boy tried to stop his other self, calling him a creep. The young man couldn't afford to kill a member of his own squad. A guy couldn't even raise his hand for such a thing. The hero ordered the demon to get out of his head immediately. The demon didn't understand how the kid still dared to resist him. The king wondered what the outcome would be at the end. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys were fighting hard with the rest of the monsters. The lower demons continued to climb up to the ordinary warriors in large numbers. The kid wanted to destroy as many monsters as possible in his power. By activating the protective barrier skill, Brandon wondered why Masubi and Rose weren't near them. Among all the squads, they were the only ones not in full force. The girl, as soon as she arrived, was able to hear from the others that 2 warriors had sneaked out of the wall and then they were dragged away by two rank 1 demons. Sakura felt strongly for the guys, suspecting the two of them had run away. The kid couldn't think of any members of their squad making it outside the walls. The girl asked not to ask her anything. She knew they had been dragged away by rank 1 demons without realizing what they were thinking. Brandon doesn't understand why the hell a rank 1 demon would suddenly appear. The kid thought about dealing with this wave of demons first. The commanders went to fight the rest of the creatures. The monsters had a great variety of courage. The boy asked how the guys were doing with the nuclear charges. The commander went to fight the monsters, protecting his men. The guy reported all right, he had a good energy boost with Marina. Cores that used warfare could wear out. The stronger the core blast, the more energy was wasted, and with it less attack power. But it was good that they and the talent had only fought one rank 1 demon, and the state of charged nuclei was normal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to help with this wave of demons. Marin wondered what Plexus was up to. The kid had seen how the guys were able to kill one rank 1 demon, and already the other low-rank demons were much calmer. In addition, the rank 1 demons didn't stay. The demon horde wasn't organized and attacked without any strategy. The demons felt the fear of death. It was the one that made them more afraid of the guys. The boy planned to undermine the demons' desire to attack. The boys would need to buy time for the soldiers on the walls by using the nukes to the maximum. The guys agreed to max out the cores. Daron and Marin bounced high above the city. The commander was incredibly pissed off by the herd of demons. The guys had been wanting to fry monsters for a while now. The monsters didn't realize what a large beam of force had passed through. The detachment formed a large hole, forming a crater. Marin realized if you didn't take into account the booze with rank 1 demons, this was the second time she had to use Core Blast. Guys could slay on a regular basis if it weren't for the core limitation. The explosion of the red power core is still the most cobbled together. Flying around the demons using a powerful charge, the kid flew through a large crowd of creatures that couldn't even one-up the guy due to his great speed. The rest of the warriors were awed by the spectacle of the captain's strength. Brandon could see with his own eyes the power of a warrior with a rank 1 core. Envy was taking over. The kid also definitely wanted to become such a strong warrior. Plex asked if the team was all right. The strain on the others appeared tolerable. At least they were able to finish them off quickly. The guys were surrounded by a large number of demons. The kid chuckled, asking to see the herd of demons. The plan worked. It was time to cheer up the rest of the warriors. Plexus shouted to the warriors to catch their breath a little and keep fighting. The wave of demons would surely retreat. The guys were quite rad, the third captain who could always be trusted. The teacher was quite happy to be done with the demonic creatures. Guy asked the others to look ahead carefully. Something was approaching mightier than the first rank of the first rank. Suddenly, the silhouette of a hero appeared and took the girl in his arms. The commanders were quite given to such things. The demons who were supposed to attack the kid by idea only let him and the girl pass. The kid walked calmly past the rest of the demons. Marin saw the guys and wondered where the demon of the first rank had gone. Plex notices, despite the way they've driven off, Masubi still isn't safe to be around rank 1 demons. The demons could attack at any moment as long as he walked past them without any problems. The team only wanted to help the guy who was attacked by the creatures. Demons that suddenly attacked the hero, who with one look ordered the demon away before he destroyed it. The creatures were quite surprised by this behavior of a man who was quite dangerous to them. The monsters were greatly frightened at the sight of the lad. The surrounding demons were very frightened of the hero, smelling his threatening gaze. The rest of the monsters were running away in fear towards the hero. The boy continued onward as the rest of the monsters passed him by. The kid felt a kind of superiority over the others. The commander and his team stopped in front of him when they saw how scared the demons were of the guy. The wave of demons shrank drastically. All the monsters started running away from the wall of people. The rest of the war could not even imagine seeing such a thing before their eyes. The guys were incredibly happy to see such a picture, which meant defeating the demon raid. True, some wondered why it ended so suddenly, assuming the 3 captains had scared those things so badly. All the men praised the captains with a loud voice. They didn't know until the end whether such a result was true because of the strength shown, though for the most part they assumed because of Masubi, who came silently without saying anything to the creatures around him. The boy couldn't hold such a strong form for long, passing out on the spot. The captains ran to the squads trying to find out their condition. Daron wanted to help the newcomers first and then sort out his thoughts. The king congratulated the lad on his first only taste of the power of might. The boy didn't realize who the unknown voice was. The stranger confessed that they had once met half a century ago. The one must remember him well. The hero assumed a demon of rank 8 or one of them. No idea how many there were in total. The demon asked the boy not to worry about it. More details the boy would learn later. The king asked to make himself comfortable. The demon's name was Radiance, or in simple words, Radic. The demon king was the strongest demon of the 8th rank. Looking at the hero, the demon notices, given that still the kid didn't run away in panic, that mind was strong enough to resist the king's compulsion. The demon asked the guy not to worry, because the first time he cannot hurt him, the hero did not understand why he chose him. The young man wondered why the king wanted his body, who in turn thought the lad was quite noisy. The creature asked the boy to be quiet and calm for a while, taking a deep breath in and out. The demon wanted to talk about everything, asking me not to worry. Also because of the king hinting that the body was now theirs in common. For the sake of general safety, so that the guys couldn't kill each other, now the hero had to do some good work and evolve. The kid watched the situation unfold without realizing where he was. Afterward, the demon wanted to become completely untouchable. The boy realized that all demons had a terrible opinion of humans. The hero wanted to do his best to destroy every demon in front of him. Suddenly, the guy was asked to calm down. The boy randomly grabbed Rose by the shirt, revealing her breasts. Such a thing greatly blinded the eye of the hero. The young man couldn't figure out what the hell he was doing. The guards attacked the guy who had been brazen since waking up. The girl couldn't realize how immortal the hero felt. The unknown voice couldn't understand why make so much bother. The old man raised the 3 of them, and so the boy's combined palm sight is like a stranger's home to them, but still provided an opportunity for them to make with them. The boy didn't know what he should do, whether he should tell the captains about the story that had happened recently. The hero feared he would be killed on the spot if he said such a thing. The commanders will not miss such an opportunity. The guys will probably not believe in his humanity and decide that he is a demon. After all, the guy's got a powerful demon lurking inside. Plexus realized that he should stop talking and should have been done with the hero by now. The young man was starting to get more nervous, unsure of what to do as he waited for the nearest battle. Marin asked the commander to omit the weapon for now and not to simmer down. Only demons of rank 4 and above could take on human form, and so far it wasn't like Masubi was a rank 4 demon. The captain notices another point. Demons do not save their kin. Those are unfamiliar with camaraderie. Demons are mostly selfish and cruel entities. But Masubi risked his life so much to save Rose, and so Dairon doesn't believe the guy would turn out to be a demon. The kid knows this because he just wanted to scare the kid by asking the guys not to be so serious. He was really taken away because the guys came back from the dead, so he could only praise for the rescue plan. But Rosa told them that she lost consciousness when fighting a demon of the 1st rank, and what happened next she did not remember. So it became interesting to ask the hero what exactly happened when the kid finally saved Rose from a rank 1 demon. Marin suspected the boy was really dealing with those demons on his own. The boy had completely forgotten about it, for he was fixated on the demon inside him and had completely forgotten about other probabilities. The young man explained that he was an incredibly brilliant warrior. More precisely, he was able to quickly absorb a large amount of core energy, and for the time of the hero explosive power became super powerful. This was his secret weapon. Marin remembered something about the energy absorption the guy was talking about was the effect of it being the same as the core blast. The young man agreed with her, hoping that the commanders would believe such an explanation. The guys were quite surprised to allow such an option. Plex realized that if what the guy said was really true, then the hero really was a genius. It was stated by the hero when he first realized he could do such a thing, his body absorbed all the core energy for the next attack against the demon, who was in a stupor. This time the kid used such a trick to defeat the 1st rank that he grabbed Rose. His body couldn't withstand the sudden burst of energy, and the hero could only bring the girl to the city and then fainted. Such a thing was quite interesting to hear from the commander. They could really think the boy was a talented kid. Marin assumed if that was the case, then this trick was still beyond his capabilities. In fact, it was the same as the core blast they were using. Dairon agreed with Marin and offered to test the guy's talent on him. If he was really that talented, let him prove it. The commander asked the hero to step into the battle square. The boy couldn't understand why preposterous that the commander didn't trust him. Dairon was quite on full alert to start the fight. The young man thanked the captain for the opportunity to fight against him. The boy was definitely missing, Although for him to have a skill level like the guy's base skill in his past life, but his body was too useless. The kid didn't understand how he should proceed, trying to try and harness the demon's power. The fight started instantly. The captain literally flew straight at the guy. The young man managed to dodge one blow that felt fast enough. Continuing to dodge the captain, the boy had no idea how to fight the battle next. The hero assumed the captain was really putting his best foot forward. The girl asked the commander not to worry about the damage. Darren complimented the lad on his pretty good reflexes, the young man noticing how fully he was able to regain his combat experience from a past life, but such an ordeal was too much. The commander wanted to go all out fighting the boy. Hitting the ground with all the impact, a large split in the earth was formed. It was a surprise to the guy. Taking the battleground like this and destroying it, the guys were really acting possessive in the mansion. The commander was right behind the hero's back. Grabbing the boy right by the neck, he couldn't believe the maximum of Masubi's abilities. The hero, on the other hand, is too slow to dodge the commander. Darren threw the kid out to fly, thus ending the duel between apprentice and commander. Plexus was angry. For something like this was already too much. They should have intervened by now. But the girl asked to look further. The commander was quite disappointed if the guy was only capable of a few dodges. In that case, there was no talent for him. The young man himself didn't like where this was going. Even in his past life, the hero was a warrior who was honored like a king. Now the commander and the rest of the generation are like grandchildren to the guy. The boy said he had talent, but would not be able to show proper power. Then the guys would not believe him. Since the young man had been reborn, he could sacrifice his principles and borrow the power of the cursed demon that lodged within him. Masubi hoped the guys wouldn't mind if he cheated a little. Aura abruptly changed into a serious threat to the rest of the commanders. The boy was approaching Darren, explaining that it was his turn to attack back. The captain couldn't understand where such a powerful aura came from for such a young man. The power was incredibly great, not just for the captain, but for any living thing on the planet. After using the demon power, synchronization, even with a weak core like the guy's, was going steadily. One could even assume the discovery of a new power, and now the hero would be able to squeeze a lot more power out of his body. Plexus had no idea how the guy's synchronization level was increasing relentlessly. Marin couldn't understand if a talented fighter had appeared in their city. Darren couldn't believe it when he saw the aura, the level of synchronization that had just jumped to 40%, which continued to grow. The captain remembered how Citarosa's score was 39%, but Masubi had already crossed that threshold. The young man turned to Darren, asking him to concentrate. The boy warned as the retaliatory strikes began. The commander didn't expect such power from the kid. However, was quite happy to see the boy become twice as fast and 3 times as strong. The hero warned the captain that such a thing was only a warm-up and he shouldn't relax. The kid fought on equal footing with his commander, who was more experienced in modern combat. Darren praised the guy who took advantage of being distracted by the block and immediately launched his next attack. Such a thing was indeed a skillful technique. The next attack didn't take long for the captain. The hero became stronger and more assertive each time. Such attacks came one after another. Plexus didn't understand how Masubi had so much combat experience. The elder doggedly realized that the boy was doing the right thing. He shouldn't have let Darren, whose brute strength was far greater, get close to him. The boys didn't expect to meet Master Siddha. The squad was not expecting to meet the Lord. They begged pardon for a sparring ground so they could compete with the boy. True to call a friendly sparring, where for the most part destruction was difficult to call, the commander asked not to worry, they will reimburse everything. The master asked not to worry about it. He just wanted to see a hero with the name of a great warrior. It was interesting to see how Masubi stacks up against Darren. The captain notices some misstep in the kid's movements. Darren had been like that since he was a kid. If he was given a chance to counterattack, even if fleeting, he always knew how to take it. Not to mention that for so many years of battling demons, the captain had been able to hone his own sense of the moment. If he grasped that feeling, the young man would not see it easily. But in fact, the hero was ahead of the captain, having caught the latter much earlier. The young man jumped up, delivering an aerial blow to the head, which was very effective against a man who could not have expected such an onslaught. The boy managed to knock out the commander with his own head. That one had a double sense of losing. The commander didn't understand how one could fight like that. The hero told me, the human skull may be strong, but the set arc is fragile. The young man asked the captain to immediately prepare for the next attack. Toth prepared to keep a close eye on the kid. Plex notices how the commander had absolutely no intention of holding back. Dairon was destroying a large area of the training arena. The boy notices how the reception combined defense and offense at the same time. The young man wanted to try to experience demonic power, just a little bit, bifurcating your own aura into a physical and mental aura. The commander had no idea how to fight against such a powerful force, not understanding how the boy was able to achieve this level of mastery of core energy control. The young man found himself behind Darren, who was distracted by the boy's large aura. The girl assumed the boy took advantage of the fact that his opponent couldn't see anything because of the smoke around him, and then used Darren's technique to strike back. The Lord assumed the same. It was better to be able to say that the hero had an amazing ability to learn. The commander asked Masubi who was the owner of such a reception. The master noticed how Darren had just lost. The young man managed to fully read the commander's ability and caught the latter in error. The commander notices the kid misses on purpose, hitting past him. The boy noticed Dairon using the Kina technique to attack, and if they fought for real, the young man would probably be in trouble. When the kid hit his head, his vision would blur for a moment, and there could be phantom visions that could easily be confused. Masubi seized the moment and thus won, now wondering if the commander believed his words. The destruction the boy left behind was the greatest damage to the master of Satu. However, the Lord was not concerned about the arena at all, but who this young boy was. All of a sudden, the guys who were asked to leave for a while are back with the guys. Sakura was curious what the guys were doing if they didn't show up for dinner. The family made a lovely meal in a moment, except that after discovering the massive destruction, it wasn't clear what had happened on the street. The young man pinned all the credit on Captain Dairon. The girl couldn't believe the guys were sparring during dinner. Friend notices how seriously got Buddy. The hero realized because of the fact that the captain constantly fought with demons, the sudden change of the enemy to that hard to give. The master asked the boys not to be modest, but rather to finish their sparring and go to dinner. The boy was terribly hungry, so he thanked the master, warning that the boy was not at all modest. The master waited for the young man to leave for the building. A hero who was determined, strong, clearly knew what he was capable of, and even stood up to the captain, but even the feeling of combat didn't compare to the potential the guy had. The master wanted to ask something of his daughter. Does Rose think this kid isn't bad and maybe even liked her? The girl hadn't expected to hear such a thing from her own father. A direct hit on her emotions. The boys had a wonderful dinner. The master wanted to propose a toast. On behalf of everyone in the city, I wanted to thank everyone for their service. And of course, those who fought on the front lines. Highlighting Masubi separately, praising him as an incredible young man, thanking him again for saving his daughter. The boy couldn't have done otherwise, asking the Lord not to show so much gratitude. The captain didn't understand who allowed the guy to pour liquor. The boy assumed he was already an adult, being 18 years old, for wasn't the test of a warrior only passed from the age of 18? Marin laughed at the situation. The commander didn't miss the opportunity for revenge. The gentleman asked the boys not to fight and to drink to their heart's content. Considering the kid old enough, the girl couldn't understand how her father could care so much about Masubi. After seeing the fight, the Lord confirmed that the kid was not bad, and the level of talent and potential was not inferior to the girl. So assumed that surely the boy would find a way to cover the girl's cold heart. Rose couldn't understand why her father would think such a thing. Talking about such topics made her blush like a tomato. The girl begged her father to stop thinking about such things. A guy like that was a complete asshole. Sakura wanted to capture the beautiful feast on the table of the master of Satu himself. Brandon wondered how the boy was able to single-handedly defeat a rank 1 demon. Such a thing was a really cool feat. The commander answered for the hero, seeing how the kid could absorb a large amount of core energy, and for a while his explosive power became super powerful, which is similar to how they, as captains, harness the power of their nukes. At critical moments, the boy risked his life to harness that explosive power. This kind of thing is very dangerous because, without proper preparation, put a great strain on the body, and if you abuse such a skill, then at the end, everything can lead to a serious complication. Plex noticed another small battle between Tantan and Masubi to prove that the kid could really use the explosive energy of the core, but he still had a lot of training to do. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand such a strain. If the hero tells the guys that he swallowed 2 Class 1 demon cores and manages to regenerate with wood vines, therefore, even if such a frail body couldn't bear the strain, the young man would be able to heal quickly without any problems. The boy will not be able to tell such things. It will be fine if they think that the boy, like captains, can use the explosive energy of the core. Brandon didn't expect how capable Masubi turned out to be, who will definitely need to keep working on his training. The girl couldn't believe that the young man actually possessed such a skill. It was no wonder that he was able to save her at that moment. The captain had originally imagined going to punish Masubi and Rose for the midnight sortie, but given the circumstances that they had already killed a demon of the first rank during the exam, it would be considered that they had been forgiven. Plex asked not to get excited ahead of time. The competition between the younger squads was still going on. Marine also noticed how Rose's squad was the furthest behind. Asked to try to work on the points of the squad, the young man agreed, because their goal is the first place. The Demon Wave incident had already happened like a month ago, and the fight between the squads for first place in the standings was reaching its peak. In order for everyone to get more points, more and more squads tended to take the tasks of Class A, and after a while to take any task became more difficult. So the hero, after consulting with the team members, made an important decision. We needed to find a victim. The kid couldn't understand why we had to have a points battle. The gamble on points was a plan to challenge with other teams' first goal, was a squad of snipers who humiliated the previous one-off battle. The girl advised to stop coddling, putting up 10 points in a bout of one-on-one combat. This kind of interested the guy, because the team really wanted the equivalent of the reward for the Class A task. He thought this kind of impudence, but agreed because this time the captain will not be able to separate them during the fight. The boy was with the whole group agreed to fight. The boys lined up around the arena expecting a small, one-on-one duel amongst themselves. A large number of people were pulling up. The guy still had time to refuse, so that there would be no later that they hazed. The hero asked early to say who would be embarrassed. The guy wondered why he hadn't volunteered first as captain of the squad. The boy noticed that on Masubi's side, a girl had volunteered, so they wouldn't complain when they lost. The guys are also lucky that their vice captain is also a girl, so they don't embarrass themselves too much. The hero was amused to hear. However, advised not to underestimate his captain, who was no ordinary girl. Sakura wanted to capture every moment of the battle. The girls entered the ring to show which team was the strongest in a one-on-one battle. Rose wanted to settle the fight quickly by giving her 10 points. The girl warned the young mistress of the Satu clan, still so-called Princess Mockingbird. She wanted badly to see a few princess tricks. The match was heating up and team leader Masubi went forward. Rose proved to be fast enough as a green core recovery. This kind of speed was as if it belonged to the blue agility core. The girl notices how the touch of the rose was getting closer to her opponent's body. The princess asked the bee to surrender immediately. After such a move, it was no surprise that the so-called elders, though, became fighters before them, but still relied more on team robotics, going out to fight one-on-one, attacks and defenses crumbling before their eyes. The girl had no idea that the princess had gotten the idea to channel her own reckoning. All around was desert, though there was still once a major city, but everything was buried deep beneath the sands. A place crowded with abandoned structure used to be filled with people. Looking closely at the map, the young man notices somewhere a city must have formed in the near side. The young man moved quite calmly, but traps from the raiders did not take long to arrive. The stranger cut the cable, causing a large number of trees to collapse in front of the hero. The boy managed to react by turning his own vehicle 180 degrees. The trap could have worked very easily, but the kid was incredibly lucky. The hero didn't realize how all those trees in his path had fallen. At first I assumed demon hands, but when I saw the rope in front of me, I realized something more interesting. The stranger ordered the guy not to move and to stand still. The girl asked questions about who the hero was, from which hunting team and so on. The hunters, part of humanity that lived outside of the cities, usually consisted of small units with strict requirements for the personal abilities of their warriors. The hero was unlucky enough to find people like that, to stumble upon real hunters. She had asked to rename the guy twice already. Masubi seemed like a lousy situation. He hadn't thought to see such a thing. The boy asked the girl to calm down, for she misunderstood him. The one was not a hunter at all, being an ordinary warrior. The girl didn't believe the kid. Usually the warriors were town warriors and never came alone, so she assumed the kid was a scout for the Silver Wolves hunting team. The young man dismissed her assumption, asking for a few minutes to explain. The girl wouldn't listen and took the first shot, which was clearly a warning shot. The gunshot mark was right next to the kid's leg. She asked for silence, calling the young man worse than demons. She didn't even know if her comrades from the tag squad lived. The boy realized the whole situation, asking to hear him out once more. There was no way he could confirm that he was an ordinary warrior, or prove that he wasn't one of the hunters. The young man snapped. The girl wouldn't be able to have a normal dialogue pointing a gun at him. Suddenly, the hero notices someone approaching them. The girl was shot in the arms, putting many holes in her body. Musabi noticed other people approaching them, being on motorcycles. The guys wanted to deal with the girl with the gun first before bringing the new prisoner to their boss. Apparently, these were the silver wolves the girl was talking about. Taking a closer look around her, the guy asked the others to please the real jackpot. They will be able to have fun with such a beauty, and then wanted to deliver to their boss. Musabi didn't want to tolerate this kind of behavior from the hunters who had treated the girl so ridiculously. With quick movements, the young man was able to take out one of the rascals. He certainly didn't want to get involved in a showdown between the hunters. To the hero, it seemed the guys had completely lost their fear, who had already managed to ruin his mood. However, the hunters could also spoil, so advised in good faith to get away from him. As soon as the hunter, having detected the demon in front of him, immediately started shooting. The young man grabbed the weapon, breaking it with his usual hand grip. The hero didn't like the way guns were pointed at him twice in one day. The guy didn't understand how this was possible, but suggested that the boy get off their property immediately as instructed by their boss. The young man didn't listen to the fool who didn't understand who he was talking to. The girl was incredibly surprised at how capable the warriors were. The hunter only fell over from Musabi's abilities. The kid didn't understand where the guy got his demon core from, not realizing which hero was human or demon. The young man himself didn't really know the answer, but such matters were unimportant to him, for that hybrid was now the best creature on Earth. The boy asked the girl not to worry, he would just lightly treat the wound. The hero notices how the bullet grazed a muscle in his arm. All he had to do was heal it, and it will be as good as new. She thanked the hero for the recovery. Looking around, the girl couldn't believe how strong Musabi was, and also the restorative properties, after which my arm was no longer sore. It was great to watch the miracle. The girl had previously heard that warriors with a rank 4 core possessed special skills that also acted in an unusual way, as if some kind of miracle. She praised the kid, calling him cool. She even assumed the kid was a 5th rank warrior. The young man could feel the power of a rank 2 demon inside his own body, and though now that one was stronger than an ordinary warrior with a rank 2 core. The guy only has so much core, with a simple good skill cure. The girl liked to hear such things anyway, and she was also ashamed of her pronunciation, asking for the hero's forgiveness. The boy understood that outside the walls of the city, he needed to be on his guard. He needed to get to the nearest town anyway. Asking if the girl knew the way, she said yes, and also wanted to ask her to take her there with her. The guy was surprised about such a request, because they had just met. They didn't even know each other's names, and she already wanted to go together with the guy. The girl knew nearby was a small C-class Shinwei town, which had been overrun by the cursed silver wolves until a few days ago when her mecha squad had tried to free the city from them. But they couldn't, and then her whole team, first they had a chance to win. The guys didn't know that the head of the silver wolves had recently become a rank 3 core owner and had greatly increased his own strength. Their captain was a 2nd rank warrior, facing a warrior of a rank higher. The latter lost. In the end, she was the only one lucky enough to escape.
If there was a way to help this town for the hero, wouldn't be so difficult. She begged him to help her. She wouldn't stop.
Hunters had existed in Musabi's previous life as well, but it had never come to this. Now they were taking over entire cities. The girl had heard that the Silver Wolves team was taking over cities for the Crystal of Power, but she didn't know the truth behind the ultimate goal. The young man could not allow some barbarians to dare to deprive the city and its inhabitants of their only source of power. The boy wanted to depart then, having learned of what had happened. The character was incredibly angry about such a story and wanted to punish by treating the hunters' right to exist. The girl made sure of the location of the town nearby. The boy was glad to hear they needed to hide the car before entering the town. Musabi never knew about this city in his past life, which is not even marked on the map. But now also busy with the Silver Wolves team, the guy should have found out what the situation was like there, so they would walk. The young man was tediously pursued by the creature, to which zero attention was paid. The girl warned the warrior of the demon invasion behind him. The boy was only waiting for the monsters to approach so he could overpower them with one mighty method. By tying the creatures with vines of trees, such creatures are meant to lie quietly until they can let the creatures prevent them from entering the city. The hero couldn't get rid of the demons in the same second. Otherwise, the smell of their blood could attract other demons. The guy asked the girl to follow him. The girl was literally glowing with joy following the young warrior. She considered him incredibly powerful, betting big on saving the city and freeing her comrades. It seemed strange to the guy not to find even the sentries who usually stood near the main passageway. The girl also found such a thing strange. Suddenly, someone ran out with the boy from the big gate. The hero assumed that some people had survived and tried to escape. However, the powerful being was not willing to just let the victim of the city go. The hunter felled the man who thought it was easy to escape their territory without permission. The girl notices the silver wolves wanting to shoot one of them. The boy stopped her. That way the girl could easily give away their location, deciding to head out on her own. The demon's huge hand emerged from the gates of the city to take the fugitives back to the place where they should reside. The guards dutifully expected such a thing from their boss, obediently serving him. The guys couldn't believe this place was run by a demon. The young man realized if there were demons in that side, there was no point in making a plan and preparing for an attack. It was necessary to act immediately. Musabi wanted to laugh and try to save as many people in the immediate area as possible. The lad straightened up the guards, instantly moving deeper into the city. The girl asked to wait for her, for she had originally come to save everyone. The huntress couldn't believe how easily the guy had managed to straighten out the Silver Wolves warriors. Suddenly, she notices one strange thing. The guards that had been recently destroyed, it was as if their skin had come off and they looked as if they had been dead for days. She sees how the city was inhabited by a city full of Silver Wolf warriors. The hero fought each one without sparing any effort, gradually dealing with each hunter. The boy notices how all the humans were corpses, controlled by a demon with special powers. The guy couldn't slow down and put an end to the whole nightmare of a city any faster. After a while, the young man notices how the dead must have bound the bodies with something. A demon with special powers could make them move on their own. Guy wanted to follow the trail of the dead, alerting the father and son to the rescue, asking the girl to search the town in the meantime. The young man was instantly poisoned by the leap following the trail. After a while of traveling through the buildings, the boy was approaching the mysterious castle. The hero notices a gateway in front of him, leading to a powerful trail. Opening the gate and stepping inside, the boy was curious as to how he was going to get away with such a lowlife. The young man wanted to send the demon far away with that kind of help. Reddick did not understand what creature had dared to disturb his sleep. The girl couldn't believe her own ears when she heard the familiar voice. A demon that has temporarily possessed the hero's body completely. He had no idea if the stupid chicken had forgotten what he'd told Helena. Radek broke free of the solid protective barrier. The girl knew exactly who the demon who had spoken to her was. Radek managed to break free without realizing what the hell had happened while he was sleeping. He pointed out that the queen was not supposed to get involved in the process of human evolution. The ball demon is incredibly happy after a whole 60 years to meet again with her lover. In fact, he was just as glad to see her. The queen and the king hadn't seen each other in what seemed like an eternity after all this time. The girl was following the hero, and it turned out to be the first time that he lacked the strength to defeat a demon that had just evolved. And she couldn't let it die, or Radek would die too. The king understood everything, but such a body must constantly be subjected to physical use. For human bodies were different from theirs. They were fragile but capable of much. The hero had just advanced to the second stage of evolution, and her antics caused him to jump to the third stage. Absorbing rank 4 energy, the guy's body just couldn't take it. And when the guy was overwhelmed with energy, the king managed to awaken again. Radek asked her from now on the girl was forbidden to interfere in the process of human evolution. The character had to develop gradually, and only then would he become the perfect tool for his world plan. Thoth wondered if the queen now understood, but she listened and obeyed. The girl almost forgot to tell after Radek played dead. There was a stir among the remaining 4 Dukes of Hell, though. But none of them decided to seize power. On the contrary, equal relations would be established between them, as Radek had predicted. The king remembered how at first they had banded together because they were afraid of him. But after Radek was supposedly eliminated, they still couldn't trust each other. They may have even forgotten their original purpose. Demon wondered how the girl had been suspicious lately. She was happy with how Vladika was looking out for her well-being. Even if the others had some suspicion about her, there was no point in dealing with what had happened anymore. So she was fine asking not to worry. Touching the great king, she'd really like to say congratulations. The strongest demon with returned back to the real world. The Lord knew that such a thing was only a matter of time. Thoth had successfully helped this body evolve to stage 4, but the hero had yet to get used to the power within it. And also, the girl is still forbidden to have any contact with people and try not to attract unnecessary attention. Otherwise, it will affect their plans. The girl justified her feelings, having missed Radek by wanting to check on him in his so-called vessel. Suddenly, the guys notice a girl who is very scared of the queen and the demon king. She couldn't believe it when she saw the rank 8 demons in front of her. Not understanding where they came from, the creature had completely forgotten to erase the mention of this city on the maps. Radek realized the young man knew how cruel the world was. He thought he really missed the beautiful colors. The kid will never forgive his own mind for such a terrible mistake. Such a thing happened because the hero was unable to deal with the demonic force inside his body. He dreamed of a flame that would cleanse everyone of the demonic burden, giving everyone freedom. The young man now possessed the power of a rank 4 demon, and now he had no desire to test it in action. The hero wasn't done yet. He wasn't allowed to relax. He needed to find out what was linking the monstrously strong 8th rank demoness to the guy's body. The guy's body had gone through the 3rd stage of evolution, and the liquid the demon used was very dangerous. Demons couldn't create it. Rather, wouldn't be able to send reinforcements, as they had just received news that the Class B city, Paid, had been attacked by a large wave of demons. He feared their comrade Musabi had not had much luck, and it would be a reckless decision to send fighters to rescue him. They would only put them in danger. The commander stated that the boy had unique abilities, and there was even a chance that he could survive even in such a difficult situation. The minister knew that their Class A city, Brine, also had quite a few talented young warriors, but none of them could survive such a wave of demons. The old man knew even in such a difficult time, they must not neglect any life, even though he could not send reinforcements. But nearby was their reconnaissance squad to see what the situation was like. The minister states other equally important matters, asking the boys to excuse him, but those should have left the room. A large wave of demons in Paid City was wondering if it would affect the demon hunt condition in Dawn City. Duran has heard of the preparations, but the minister knows that in their city the Halozi are only Class C. The old man asked not to worry if they wanted to stay in their town for a couple days exploring the area. Dawn was the only Class C city. They were organizing the demon hunt competition, the minimum requirement for a Class B city to participate, squad, and thinks the answer wouldn't wait long, paying attention to her request. It was a shame for the girl to answer in this way. However, the girl couldn't give away the guy's power crystals. Since they weren't the ones making the decision about crystal distribution, it was usually decided between the higher class cities. And also, because the city was destroyed, Musabi can make a request to Dawn that they reconsider resource allocation. The boy did not even suspect how complex the system of crystal distribution. In this case, the hero will dream of going to the city of Dawn, at the same time to find out what kind of new equipment they have, but whether the hero will be able to get into the Dawn given his current situation. The boy thanked the girl for the tip, but wondered if he would be able to enter the city of Dawn as a representative of the city of Halozi. She dismissed the young man's hunch. Unless Musabi is one of the Halozi commanders, or on special assignment, no one will let the boy in, and the delegation can't consist of just one person. The hero was able to understand to get the permission of his city's representative. He would dream of returning. The young man cursed the bureaucracy. The girl had also swept up. There was another way to get into Dawn if someone from the upper-class city vouched for a guy like her. The young man interjected, wondering if the girl wanted to offer her own help. She agreed with the assumption, but the boy would have to bail her out on a condition. The boy asked, then laid out the terms. The girl said that there was a demon hunt competition in Dawn City, and the boy must have heard of it. If the young man agrees to join her squad as an outside volunteer and become their scout for the duration of the competition, that girl can vouch for the guy, but she can't promise to keep him alive. The so-called scouts during the demon hunt, they were at each squad. Their task was to determine the level of demons, as well as collecting information. They played an important role in studying the situation. However, due to the fact that demons of many different ranks were encountered during the hunt, it was dangerous to be a scout, so they were considered cannon fodder. During the competition, all warriors sought to avoid this role. The young man noticed how in their department no one sought to take on such a duty. The hero agreed to such a thing because not for nothing in the past time he started the tradition of demon hunt. The girl asked the guy to be their scout because they had no other choice, and now no team picks an important squad member for that role. Because in recent years the scouts had been hit hard, She immediately said that she couldn't guarantee the hero's safety, but was able to provide the guy with the necessary equipment, asked the young man to take whatever he deemed necessary from the warehouse. The boy laughed, for it would be fun to look around and see something interesting. The girl couldn't detect the boy's core yet, due to the damaged core, but it felt like the boy was completely without a demon core. There was a possibility the boy couldn't exceed rank 2, but he held himself too confidently. It wasn't clear what the hero was thinking. She couldn't believe what kind of weapon the boy dared to get his hands on. Musabi found a nanoblade that could transform into a sword. Although combat knives used to be handy, they were not suitable for forceful attacks. The leader asked not to use a sword, for the young man must be a warrior of at least the 3rd rank. If he picks it up, he might hurt himself accidentally. The boy managed to activate the weapon, surrounded by the bright light of the accession. The young man notices that the blade of the blade is still as sharp as before, being even a bit weighty. The girl couldn't believe how the young man was able to do this, suspecting the guy had some special technique for using nano equipment. There were such warriors with a special talent for using equipment. They had no problem using even the most intricate weapons, but she had no idea of meeting such a one. Musabi asked the leader if she had a place to practice. The girl wanted to take him there, but she wondered what the boy was going to do there. The hero wanted to try out the new sword on demons by cracking the bones.
The leader wasn't sure to let the guy go alone, even though they had prepared this place for the competition. But from time to time, rank 1 demons would appear. She offered her help to the guy.
The young man asked not to worry about him. He could deal with the 1st-rank demons. The girl still seemed a don't-know-busy little fellow. Confidence and courage, rare qualities among the present warriors. She wanted to confide in him, asking him to be careful. She had 4 other warriors to deal with, and she also wondered if the others were as brave as the hero. It would have been a lot easier if the girl had said goodbye to the guy until tonight. The boy couldn't let the girl follow him because he wasn't just going to test out a new weapon. The guy had a slightly bigger task. Check what ability has been mastered with a rank 4 core, somewhere in the cleared area. The preparations for this area were over, and the fog was receding. The young man was in the right place. The kid notices the demon's sudden approach, dodging the creature. Musabi drew his sword and then chopped the demon into pieces. The boy thought roughly so. It was a pleasure to fight with a big sword, shaking his own sword free of demon blood. The young man notices another small bunch of monsters approaching. The monsters couldn't believe to find a single warrior in the urban devastation. The guy had a lot of luck meeting so many monsters. He was even afraid they wouldn't show themselves during the day. The young man was now able to get used to the sword and at the same time get rid of the many surviving demons, a way to blow off steam. The kid attacked the monsters who were so eager to fight him. Musabi swung his sword, and with each swing, more and more demon blood spilled and limbs splintered all around. The hero moved confidently in this dance of madness. As if destroying the demons was his only goal, he did not use the powers of the elementals of wood, water, fire, and metal that he had received. With each swing of his sword, he honed the reflexes of his new body, and a group of lower-ranked demons fought in the ruins of this old city. It would even be more correct to say that Musabi was simply destroying these demons, developing in the darkness the painful cries of the demons. There's no telling how long the boy had been at it. The kid was a bit tired, having finished off the last creature. He wondered if the new body was the reason why the demonic power was growing inside him. Although the boy has already become much stronger than when he first came to this world, but still a lot of dissatisfaction. The young man shouldn't have been too tired after a long battle. Musabi reflected all the wood needles that flew to his back. Looking around, the boy came across some rank 1 demons who were honoring themselves oddly. The creatures asked man to be a goody-goody and become their food. The young man has already waited to expect the dear guests, demons of the 1st rank. The demons did not understand why the boy was not afraid of them. Such a thing was a strange phenomenon. It's like the hero was specifically anticipating their meeting sometime later. The creatures wondered how the rest of the demons died because of the guy who most likely killed them. The other demon was curious to see how the young man would be able to stand up to him. The monster activated a great level flame, except by similar flame, got what he deserved. While the young man quickly disposed of the creature, the other couldn't understand how the kid had managed to pull something like this off. The hero knew that the metal elemental was excellent at dealing with flames. The young man wanted to continue experimenting, now attempting to try out the powers of a rank 4 demon core. The demon did not realize who the hero was, human or demon, beginning to gradually fear the one. The boy remembered how that rank 4 demon with a purple core could control the dead, and since the young man had absorbed him, Thither managed to use such an ability even with other rank 1 demons. The monster couldn't believe it when he saw his friend the demon rise from the dead in front of him. The demon was influenced by the hero, who vividly experimented on the creatures. The monster couldn't believe that the boy really had the ability to control the bodies of demons. Meanwhile, evening had fallen in the city of Pakadia. The girl couldn't believe why the young man still hadn't returned outside the city. The warrior confirmed Miss Reese's words. The sun was already setting. Because of the demon-worn paid city, all the gates would be closed. The girl asked for a report on all the demons that were in the area. The young man learned that only demons of the first rank had recently been spotted by members. And the second, as well as the third, there was even talk of the appearance of the fourth rank. The leader believed it couldn't have been eaten by demons. She wanted it back soon, or she would be in big trouble. The girl went to the cleared area trying to find the guy, and then returned before the gate was closed. She moved incredibly fast following the dense forest, realizing her own mistake of letting the guy go completely alone. The leader knew the boy was an ordinary warrior from a C-class city, and it was impossible to let him go alone. The kid insisted on his own, but there were mostly only lower-ranked demons outside the walls, but for some reason a 5th-ranked demon was even spotted once. She realized that if something happened to the young man, such a thing would reflect badly on her reputation, and already his comrades from Halozi City would not forgive her. The girl hoped hard that the boy would turn out all right without her presence. She notices demons. She has never felt such a stench before. The leader notices the creature coming from the side of the cleared area. They're mostly rank 1 and like a couple of rank 2, but for some reason also rank 3. It wasn't clear for what reason the different ranks of demons had gathered in the same area. The demon notices a warrior of the 5th rank. Noticing such a threat, he wanted to immediately turn around and run away. The girl couldn't let down a potential victim who was in a hurry to get away from her. She jumped on the monster, destroying it with an incredibly powerful blow to the creature's spine. The girl didn't realize who the demon had started running away from at such a fast pace. Such a thing was absolutely not a common run among the 1st rank. She notices the presence of the rest of the demons, who were following right at her. The leader didn't have time to realize anything. Since when did the guys start working in groups? The girl needed to finish with them before they closed the gate. Barris thought to hurry while there was still time. The demons were acting like zombies and she could still smell the stench ahead, though she considered it a mere trifle, for the boys were demons she wanted to destroy. She unleashed the greatest blade against demons who believed strongly in their own powers. Each of their creatures felt great regret to go up against a rank 5 warrior. A great powerful energy traveled throughout the forest through all the nearby demons. The girl notices the onset of the next new wave of demons. Musabi wondered how the leader had come to be right in the forest. The girl, by her own inertia, almost killed the guy. The young man was able to stop the guy, asking her to come to her senses and be careful. The leader couldn't believe meeting a boy who appeared to be completely fine. Truthfully, she didn't know it was a guy, so she moved as fast as possible. Putting all her strength into it, she didn't realize whether the boy wasn't just a guy from C City. This kind of attack, even a warrior with a rank 4 core would have a hard time repelling. The hero noted how good the leader was. For a warrior with a rank 5 core, his arm was still tingling after her blow. The young man apologized for the late visit. The girl realized that such a thing was no longer important, because the most important thing was that the boy was completely unharmed and unharmed. Now the goal of the guys was to deal with these strange demons that many of them third, asking the guy to hide behind her. The young man asked not to worry, they were already done with them. The boy snapped his fingers as the boys were already sprawled out on the ground. The girl couldn't understand how the young man was able to take down all the demons in one fell swoop. Musabi stated that he was done with everyone, asking them to return immediately. The girl shoved the guy, for he seemed incredibly strange to her. The leader noticed how the kid had been controlling them the whole time. She noticed the red power core perfectly, not understanding where the kid got that ability from. Young stated that he had a partnership with her and did not have to report to her. However, he could say that he could control the corpses of demons because it was great that in their time, a warrior could have a couple of aces up his sleeve. She didn't expect to see the ability to control demons, and boy was it an incredible ability that no rank 5 warrior had ever heard of. The girl decided from the morning together with her boyfriend to go to the City of Dawn. For him was amazing news wanting to get power crystals for his city as soon as possible. The young man promised that tomorrow they would gain fame and crystals. The leader notices how the hero was eagerly anticipating tomorrow's demon hunt. All Barris wanted to do then was to return to the city. The girl didn't even realize what a disaster had happened in the cleared area nearby. According to the latest reports, everything in the cleared area was destroyed by an unknown force. The leader's squad was able to nail the Dawn into the city on a combat mobile base. Barris asked all the warriors to come out and not try to dishonor their city. Looking at his surroundings, the young man was similarly reminded of something, recalling some memories. Long ago, Musabi founded it with his own hands and helped run the city of Dawn. Dawn, the only Class C city, apparently the name became so after the death of the hero. They chose this name because of the battle at Dawn. Things have grown a lot compared to what they used to be in the guy's memories. The young man didn't even think that he would ever be able to see this city in his new life so soon. Also, the hero recalls, about the possibility of meeting with the others in the old days, the guy gathered a team of the strongest warriors, which had the name 6 Heroes, and these guys were closest comrades. He wondered what became of them after the battle at Dawn. Would they believe about Musabi's rebirth? The girl could not understand what the boy was thinking about, assuming he was surprised by the beauty of the city, but she asked him not to be so surprised because they had not even gone inside yet. Dawn was the true heart of humanity, and not everyone was as lucky as the guy. Some never once in their lives could get into Dawn. The boy recalls that a leader of the 5th rank should know something, so he asked for a clue about the 6 heroes. Barris hadn't forgotten about their agreement. The young man asked not to worry, because he wanted to do everything in the best way, which the girl hoped for a lot. She asked the guy not to die before his time. The people who were contented cheered the hero. Suddenly, he spots Linda in the crowd, sending the girl an airy greeting. In response, the kid got the hiding face. The demon hunt was held in a forest area that was not the size of a small city. In other words, such a thing was like a city. For Dawn, buildings of this scale were not considered something special. Unfortunately, the leader could go no further, and now the boys were on their own. She tried to raise the mood by asking all the warriors to bring victory and kill all the demons around. The young man even thought of joining such an atmosphere of morale. The squads took turns entering the arena, asking the scouts to approach the referee. The boy realized that the game would now begin to operate according to his elemental rules. The arena greatly impressed Musabi. In just a few decades, the demon hunt had grown into such a grand event. After all, it had previously been a modest, localized competition.
The humans were eager to watch an elite squad of scout warriors battle demons.
The guys sincerely thanked the guy for such participation in the exploration. They completely relied on the guy for intelligence. They would forever remember his invaluable contribution to the common cause, as if they had decided to bury the hero in advance. The guy asked not to worry, promising to survive and do his best. The guys themselves realized how dangerous it was to go scouting, but they made a face like the kid was already a dead man walking. For the squad, becoming a scout was tantamount to a death sentence, the kind of thing that hurt to look at with a look of extinguished despair. The girl asked the scouts of all the squad to get ready to speak, but first she wanted to express her sincere admiration for the guys, who were sent into mortal danger, but despite this, they bravely prepared to go forward. The girl wanted to talk more about the mission, which involved going deeper into the contest area, gathering all the data they can on the demons for their squad. The presenter strongly advised, be extremely cautious, because it was unknown, with demons of rank they would be able to encounter. The hero notices that almost all participating warriors with a 2nd rank core, and the one whose warriors turn out to be the most outstanding, will win. The girl asked to welcome one very important guest, who was the highest ranking judge of one of the all-famous 6. The young man couldn't believe to discover one of the new 6. The host asked for a round of applause, the strongest warrior with healing cores. People were greatly surprised to encounter a warrior with as many as 2 demonic cores. The man turned out to be one of the great new 6 dual-core 7th-ranked Fangdalan warriors. A boy who possessed 2 cores could prove to be incredibly strong, but there was no telling for how long. The audience shouted throughout the arena welcoming the new hero, who looked incredibly strong. The entire arena congratulated Dylan, who furiously greeted all the fans with a smile. The hero notices suspicious 2 cores. Previously, this technology only existed in theory. 2 cores of dual power, though there were doubts in the guy's mind, because with high synchronization, it was hard to predict the level of possible power. Usually, the host drew power from the demon's core, and the better the synchronization, the more likely to achieve the power of true demons. Not everyone was able to withstand such a blow to the body. It felt as if the energy could tear the host apart, actually. That's why many warriors with weak physical stats or poor adaptation levels have low synchronization. In the past, humanity had learned to fuse a single core, but 60 years later, the current six not only possess two cores. She's stronger than past greats. The girl was delighted with Dylan, who was honored by her presence. The hero considered the outrageous attitude of the old six, was not even going to brood before him. The warrior sincerely admired all scouts who are willing to accept the mission in spite of terrible danger. So for them, the guys turned out to be great warriors. That one wanted, even as a reward for their bravery, after completing the contest, each would receive a third-rank core as a gift, being in anticipation of their return. The scouts thanked the great warrior for providing such an opportunity to improve skills. One of them noticed how the hero stood unmoving, not understanding why he didn't bow before such a great man. The kid apologized, but the guy turned out to have rheumatism, which noticed him a lot. The young man, a young man with a handsome face like that trembled a lot just by his presence. Recalling the old days, when he was still cutting open the guts of the demon, the warrior was still crawling under the table. The facilitator asked all scouts to line up and listen to the rules. First to go were the scouts, whose main task was to be the eyes of their squads, considering the strength and skills of their own comrades. The guys have to find the best combat route. In the allotted time, the squad will have to kill demons and thus earn points. Youngsters can meet not only lower demons, but also stronger ones up to the third rank, which are scattered throughout the forest zone. The area of the state is huge. Scouts must be more careful when directing the squad along the route. Musabi notices how the guys being with rank 2 cores considered even lower rank demons dangerous. Spotting such a commotion, it wasn't clear why the scouts were severely underpowered. Synchronization directly depended on the willpower of the man. Scouts, young men on whose shoulders did not yet bear the weight of the responsibility of the commander of the squad, and thus were weaklings to the point where those like Darren, who only had a core of rank 1, were far ahead of the youths. In a situation of lack of resources and daily struggle for survival, skills and a certain consciousness were developed, but some began to break down at once. Valiant Warrior wanted to add the end result. Every year, the organizers imposed a special condition. It was the year when the 4th-ranked demon would appear. They could correctly hear somewhere in the forest area a 4th-ranked demon would be imprisoned. If intelligence has the guts, they may try to tackle him. As a result, if the demon falls, the hunt will automatically end, and those who have already killed his unit will be considered the winners. The hero couldn't believe that the tradition after 60 years could retain the original meaning, in which the 4th rank of demon gave the most points. The announcer announced the start of the demon hunt as all the scouts except Musabi scattered into the forest area. It seemed like a perfect excuse for the guy to destroy the 4th demon by assigning it as the primary target of the passage. Stopping at the end of the day, all players moved to plot a route, as they always do. It turned out that none of the scouts dared to look for a level 4 demon. Even if such a thing would bring victory, the young warriors were so inexperienced that they were driven by the fear of death. Meanwhile, Dylan and his maid were watching the hero quite closely. The guy needed data on one scout. The girl agreed to help the gentleman by asking what Dylan was looking for. The young man turned his attention to a scold with white strands, who was walking as if he were walking around the park. After analyzing the documentation archives, she was able to find the necessary information, in which the guy was competing for the city of Pakedia and was registered as a 3rd-rank warrior. Dylan was interested in a hero who possessed a 3rd rank, but usually went guys no higher than 2nd rank. It was easier to say effective use of powers. The boy's behavior was rather cocky, assuming due to the fact that the others were lower in rank. The warrior wondered how the guy got hitched. The girl couldn't believe it. However, she saw Musabi's name. The boy absorbed the energy, shifting into a state of rage. Asked to repeat the pronunciation. The girl showed the tablet with the dossier, asking not to blame her because she had just read the dossier. The guy was able to verify Musabi's name for himself. Dylan was greatly amused by the name of the worthy dead man. The spectators continued to rejoice at the great demon hunt festival. The guys were able to locate the demon after a while. Each of the warriors in their own way put a mark pointing to a creature lucky enough to find a group of inferior demons. The scouts continued to move on. The scouts' job is to mark targets and plot a route, and then they will earn the most points. The hero watched their burning chewing to overtake and win, and inadvertently was able to remember his own past. The squad sitting in the car didn't understand whether the guy should drive like he was going on a date, not a reconnaissance mission. The boys asked Commander Barca for a better look. However, the girl had been watching the guy for a long time without averting her eyes. The boy told the girl something before the fight started. The young man was going to do everything at his discretion, asking to trust him and then guaranteed that their city would win, asking to shake hands in agreement. At that moment, the boy seemed to her as serious as possible. Remembering the girl's unexpected abilities, it was only funny to perceive her doubt, who had the nerve to treat her without respect. But now she was really interested in how the boy wanted to literally snatch victory from the demon hunt. The scouts continued their mission tirelessly. People noticed the rank 1 demons that numbered more than 3 in the group, asking them not to tag and quickly earning points. The girl notices a second-rank creature with a red core already chasing after her. With such experiments in the forest area, they were able to get the attention of a level 3 demon. They noticed the hero, asking him to immediately move aside if he didn't want to die. Noticing the third-rank demon, the boy knew which way he was heading. Demons didn't sting more than one capable warrior who died from his abilities. The creature, noticing the boy, was incredibly pleased with the hero's persistence. Onlookers noticed how dangerous the monster was, telling the guy to immediately run away. The demon thought people should have died long before he was born, not understanding why they kept him in this cage. The boy notices how the meat demons are much more ferocious than those outside the walls. It turned out to be the fact that they were kept in captivity. The creature asked the hero to stay still and die in the end. Young won't be able to fight at full strength because of the spectators, so the guy should have accelerated with all the hustle and bustle, descending right under the demon who was about to attack the guy beforehand. The boy was able to reach a core that could be destroyed in one hit. The hero had yet to find the 4th-ranked demon, begging forgiveness from the 3rd for killing it so quickly. The monster experienced the lightest powerful punch in the guy's arsenal. The onlookers couldn't believe how fast the boy was able to destroy a rank 3 demon, not realizing how scouts were capable of such a thing. The hero used a golden sword. When the metal element and the weapon merged, its sharpness and destructive effect increased. Dylan notices similar things, excepting the guy has some pretty interesting skills. The young man was happy to get his hands on a rank 3 agility core that came to him like a son to his father. There wasn't much left for the boy to do. The kid hoped the guys hadn't changed the layout. Musabi knew where the main section for the Warriors of the Six was located, so that the elite can fully enjoy the spectacle. The containers should be tucked away on the nearest elevation. Dylan guessed what Musabi's goal was: to gain access to a rank 4 demon. Every minute on the battlefield from the hero was accompanied by the most powerful shockwaves. The kid managed to finish with his 5th demon in a row. The deeper one went through the Fashion Tower, exactly where Fang Dylan, a member of the Six, was sitting. The warrior notices the hero's appetite to get his hands on a rank 4 demon, not realizing whose idea it was, the guy or his team. The boy wanted to promise something to Musabi, take the route from the beginning. For the first time in the history of demon hunting, a warrior was about to fight a rank 4 demon alone. The girl couldn't believe her own ears, thinking the boy was completely insane. The squad was asking the leader if their kid was in over his head. The girl understood that the hero was hoping for his amazing ability to control demons, but prayed he wasn't that cocky. Even a girl would need to exert 100% strength to fight a 4th ranker. Barris couldn't understand where Musabi got such self-confidence in battle. The appearance of a rank 4 demon with a water-bond dexterity core didn't take long. The demon has waited a long time for release to feast on self-righteous humans. The truth was, there was only one person in front of him. Though it didn't matter if you killed one, you could find others.
The monster used a ripping drill against the boy, who was quite confidently anticipating the attack.
Musabi was raising the clay wall with his own blades. But despite the tricks, the demon's attack speed was at a high level. Such walls were like a thin sheet of paper to him. The demon couldn't believe to meet such a foolish boy who really wanted to fight alone. The creature wanted to punish the guy by tearing him to pieces, just like a wall. The young man used the bursting ability to corpses of creatures. The young man confirms besides the skill was very similar to their special skill, but the hero was in no mood to chew up the information to the creature.
The girl remembers the very ability to control dead demons.
The audience was completely to see what skills the 2 strongest had. The squad was furious to see such a picture before them. It seemed to the boy that the handsome man had hit the piano, because he thought that sparring was beyond the limits of the possible. By such a method, the warrior deceived the audience, but not the hero. Dylan notices how the boy wasn't surprised at all, being surprised to discover a stance like a seasoned fighter. The hero said that he had undergone special training. Because of a unique combat skill, the captain demanded more from him than the others. And the one was quite grateful, for it made him much stronger than his peers, adding a few pluses to all his talents. Of course, such a thing was an obvious lie, but whether Dylan would believe it, besides it was funny to see a lot of curiosity in the guy. The more the warrior learned, the more entertaining the fellow seemed to Mr. Dylan as he began the battle. The one asked the hero to show everything he was capable of by asking him not to hold back. For the boy, the splinters were like bullets. The force of impact and speed of flight amazed the boy. If the hero didn't have such an outstanding reaction, he would have had a very bad time. The boy thought the situation was bad enough. The one was going to fight him at full strength. Dylan saw some good defense from a guy who was able to dodge a dangerous punch. The warrior recognized the boy as so interesting that he managed to whet his appetite during the battle. The young man wanted to dare to ask, assuming how the Lord didn't really feel sorry for him, asking to understand why that was so. Dylan had 3 reasons why he wanted to fight the guy. The first one was a very interesting challenge for the guy, especially for him to see the hero interacting with him without respect. The boy was able to defend himself against a powerful blow from a warrior of the new 6. Moving right behind Musabi's back, Dylan had a second reason. The boy reeked strongly of demon stench, and such things are not acceptable for warriors. The boy didn't realize if it was so noticeable if he summoned demonic power. Although Fang Dylan was only hitting at half strength, this terrifying power was ready to crush anyone. This kind of guy only felt like this with an 8th rank demon. The warrior wanted to tell the hero the third reason he wanted to destroy the guy. Dylan incredibly hates the nastiness of his name. The kid didn't understand what was wrong with his name, though it was clear that the warrior from the new 6 couldn't stand the old king. The young man sacrificed himself for this world, losing so many comrades along the way. Dylan wanted to end the game and destroy the hero. The boy couldn't believe in some pathetic games. Every moment of nothingness built up the body with the power of an 8th rank demon. The young man asked the warrior to show him how adults play. 2 great warriors fought, destroying the notion of ordinary sparring. The spectators could watch as the arena was filled with powerful streams of energy. The fight went on for quite a long time. Dylan decided to pull back. The unknown power that subdued his blows intrigued him greatly. It seemed odd to Dylan to fight a 3rd-ranked guy on equal footing when he had a 7th-ranked core. The hero wasn't going to just stand and surrender in front of a man who had absolutely no appreciation for the former king's labors. The spectators couldn't understand how it was possible for a scout to withstand the blows of a great warrior from the Fang Dylan 6. The warrior possessed green core healing, but was incredibly strong in physical combat. The host notices Mr. Dylan bleeding for just a moment. The great warrior did not want to allow himself to be embarrassed in front of an audience that idolized him. After accumulating enough strength, he asked Musabi to rest in peace, waiting for an explanation as to why the guy reeked of demonic power. The people were greatly impressed by the great strength of their lord, who dared to use most of his power against the scout. Dylan went after a guy who was highly suspicious of using demonic power. The boy realized that such power of blows could blow the young man to the wind. It was impossible to hold back any longer, or he would simply die. The character saw Fan Dylan of the 6 self-inflicted, since the guy's life was on the line. The young man wanted to go all in, even if he couldn't overpower the guy, but will nevertheless do whatever it takes to survive. The guy couldn't even imagine how much the hero had great purpose to ordinary people. Suddenly, Linda enters the fray, who couldn't afford to let the 2 jerks' lives be threatened. The girl missed all of the guy's punches and dispelled the large stream of energy flowing through them. The host notices an unknown force suddenly appearing. The kid thought it was a stupid thing to do, not understanding why the girl interfered in the fight. Linda couldn't allow a battle in such an arena. The girl heard the boy didn't take kindly to the warrior. However, Vale Lidnam, a member of the Old 6 who possessed a 7th-rank healing core, seemed to have taken a liking to Musabi across the board. The boy was greatly surprised by the appearance of the girl who had come to save him. Lena used the core to get her body back to its former fitness. The boy was quite surprised at the unexpected encounter, assuming she had forgotten that they were forbidden to wear battle gear. Dylan couldn't believe the girl would be willing to disobey an order from the king himself. However, Lena has everything in her memory gift. Unlike some, she couldn't participate in any demon-killing activities. So she asked the guy not to talk nonsense about clothes, and if, for example, she had nothing but a suit, she wouldn't go around shining her naked body in front of everyone. Musabi managed to recognize Lena from such a ton of conversation, which is still as straightforward, being the fire of the six. The guy used to overshadow her, but he never thought the day would come when they would switch places. The host, along with the audience, did not expect the appearance of Veil Lena, a member of the Old Six, suggesting that the mystique this year was of unbelievable proportions. Dylan asked the girl not to think he would be ceremonious with her, since she had been a respected warrior once, preferring to punish defiant behavior. Lena wondered what the king would do. Today was a big event for everyone, and it was not proper for a great warrior of the six to make a fuss, especially when the kid is the son of an old friend of hers. The girl thought they'd sparred enough. Or she had a second option, in which that wasn't what Dylan wanted at all. The guy found it incredibly amusing to hear such a thing, for him to see a herd of annoying sheep. The boy regarded them both as vile traitors to the country. The young man dared with quick reflexes to protect his comrade. The boy was able to cover the girl from blows that could hurt Lena badly. She could feel a familiar feeling from the past. She felt as if she were facing the real past Musabi warrior king. The young man was able to fend off the initial attack, but holding out against such a dangerous opponent for long was no easy task. She asked the guy to give her place in the battle. The girl activated a healing barrier that was able to repel many super-fast arrows. The situation seemed bad to the young man. Then the guy wanted to protect Lena. The girl was able to create a great barrier that protected them both. The hero did not dare to hope for such a thing. Thanks to the girl, the guy was able to gain combat experience. The young man shouted that he would remember Mr. Dylan's kindness for the rest of his days. The leader couldn't understand what other fly bit the guy who dared to do such a thing. The audience was quite surprised by this outcome of events. Musabi turned to the people, asking if they were displeased with his words. For spectators, it wasn't every day you could watch a fight like this. The guys supported the hero, thus cheering Mr. Dylan on for a great showdown. They now realized what a great six warriors should be, letting ordinary people enjoy the battle of warriors against demons. Dylan found the act quite nimble and useful to him. Now the guy had his hands tied against the guys. The kid didn't realize anything, for the guy was much obliged. The young man promised that he would not let Dylan down and would become a worthy warrior and work even harder. The boy was happy with the worked plan. The one will not be able to go to willful violence in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the girl found such a boring force to deviate. Dylan didn't care anymore. Either way, the hero surprised him. The Lord notices how Musabi turned out to be a pretty good warrior, handled and passed his training, greatly raising the expectations of the event by such a talented guy. The audience cheered for the boy who was able to show Lord Fan Dylan himself great confidence in his strength and a worthy battle. The leader couldn't believe what she saw, nor could the rest of the squad, who hadn't expected such a move from Musabi. The host is on record saying that this is the most incredible demon hunt in the history of the competition. The boy felt some incredible feeling when Lena walked beside him. News of a dark horse in the form of a mercenary warrior with just one scout led the city of Pakedia to victory. The kids congratulated the hero, who made it possible for them to win the great demon hunt event. The leader thought the small lad was the greatest hero who could master the great prize of warriors for them. She was amazed at how the guy single-handedly led the team to victory. The guy had no idea what kind of money would be waiting for them in the future. The girl could promise the guy an incredible night in which he would be able to seize the moment and do whatever he wanted. The guy was quite pleased, but not to that extent. The squad was asked by the commander to calm down the turns, otherwise she would strangle the hero. After finishing the awkward congratulations from the girl's country, wanted to ask the girl for a promise. The girl certainly hadn't forgotten, asking not to be disturbed. She wanted to arrange for him to meet with those responsible for the power crystals. The young man was grateful, asking if it was not too much trouble to bring a coat, and also he could not come to the ceremony because he had no business to attend. The girl heard a scheduled meeting with a guy or girl, probably. The boy, for the most part, considered more of an old friend. The boy strongly dreamed of meeting again with the girl who was dear to him 60 years ago. The hero greeted her. He wondered why she had made the appointment, assuming some sort of conversation. The girl didn't expect the kid to agree to come to meet her. She remembered the woman next to her telling the guy to get Musabi, and she had also told him to meet her from a secret location. However, Lena did not mention where exactly it was located. The girl asked the guy to tell her, is the hero the Musabi she knew? Sometime back in the past, the girl wanted to ask the guy to correct her if she was wrong. But no one went to a place like this, and the view of the city was just gorgeous. Lena felt incredibly good to be in a place like this, especially with Musabi. I'm paraphrasing that it's her secret place. The kid gave the girl a little punch in the forehead, laughing from her secret place, not realizing how old the girl was. The girl asked to stop punching her in the forehead, and also everyone had a secret spot. She thought the guy was a dumb log who only knew how to kill demons, but otherwise didn't make any sense at all. The hero asked to calm down, agreeing with Lena about a beautiful secret place that was considered a glorious place. The girl asked to look at one point. Lena decided that this place would become her and her hero's secret place, and I wanted to keep it just between them. She asked for confirmation of her assumption that the former Musabi, who remembered their secret place, was in front of her. The young man wanted to answer with the truth and not tear down past feelings. The girl apologized because something made her nervous, asking her not to pay attention to her. She remembered how in the past Musabi was very important to her, and the guy was similar to him. Lena noticed how the hero acted very arrogant today. If she hadn't intervened in time, the one would hardly have survived. She asked to consider it a thank you for helping at the statue now. They were even. Suddenly the kid addressed her by name. She was surprised because she hadn't said her name before, but she got a slap on the forehead like she had in the past. The boy didn't expect that the girl still continued to go to their secret place. After so many years, she was still the same child. The girl was able to recognize the guy, who turned out to be the same Musabi who appeared 60 years later. The young man was glad to see her, making sure she was okay, being incredibly happy. The kid confessed he was the Musabi she knew. Lena hugged the guy, not knowing what emotions it felt to meet him after all this time. She didn't understand why the guy was taking so long. Being incredibly stressed out, I didn't understand why the guy was only coming back now. The hero understood her suffering because for him, 60 years flew by in a flash. But for her, it was a stressful state. The kid really was glad to meet a girl after all this time. The girl could not believe it because the hero wanted to say that he had traveled back in time half a century ahead. And in the obelisk, Guan was a demon of rank 8. The young man supposed such a thing was hard to believe. He honestly didn't fully believe in such a thing, but knows it sounds like utter nonsense. In a nutshell, 50 years ago, a guy was supposed to die, but somehow ended up alive. There was also something very unexpected lurking inside it. The girl believed if everything she said was true, the most important thing for her was that Musabi was alive, and that was the most important thing. The boy couldn't understand why this town hated them so much. Guys risked their lives for these people, but for some reason, there was such a dramatic change in attitude. The girl admitted this kind of thing happened because of the hero when the battle was still going on. Toth led one detachment obelisk Guan, asking if he remembered how he was urged in every way not to take any risks. Even people from the rear were sneaking to the front lines to stop him. It seemed crazy to many, and now everyone tried to protect what balance they had managed to maintain. Then the hero didn't want to listen, simply saying, "Wait for the squad," taking the squad with him and walking off to the obelisk. Then they got the news that the guy was dead. Such a thing hurt everyone. People's morale began to drop. Since the strongest warrior, or king, died, humanity has lost all hope. After that, the demons staged a massive offensive. They recaptured and occupied vast territories, leaving behind only corpses. Statistically, 9 out of 10 warriors died. Many thought it might not have happened. Had the hero listened then and not gone to the obelisk, it is quite possible that the death toll would have been reduced many times over. Time passed and gradually the new 6 and new king emerged. Unfortunately, they were among those who disagreed with Musabi's decision, so now many people hate them. And those who remained, from the former 6 being his supporters, became outcasts of society. The new king took away their rank as warriors. The young man couldn't believe that his decision alone had put so many people at risk so badly. The girl eventually came to terms with it. Now it was past, no matter who was at fault. She came to the statue of the hero from time to time. Looking at it, she remembered the old days with Musabi. But somehow, miraculously, the guy managed to survive. The hero himself still could not believe it. The kid asked not to talk nonsense, because then he went to the obelisk with one purpose: to get rid of the demons. He wanted the next generation could live in peace and tranquility. The girl asked Musabi to calm down. She understood why it hurt him, but people couldn't be blamed either. This whole situation had turned out too bad for many people who needed someone to blame, so the target of the anger was the hero. The young man wondered about the others, where all of the 6 of them were. The girl confessed after the death of the hero, some of them died in battle. Only 3 left, including her. Jackson was a yellow core, badly wounded. Then of his own free will, he gave up the title of warrior and left the city. Lena had originally planned to leave as well, but there were too many memories left behind. Harold, who possessed the blue core illusion skill, was left next. He went against the new king, and for this he had his arms and legs broken and was thrown into prison to die. The hero couldn't believe what was said. How could they do that to them, calling them vile creatures, not understanding why they didn't unite with those who supported them and rebel against the new king? It turned out that that real monster, the only one in the world that has 3 rank 7 cores, honestly, that one is much stronger than the hero in the past. The boy probably couldn't help but notice how the new 6 fair outnumbered them, for the boys had 2 cores each. Musabi couldn't just allow Harold to be abandoned. They should have tried to get him out of there. The guy couldn't believe what was being said. The 3 cores, realizing how such a thing was possible, was incredibly taxing on Musabi's brain. The girl suggested the possibility of another way. The hero was most likely already aware that demons now possess the power of the elements, which made quite a difference on the battlefield with them. The boy assumed to defeat the new king with the power of the elemental demons. Demons used to have only cores: red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. But they evolved to possess the powers of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. So it became harder for the warriors to deal with us. The young man, convinced once the elements were only 5, then he only lacked the earth element. The kid realized what the girl was trying to say.
Exactly answered it. What if it was possible to merge with the power of the elements?
The boy couldn't believe it was now available to warriors to fuse with the power of the elements, something like a hero's ability to control the elements. Rank 4 and 5 warriors were separated by more than just strength level, if a rank 5 warrior was strong enough. He's going to try to get a hold of the fusion core. Once the fortress of the fallen Dagora began to manifest abilities with fusions, she was sure it was a guy remembering this strange place. The boy, of course, remembered the fortress of Dugor. It was there that their army of millions faced the demon army, one of the bloodiest battles ever fought. The place was now called the Fortress of the Fallen, assuming it was because they had lost the most men in the entire war in that battle. The girl knew that countless dead had been buried under the fortress. Their remains still lay there. One day, not even ordinary demons began to come out, and all of them were no lower than rank 5. The only thing that distinguished them from other demons was the presence of a cavity in their chest that contained the merged crystal. With this crystal, warriors could harness the power of the elements, but it was also necessary to have a certain level of strength. The rank had to be at least 5th rank, and also enough physical stability. The kid understood means, with the help of the power crystal, it was possible to get hold of all 5 elements. The girl was in denial, for only one element could be taken possession of. The elements spawned and destroyed each other. No one had ever managed such a thing. Even in theory, it was impossible. A new king from the 6 possessed only 1. The guy couldn't believe that even they had gotten hold of the power of the elements. To get a good night's sleep, for they had a long journey ahead of them. The girl slept like a baby, if you didn't count the terrible nightmare. And the guy also pissed her off that he pretended like nothing had happened. The boy notices how this city was on the way to the Fortress of the Fallen. If they go according to plan, by the evening we'll be there. He even heard that arriving at the fortress, city guards will test their strength. There's no way to avoid it, or they'll count it as trespassing, so it was bad news. It was just as their captain said. The place where outstanding warriors of the 5th level and above could get the Crystal of Elements. Around it, a wall was erected, and all around the perimeter were squads of high-class warriors. The fortress was seriously guarded, not only from unauthorized entry, but also from the possible appearance of demons. The guy was curious if the girl really wasn't afraid to go along with him, even though it was a request from his superiors. But he didn't think for a quick agreement. After all, not every 5th rank warrior was willing to stick his neck out there. Being the captain, she worried about him, and the same one was always finding trouble on his own head. Besides, it was too dangerous to go alone. The girl asked to remember the hero that she went there not for his sake, but for the sake of the mission, because the captain instructed to increase her rank. The one hope that this mission will help her to grow to the 2nd. The hero understood her thought, remembering how the others like Brandon and Sakura also had challenging training ahead of them. The boys were enthusiastic and moralizing. The girl was the captain after all, and couldn't let him go alone like she had last time. The young man, remembering the reunion, would not want to allow bitter tears to be shed either. Rose couldn't understand why the boy was suddenly smiling for no reason. She called her vulgar smile, assuming the guy was recalling a recent incident at the hotel. The boy, of course, disagreed with her thoughts. Meanwhile, the bosses wanted to find healers for a squad of at least level 5 and other warriors. All the warriors were near the fortress of the fallen Dugras in the warrior check area. Finally, the boys were able to get to the right place. The crystals were within arm's reach. The others couldn't believe meeting a 4th-ranked guy and a 1st-ranked girl passing nearby, asking them to go back and not go any further. The guys suspected them as a couple in love who had managed to get lost. They knew no one would let them in there. The boy notices how in a place like this, the guys were put in absolutely nothing, asking Rosa to demonstrate something prepared in advance. The guys turned to a couple of newcomers, who assumed someone was showing off for a girl. The one did not understand how only such fools the earth carries, not understanding of whom our hero was squirming. The one saw the 4th, and even a girl of the 1st rank dragging behind him, suggesting impending death. The leader couldn't understand the scum that inhabited the place. Musabi asked to lap it up. After all, it wasn't worth paying attention to such low-grade provocations. The people standing nearby noticed how the Mir clan lord himself was interested in such a thing was interesting to watch. And behind him is one of the best mercenaries, a rank 6 warrior. Someone even saw scary information about him. That thug had already gotten the crystal and gained the power of the elements. With such a warrior in the squad, forked the probability that this time, they would be the ones to get the crystal. The boy introduced himself as Utaski from the Mir clan, who came from Eula, a Class A city. The guy seemed like a nice girl, noting that the Fortress of the Fallen is far from a place for games and should be taken seriously. He was amused by the green core in the girl's possession. The kid offered, thankfully, note that he had his other hand free for another healer. As an exception, could shelter Rose. Rosa, along with Musabi, totaled this squad, which completely failed to catch their attention. The guy couldn't understand the audacity of the girl who didn't hear what clan the one was from, even giving the girl a chance just because of her pretty face. The girl yelled back, for she had given him a chance by allowing him to open his mouth. The boys were quite surprised at this audacity of the stranger. Rosa noticed how Utaski was always babbling about the clan, but wasn't worth a litter of demons himself. The boy couldn't stand her, calling her a Shabala and throwing his healer to the ground. He told her that he could defeat her with his little finger. The girl noticed she may not have lacked strength, but she never faltered in the face of adversity. The kid thought the leader was a pathetic lowlife, who wanted to teach her a good lesson for what she said. Musabi stepped in for the girl, not understanding how they could be so noisy. The hero effortlessly managed to stop the guy who was mashing that he could destroy the girl with one little finger. Guy ordered Musabi to let go or he'd scrap with her. The hero asked what his name was. Utaski. He had provoked the situation himself, and if he continued like this, there was a danger as rumors would spread quickly. The hero was sure that Mir valued their reputation. Also, a place like this wasn't the best place for a showdown, and he really thought the guards would be happy to let him into the fortress after this. Musabi asked the boy to turn his head on and think hard about his actions. The boy didn't want to think, because it was obvious to him. Suddenly, the mercenary asked Utaski-san to calm down. The hero was partly right. They had come to this place quite respected and strong warriors. If it came to the clan what he had done, he feared the consequences would not be pleasant. The mercenary understood that he wanted to teach the guys a lesson, but this place was not suitable. The priority now was to successfully enter the fortress. Anything can happen inside if the gentleman knows what he's talking about. Suddenly, Utaski wasn't going to waste his time on such garbage, asking his squad to go inside. The mercenary and the hero met eyes. Gramila applied the element of earth, which were headed straight for the boy who didn't suspect a thing. However, the hero was easily able to collect all the small traps from the thug by removing them with his ordinary hand. The girl could not understand what was wrong. The boy reassured her that nothing had happened, just gnats. The young man asked her she'd better go to the checkpoint or she'd run into someone again. The hero was able to apply the element of metal, hard-skinned gathering some pathetic attempts to harm them. The mercenary realized that the boy had stopped his stealthy attack, realizing how terrifying his reaction speed was. The warrior turned to Utaski-san, asking for changes to the list of strong competitors. After all, thinks this recent guy, the most dangerous opponent who was much stronger than a rank 4, that one couldn't even accurately tell the real level of his strength. So much so that it was worth it to eliminate the guys first. The mercenary had a bad feeling. The girl found the guy 52% and the girl 42% synchronization. Rose understood since there were no rank restrictions, with their level of synchronization, they passed the test. The boy notices how Rose originally had 39%. Not only did she grow to rank 1, but her synchronization improved to 42%. The girl noticed one rank 4 warrior with a strength core and one rank 1 with a healing core who wanted to compete for the elemental crystal. The Fortress of the Fallen was inhabited by demons of at least rank 3, and after something like this, the guys were really confident to participate. The hero confirmed the offer. After all, they have good skills for self-defense, and their little squad had a healer. Besides, the girl is very quick. They had already made a decision. The girl was annoyed at how exactly the guy had gotten a healer. The leader warned that no one below the 5th rank had dared to go to the fortress. Of course, there were no stringent restrictions, but the guys have the lowest rank in the history of local battles. She wanted to remind him that the elemental crystal was in the body of a special elemental demon, and only one individual could appear at a certain period of time. After killing one, another could appear after a while. The girl stated besides the demons, they could face other strong warriors. They were facing a test of survival, despite all the danger they damaged agree. The hero agreed. In addition, they wanted to go much farther than just surviving, but asked thanks for the trouble. The girl in that case asked then to pass on. Rose was finally able to make her way into the fortress, which was rumored to have only 1 in 10 survivors. Seemed like it should be an older place. For some reason, however, she was at peace with the thought of Musabi being there for her, confident that everything would work out. Somewhere in the Fortress of the Fallen, Dugora, the demons were just waiting for people to devour. The leader notices how the place is just swarming with demons. The hero didn't much like that sort of thing either. Although they call it a fortress, it was actually a city. Rose must have noticed that in size and population, Dugorma was no different from the current Dawn. This city was located in the very center of the mainland, and it was once the most populous, but after the demon invasion, it gradually emptied out, and then turned into a battlefield. Later, the vast areas around the city fortress were overrun by these creatures and people were hesitant to return. Eventually, it seems the place was renamed a fortress, perhaps to avoid reminiscing about past prosperity. Rose was surprised at how much the boy knew, though the boy wouldn't say he'd just heard all sorts of stories since childhood. The kid asked to head onward. They need to find the demon with the elemental crystal, avoiding unnecessary confrontations to save their strength for the main battle. The girl asked to pay attention to how someone was already down on their luck, offering Musabi to help them. However, the man asked to be turned down because the fortress is not a place for altruism, unfortunately. The hero notices how Rose is too kind. Since she grew up in the Halozi, she hasn't had to face the perfidy of outsiders yet. A bunch of scumbags that the guys had met earlier, the only case of how wrong they are in a place like this. Most are selfish and evil people. So he asked them to forget about kindness for a while, for their own safety. Musabi notices how suddenly the demon wanted to kill her. Instantly, the kid took the leader the demon tried to attack. The battlefield is an incredibly brutal place to be on your guard. The boy was able to pick up Rose, who didn't have time to realize why the boy had picked her up. But when she looked back, she saw a demon trying to kill her. The demon was quite surprised how they dodged. Although its attacks are completely silent, it is a demon with a water elemental, rank 5. The young man wondered when he had managed to get close, assumed such a beast had gone into a liquid state. The hero suggested that Rosa finish with him quickly, or else the mob of demons would soon recreate and still attract the attention of the other squads. So suggested to act promptly, the girl agreed, not wanting to become a burden to Musabi. The demon couldn't hear, but the guys really wanted to finish him off when one had a 4th rank and the other had a 1st rank at all. Toth noticed how the guys completely underestimated him, but set about showing the opposite in time for the battle. It was really nice of the demons to take down such inattentive humans. The creature used water needles, scattering like a crystalline hail of needles directly at the warrior squad, asking all the guys to die immediately, being so presumptuous. The hero notices the attack by the area, asking the leader to go to cover. Water needles were a very dangerous weapon from the air. He could only laugh when he saw the 4th and 1st rank, thinking they could be calm because their corpses would not be disturbed by him. Coming down to earth after a bit of needle fire, could detect a tree with metal in front of it. The young man was able to create a shelter using the elements, which work quite well in fusion. The demon was curious to drive how the guy could control two elements at once, even though only rank 5 warriors could wield the power of the elements. The hero set out to destroy a curious demon who learns too much. The creature wanted to kill the kid for sure, who was surprising him more and more. The boy saw the element of water, noticing similar skills. The monster couldn't understand how such a thing was possible, to move besides so fast. The young man noticed the creature suddenly fall asleep, asking to stay awake for the fight. The demon only laughed. The boy wouldn't surprise him like that, asking for better use of water bonds combined with his agility. As they spoke, the hero asked Rosa to spring into action. The demon let his guard down and was kicked in the spine by another warrior. The boy was heading straight for the core, stabbing a demon who was incredibly wrong about their abilities. The hero praised Rosa for a good job. The leader herself was pleased to help destroy the demon. The girl hoped the guy wouldn't be upset if a rank 1 warrior took his core, however, asked not to worry. Neither the core nor his corpse was of any concern to the girl. The girl asked not to forget that she was from a clan known for its martial prowess and speed of technique basics. The boy suggested getting out of the place, for there was a chance of attracting unnecessary attention. Before the guys wanted to go further, the girl notices blood on the hero, so she offered to find shelter and heal the wound. The young man asked not to be bothered by an ordinary scratch. The leader could not allow such a thing to happen and ordered the guy to heal the wound immediately, for it was Rosa's job to treat it. Otherwise, her being there was pointless. The young man agreed to treat his wound on the way. Suddenly, the girl notices a looming target right on top of both of them. The stranger turned out to be a warrior who wanted to finish off the hero from the back. A wave of impact traveled through the ground that even the leader was able to suffer from. The boy, on the other hand, was able to block a punch that they were able to quickly locate. The warrior turned out to be right that the boy was no ordinary spud at all. Noticing how the hero's skills were already far from rank 4, the young man asked to hide immediately. Gramila, being a rank 6 warrior possessing a red core earth elemental, was enraged by the battle. The girl wanted to help the guy who was suddenly in danger. The nurse to be more circumspect next time, but for now it was in her hands. Rose was under a special paralyzing technique. The girl, being a healer, should understand what was happening to her. Originally, this technique was used to treat wounds, but already with its help, you can completely immobilize a person. The hero did not understand why the guys reappeared. Abandoning your precious master and running to him, how could you do that? Utaski didn't understand how the guy had the guts to dare to defy him even before his death. The gentleman was amused to see the hero afraid of falling in his girlfriend's eyes. Rose didn't understand about what other girlfriend, assuming the guy was definitely looking for death and not the demon crystal. The kid praised the nurse for her good work, offering to reward her lavishly later. But he wanted to take care of Rose first, gradually chuckling an evil laugh, asking him to enjoy Musabi's death first and then to enjoy it afterward. The guy has never dared to refuse anyone yet, so the girl interested him a lot. The mercenary asked the Lord he shouldn't have come out of hiding. The bulky man wanted to deal with the hero on his own and would bring the girl to him later. The boy knew that no one would attack their squad if such a mercenary was in the team, and he didn't like to sit quietly in hiding. Utaski wasn't afraid of anything when he had rank 5. He felt like the mercenary was severely underestimating him. The hero thought he was a cranky kid at first, so he just ignored him. But it turns out Utaski is a scumbag. The boy assumed at this point quite a few girls had already suffered at his hands. The Lord was amused to hear such a thing, asking him not to worry because his maiden would be honored tonight by calling the hero garbage of the 4th rank. Even the mercenary knew that the young lord was a spoiled ignoramus who was nothing but could only babble all over the place about the 5th rank. Really only got the position because of his daddy's many connections. Never even once fought a demon one-on-one. Blowing off steam, since the gentleman had come out of hiding, he could follow his instructions, asking him not to act on his own. The hero didn't hesitate to kill the overconfident boy. The warrior asked to be careful, noticing the fire element aura emanating from the guy, not understanding where a rank 4 had the power of the elements from. Musabi was heading straight for a guy who knew nothing about being kind to people. Knowing fools like that ruin the valiant title of warrior who have no place on this planet. The gentleman was greatly frightened at the impending blow from the lad. Asking the hero not to approach him, he didn't even realize why he didn't even try to attack. Though the boy was higher in rank, yet fear, it was as if the devil himself was attacking him, one that could not be defended against. Asking for help, the warrior intervened with a surprise attack on Musabi. asked the young man to say goodbye to his hand by cutting it off with a sap. However, the boy was able to dodge faster than a punch and fended off the mercenary's attack. The old man had not expected such a slick reception. The power of fire followed, not understanding definitively where he got something like that from. The fire element was followed by woody vines. The warrior tried to dodge all the approaching attacks, being in a frantic state, marveling at the still controlling element of the tree. The kid turned out to be more curious than usual, who could control two elements at once. The old man was very curious as to how the boy was able to accomplish this. The warrior wanted to try to get a hold of one more element and then managed to become even stronger. The guy only gave 10 minutes to tell him everything. The young man was rather surprised at such a suggestion, offering to wrestle control of the fallen foe behind the mercenary. Grumala hadn't expected the presence of a demon he hadn't even sensed for some reason. The man couldn't believe how fast the 5th rank was moving. Suddenly, the creature dropped its weapon and turned into a liquid state. Then turning back, attacked the warrior who didn't know how to defend himself. The man suggested that the guy postpone their bout, suggesting they deplete their strength and fight together. The young man didn't understand why debugging, asking to think hard about why the demon was attacking only him. The man was quite surprised as the demon under the guy's control tried to kill the warrior. The mercenary was shocked to learn that the creature was only a puppet, not realizing what other tricks the hero had managed to stash away. The warrior tried to defend himself with earth element, think that he didn't have any difficulties. His father hired strong warriors to pump his core with energy. Then it was insanely painful, even uncreated pissing in his pants. But even that wasn't enough. For the sake of looking like the fortress of the fallen, his father spent a huge amount of money to hire a famous warrior and a good healer. So the guy effortlessly managed to get the elemental crystal, recreating a perfect plan, but the damn wench and her nasty boyfriend ruined everything. The boy complained about the warrior who was supposed to protect him, but instead couldn't even straighten out the demon. The kid ordered him not to shirk his duties immediately and to quickly finish with the demon and go to him. The mercenary couldn't stand the lousy scum, asking him to shut his mouth, who only knew how to have fun with girls, and immediately tucked his tail at the sight of an inferior demon. The young man couldn't believe how his ally dared to dare impertinently say such nasty things to him. The girl was in complete agreement with the warrior's opinion, preparing a knife for payback. The Lord wanted to use all the necessary forces to battle the healer. Suddenly, the girl decided to attack much earlier than the guy, who didn't even have time to realize anything. How the leader got right behind him and slaughtered him. The kid felt the real pain of his opponent's punches in a long time. Plotting revenge by attempting to stab her, Rose had long since been able to dodge. The kid went a little crazy, trying to take more power. The girl notices how the guy didn't even know how to control his energy, carelessly activated such a powerful core. The captain was talking about how the core energy could get out of control. If the guys saw something like this, they needed to get as far away as possible. Such warriors were unpredictable and were dangerous to get seriously wounded. If it happens to them, have them try to calm down and then regain control of the core in a familiar way, or they'll die from the energy tearing them apart. The girl remembered this lesson, realizing that such an ending was just right for a guy. The boy didn't understand. Wasn't the girl supposed to calm down? Utaski tried to hurt the girl again with an attack, asking her to try her other attack. The boy activated a special killing skill. The young man tried with quick movements to overpower the girl, who was also no slouch. Utaski was amused, for agility was his strong point, and the girl couldn't even imagine that a rank 1 healer would be faster than him. The girl asked to stop talking in time for the battle. His father had been training Rose since he was a child. His attacks were no more powerful than a rank 5, yet extremely unpredictable compared to the lowly man's strikes. The boy didn't understand how the girl was able to repel his accelerated lunge. Rose should have just found a gap in the defense and not left a chance to win. My father used to say that if the enemy didn't know how to use his strength, it was considered as if he didn't have it at all. She fought against the guy with great gusto to discourage him from even existing. The guy asked not to be looked down upon, ordering everyone that all creatures near him would have to disappear. Rose notices the very moment the core heats up to its maximum. The leader notices how the fool lost control faster than expected. She might not have had time to take cover from the shockwave, relying only on the shielding. The boy turned blue with the bright light of his core slowly bursting into pieces. The hero notices a similar occurrence at the end, where the leader was last. The mercenary assumed it was the idiot going nuts, all because of some girl. A huge pile of core energy filled the entire city with an explosion, forming a rather large crater from a mighty explosion. The girl didn't expect to be able to survive from a screen that stood up. The boy praised the girl, who was able to handle a rank 5 warrior, complimenting her on her beautiful robot. Rosa noticed how the guy was still far from the 5th rank, and he was not healthy on his head, and no experience in general anyone would be able to cope. In other circumstances, she wouldn't have defeated a rank 5 in her life. One hit and she would have been finished. The hero noticed how the kid managed to hurt her, asking the girl to heal first. She wasn't immediately able to notice the number of scratches on her body. The young man praised the girl, who fought very bravely, calling her a good girl. Rose was very embarrassed to hear such a thing from the guy she had a crush on. The girl didn't understand why the boy was chilling, not realizing where his opponent was going. The demons the hero controlled disappeared in the explosion. Themselves would not have escaped, and the warrior most likely survived. The warrior thought it was a rather deplorable situation. The petty scum had died without even returning to the clan. Then speculated that the clan went the power of the elements to a rank 5 warrior. But the boy wanted to try once a fusion with this power was possible, was curious as to what if one gathered all the elements in one body and conduct a fusion using the crystal. The young man was bound to find a way to become stronger. Harold was one of them. He wasn't being held in a way that was easy to escape from, and to save him, it was necessary to stop relying on the powers of the demon within the hero, as it was possible that he would face the new 6 and the king. Gramila realized that he should have ended the conversation by asking the guys not to linger in this place. Because of the explosion of that idiot, soon demons or warriors would run to them. In any case, they were all enemies. The mercenary wished the boys good luck one last time. Musabi's squad then set out to travel the area, fought demons from time to time, even approached the warriors' camps in the evenings to spend the night. They were able to negotiate a temporary truce. The girl wondered how much more interesting Musabi would seem after a while. Rosa suggested that the guy get some sleep. The boys suggested that the girl get some sleep first, while he watched for a while longer. The leader noticed the guy's abilities, the ability to handle people, fought like a seasoned warrior, though not at all older than them. She wondered where it all came from. The young man assumed it was common worldly wisdom. Gradually falling asleep, the girl saw the boy as if he were not a boy at all. The hero will probably tell the girl about his past life at some point, but definitely not in the near future. The next morning, Rose heard the sounds of a struggle. The boy confirmed, and still felt the demonic aura. The girl was surprised because the guy was definitely not asleep. The boy slept a little, but reasoned by the fluctuations of power. The young man had incredible fun making sure he was in control of the elements. Eventually were able to get down to the lowest point. However, the girl didn't realize where Musabi was. The kid kept saying he was underneath the bottom. After apologizing, asking if the girl was scared much, also asked to get off him. The girl, outraged by such an awkward situation, prescribed him a savory smack. The kid couldn't even imagine that there was a whole city hiding underground. The boys managed to get to the main goal of their mission. The hero notices the demons sleeping after a big trip through the dungeon. The girl said, not only was it an unusual demon, but it was also a rank 5 demon and had a very powerful aura emanating from it. The young man knew that such a fight could attract the attention of other strong units. Rosa needs to finish him off before the others arrive, take the crystal, and leave. Musabi knew they didn't have more than 5 minutes, so he was counting on her help. The girl was worried but wanted to help, so she asked what exactly would need to be done. The kid talked about the energy management stage, not realizing how the guy knew so much. She had never heard of such a method. The boy believed the girl would do an amazing job. Then on his own, without wasting time, went to fight the demon. The creature was disturbed by some warrior. According to the guy's observation, quite a few strong warriors who could sense the demon's aura had arrived at the fortress. The young man should have finished off the monster before the other units showed up at their location. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get the crystal. The demon was quite surprised at how quickly the boy had found his hiding place. After watching the hero, the monster realized that the kid could control several elements at once. Spotting the demon's aura on top of that, the creature tried to attack Musabi. It made sense to the guy. You had to balance the energy between the elements, and then it will be possible for the boy to use several elements at once. The young man asked to try his new technique of 2 elements at the same time. The boy crossed the elements of water and fire into a single stream to form a steam trap. The girl shielded herself against the incredible battle between the 2 strongest beings. The kid warned, not much surprised if he changed, just thinking it was his special ability. asking the girl to remember that he was exactly the same Musabi as before. She didn't understand what special ability she had to have to make her aura feel just like a demon's. The two idol personalities fought quite hard, using large amounts of their nukes. The demon didn't understand how the guy was able to replicate, having only seen it once, not understanding how the man could use two elements at once. The young man was adamant such abilities were not the limit of his abilities. The demon tried to dodge the hero's blow, which scared him badly. The creature, after all, felt some kind of danger fighting a human like this. While gradually repairing the wound with the woodbine, the monster saw the use of metal. The hero had seen what ability the demon was capable of and was now ready to finish the fight. Promising a demon a sweet ending, at the hands of a definitely wanted to die a bright death. Also, that demon on the hunt somehow used the element of metal. The creature seemed like a great excuse to check it out. Whichever one of them was stronger metal on metal wanted to go all out. The kid asked Rosa to act immediately. The girl managed to run out of cover holding a weapon in her hands. Specifically a bound spear that will prevent the demon from escaping recovery. The kid showed the leader a special technique, gathering all the power of the core and try to feel it, feel the energy that flowed in her heart. Then you had to try to shape it and make it into a weapon, which you could use it as a finishing blow. The girl had to deliver the final blow. However, she was taken by doubts as to how she would be able to defeat a 5th rank, and far from an ordinary one who was shallow and could go into a deafening defense. The boy reassured her, for the boy would provoke him to gather all the energy for one strike. And when concentrating on attacking, the defense was greatly weakened. It was at that moment that the girl had to attack unexpectedly. The demon couldn't believe how unexpectedly the boy had managed to beat him. Rose acted as Musabi said, able to extract a large amount of energy from the core. However, she didn't expect to be able to punch through, whether that meant the one didn't think about defense at all. As soon as the hero saw the demon being defeated by the girl, instantly moved towards the creature that couldn't heal the wounds from the spear. The young man took the elemental crystal from the monster in an instant, ending the duel between the two. It was a mystery to the demon why he couldn't heal his wounds. The hero explained, because he was hit with pure recovery energy. When attacked from a carrier of identical energy, the body would begin to reject its own. The monster was incredibly surprised at such knowledge from an ordinary human, decided to praise the guy before he died for his excellent skill in miscalculating the plan. The girl was incredibly happy to see the boy was perfectly fine. The young man agreed with her. For all thanks to the girl, they now had the core. They had a great thing going. The guy didn't think the girl was talented for nothing. Rosa asked not to talk too much, though deep down she was glowing with happiness. The boy wondered how she was, for most likely the rose had used up almost all of her energy. The girl was honoring herself normally at least, able to walk on her own. Suddenly the leader notices stomping. As expected, the guys quickly found them. Musabi knew there were warriors with a good level of perception. They could pinpoint their location by the fluctuations of energy emitted during battle, and there were many of them in the fortress. The boy asked the leader to leave immediately with him. The young man listened to the sounds of footsteps coming from the left, which meant getting out on the right path. Suddenly, the boy felt an incredibly complex sense of heaviness. The hero stopped, falling to his knees delirious with his own blood. The girl couldn't understand what the hell that was about. She asked the hero what happened, not realizing what was wrong. The girl didn't know how to help the guy. Musabi was in incredible pain, as if something inside
To the hero that the body was unable to withstand the load. It was still quite weak to begin with. And although physically it had gotten stronger, but the synchronization was improving.
All too often, the kid resorted to the help of demonic power, which produced an incredible strain. Eventually, the body couldn't handle such a thing. Not sure why now. Musabi asked Rose to take the crystal and leave before the other warriors soon caught up with them, asked to get out herself. The girl asked the guy to shut up and wanted to get out with him, despite something. She really didn't understand what curse had happened to the guy, but there was no time to explain. The girl didn't want to hear anything about a lonely escape, for there was no way she wanted to leave in distress the man who had protected her for a long time. Rosa notices the way upstairs. She asks the guy to hold on so they can get out, and the hero will feel better. Musabi even stopped talking after a while and passed out while unconscious. The leader was able to get outside with the guy, who was honoring himself in a not-so-good way. They were able to get out, but whether or not the exit was definitely ahead of the boys. It seemed strange to Rose, as if the building was so similar to what she had seen earlier in her dream. She notices the warriors climbing out after her. The people escorting the girl turned out to be a whole large group of people who would benefit from teaming up with them for a while. who were really great at sensing energy. The kid asked not to thank him. They couldn't believe to find the real target. Rose couldn't believe the presence of 6 warriors, rank 5. The kid notices the first rank, thinking about hallucinations. It wasn't clear how there were only 2 of them. The kid is injured because of the battle with the demon. Suddenly, the boy notices the crystal in the guy's hands. He asked the group to notice that the stranger was holding an elemental crystal. The squad didn't expect that these 2 could actually defeat a rank 5 demon. Such an event was the perfect outcome of events. Things seemed so much easier for them. After all, they could have just taken the crystal by force. The girl understood a rank 5 squad. To quickly deal with her, the matter was terrifying beyond belief. Suddenly, the boy came to his senses, resting a little on the girl's shoulders. The young man asked to take the crystal to Rose, being in a terrible state. The heroes stated that one was the main target. It was lousy, but they definitely wouldn't leave them alive. The girl understood the guy's body would not withstand such a load. The young man did not care. He could somehow stand on his feet. Musabi was a warrior and wanted to fight to his last breath while he could. They hadn't expected the wounded man to manage to come back to life, deeming him a stubborn little fellow, though it was strange to watch the boy want to fight in such a state. The hero felt that the demonic power will not be able to awaken, therefore the body will no longer be able to endure. The guy will have a difficult task to defeat the strongest warriors. The girl suddenly remembered the nightmare she had before they went to this place. Rose felt a terribly bad feeling. The man from the squad offered to finish the guy off quickly and they would have the crystal. The kid asked me not to show off. The guys had already found a buyer. They may not use it themselves, but they'll make a fortune, then divide it among the 3 of them and buy elite equipment. The hero had about a minute. If he summoned demonic power, the body would not survive more than a minute. The young man decided to try to take a risk to save her comrade, to at least try to help Rosa get out of the cursed place. The entire warrior squad together attacked the weakened guy who was ready to strike back. The young man could only take advantage of one single moment, to destroy all the guys who presumptuously thought to take away their rightfully deserved crystal. The squad couldn't believe where such a powerful aura came from. When we looked closer, we found a real demon man in front of us. The boy was able to move lightning fast against rank 5 warriors. One of the main squad couldn't believe what was happening, asking others to help him overpower the hero. Musabi knocks out the big talker. The young man was able to literally overpower the first opponent in front of him in 5 seconds. The rest of the boys were already worried about how dangerous the boy was turning out to be as a dangerous warrior. The squad leader was furious, having been defeated by some weakling. They wanted to finish off the demon and avenge their brother. It was only to the young man's advantage when the others tried to destroy him. This way, the kid could wipe out the entire squad in the slightest blink of an eye. One of the squads notices something amiss in the battle. The boy used the element of metal by taking advantage of the sea of spikes. A multitude of metal spikes popped out from the subway and suddenly attacked the enemies. It proved to be a very dangerous technique for the guys, instantly killing 3 of the lunch squad. The hero couldn't let the others survive before the guy ran out of last minute. The warrior understood. The triplets might have less experience, but a rank 5 who died in a matter of seconds. The man offered to team up, or else the hero would kill squad after squad. The boy asked not to hesitate and attack him immediately. The sudden pain once again knocked to the guy's internal organs of the body. The kid couldn't hold a demon form for long and fight with rank 5 warriors. The hero's organs were about to burst from the strain. The girl realized that Musabi's body could no longer withstand such a strain. The guys remembered how the kid had been badly hurt earlier. They should have taken the crystal away from the little guy sooner. The leader decided to kill the guy while his well-being was terrible after countless wounds from demons. A young man couldn't set himself so easily in front of the likes of them. The boy applied a barrier that recreated a great impression on the squads. However, those were unclear as to why they would create a normal defense screen by attempting to immediately break through it, using physical techniques. The guys pointed out the uselessness of the techniques. They had already wasted a lot of energy. The leader notices how suddenly the screen began to narrow. Suddenly realized such a trick was a clear trap, asking him to stop attacking. It was already too late. The warriors had expended a lot of energy. Then the young man wanted to bring them back. The guys were blown away by the technique they created. The mighty explosion was a great size that was able to trap the entire squad of rank 5 warriors. The rest of the squad saw the beam, wondering about the crystals. The leader of the other squad asked the boys to head there immediately. The boy was able to completely destroy a squad that was a threat to Rose. The girl ran to help the guy, who was holding on with his last strength. The kid was glad he had managed to contain the explosion and not hurt the leader, one that wasn't affected by his antics before his body finally shut down. Rosa couldn't leave the guy like that. The young man asked the girl to leave him immediately and move away. He was sure other warriors and demons were already on their way to them. The girl asked for silence, for the lad had never left a comrade to die. Rose knew the guy's strength, and he had already done the impossible by asking the rest to be left to the leader. The immediate events were going lousy, because it seemed like everything was starting to happen like that nightmare, in which the kid and her died at the hands of a demon. Walking further down the hall in the building, the girl comes across an aura of demons, which most of them had died. She asked the hero to hang in there and not get discouraged. The leader believed they almost succeeded. She just asked the guy to stay awake. There was no way that could happen. The girl only begged the guy not to fall asleep, to open his eyes and try to wake up. They had managed to come this far. The crystal fell to the floor just like a nightmare. The girl was incredibly afraid to pick it up. The event happened a little earlier than there had been such a thing in her nightmare. Everything happens exactly like in a dream, which meant there was a surprise ending. The guys will be waiting for the demons who wanted to kill the guys. The girl wanted to try to get away from them as much as possible, but the demons, being full of strength, could easily catch up with the girl dragging the hero. The demon couldn't believe how a first rank with an elemental crystal could end up in such a perishing place. The one warned the girl who would only find death in a place like this. Rose fell to the floor, dropping Musabi rolling over with her. The demon called it a miracle that such trash could make it to them, and they also brought the crystal. The creature had severely pierced the leader's heart, and she couldn't heal the wound. They noticed how the kid was still able to breathe. The demons wanted to do something terrible to the guy while the girl couldn't do anything about it. The monster didn't like such a man, offering to let her friend take his head, kicking it around for fun. The girl ordered the creatures away from him. Rose filled with utter rage, bleeding gradually from the deep wound. The demon was supposedly afraid of the girl who was so perky even before her death.
To calm Rose down, the demon kicked her right in the stomach.
The creature noticed that the man wasn't stronger than a piece of meat either. The leader was aware of her own weakness, and failing to protect a comrade thus failed Musabi. But to the last one, she asked me to get away from the guy. She wanted to protect him badly, but there was no strength left at all. Rose wanted to get at least a little stronger. Such a performance pissed off the Demon Queen greatly. King Radek urged me not to help the little man, but in the end she couldn't help herself, for they made her worry. It wasn't her fault for worrying about King Radek. The queen knew the human body, after all, could not withstand the power of her beloved. Sooner or later it was bound to happen, and finally the boy reached his limit. Now it was clear to the girl why Radiant had chosen this boy of incredible willpower. She probably wanted to check if her favorite radiance was in the shell. Taking a closer look at the young man, the queen was surprised. It had been so long since they'd seen each other, wouldn't even deign to awaken for her. The demon notices the girl flying, which suffered greatly at the hands of the lower creatures. She notices energy fluctuations that seem very familiar. By the demon standards, Rose was stronger than she had imagined, generating that kind of energy. It was a shame she was only human and wouldn't be able to fully awaken her power. The girl remembered how Radek had forbidden to openly help the hero, but believed it was possible to do otherwise. The queen wanted to let help the girl evolve. Demon honored the fluctuation of time within Rose, considering the excellent result. The queen wanted to give the leader his own power. The girl's genes slowly began to change, transforming into a different species. Rose, thanks to the demon, was able to upgrade the core to a rank 4 black core, possessing the ability to control time and space. An event like this was going to help Rosa greatly in the future. The queen was surprised that the girl's body was able to take in so much energy, considering the beautiful result meant her strong heart so desperately desired this power. Demon was counting heavily on Rose for the adventures that followed, then walked away from the scene as if nothing had happened. The leader landed on the ground, skewered a few times. The demons wanted to cut off the hero's head immediately. An unknown hand suddenly stopped the insolent demon. The other demon asked, paying attention to the girl. They couldn't believe that Rosa could survive. However, the leader had earlier said immediately away from her Musabi. The girl, thanks to a little help from the queen, was able to realize her dream of becoming stronger. Demons could not believe what they had eaten, not understanding where such a powerful force came from. Rose threatened all demons with instant death if they tried to harm the hero, then let go of the creature's dagger. They didn't understand what the hell was going on, assuming the girl turned out to be a demon as well. The leader asked not to be equated with them, such a pathetic brat. The creature, what a trick, spitting on a girl and wanting to kill her. The girl notices a stupid act from a demon who knew nothing about respect. Rose thought it was worth it to deal with the monster who didn't hear the first time. The creature notices a spatial cube, which destroyed her in an instant of ability. The demon couldn't understand how such a thing was possible when the girl had learned to control space. However, asked to underestimate her, such a weak attempt to kill her. Rosa suggested then to try to confront her against so much space. The leader reckoned there was no time for pathetic creatures. Determined to destroy a demon who is not worthy to reside on the planet, the other monster couldn't imagine that the girl could punch such a hole with just space, and there wasn't even a claw left of the demon. The girl offered to quickly deal him an instant death and call it a day. Even though Rosa looked like a normal person, there was an oppressive aura coming from somewhere. The demon was extremely puzzled, not realizing who the two of them were. He could sense from her power that they were kin, and she could control space. Also a fellow girl, his aura was creepy and uncomfortable. The creature was finally confused as to who the guys were. Rose stiffened. They are humans, ordinary warriors. The demon went crazy at what he heard, not understanding how such a thing was possible. The kid asked her to believe it herself for starters. She's rank 1. She had just used a rank 4 power, and a rank 5 power would not be able to defeat her. The girl asked me to stop talking shit, then looked at the hero determined to finally get to the end with him. Rose was well aware that Musabi had always saved her, but now it was her turn to save the guy. The girl tried to attract the elemental crystal with gravity. Pulling in his arm, the boys had no choice but to get out of this horrible place. A squad of warriors waited for the rest of the men to return. The guys noticed non-demons approaching, assuming the return of the warriors. Opening the gate in front of the exit, stood the girl with the hero.
The guys marveled greatly at how guys 1 and 4 were able to survive this apocalypse.
Rose was happy to tell the guy about arriving at the right place of rescue. Then from lack of strength, the girl fell to the ground with her boyfriend, while the guys wanted to urgently lead them to the infirmary. But looking behind the guys' backs, the partner asked just to look at all those demons. They've never seen anything like it in their lives. For a similar number of creatures to attack the survivors. The queen did not make a mistake with her choice. The rose suited her energy perfectly. Besides not having awakened her gift of foresight yet, the demon wanted to wait for this event with interest and anticipation. The girl suddenly woke up after a long blackout. She assumed she was in the infirmary, and apparently the guys had gotten some help. The leader had a strange dream, not realizing who it was. The girl thought back to the wounds that had healed completely, though it was strange that wounds so severe could not heal so quickly. Rose didn't even know what had happened in the fortress, not even finding a shred of recollection of what had happened. The leader's head was splitting badly, as if all the memories were a blur. The hero believed in the girl who was able to get him out on her own. Rose couldn't believe to meet Musabi in front of her. The young man had heard from the guys who had helped them. The girl had dragged him all the way to the gate, so he wanted to express great gratitude to her. What happened was a real nightmare for the hero himself. The girl immediately asked how the boy was honoring himself at the moment. The young man turned out to be no better, even soon to fully recover. Asking forgiveness for his stupidity, he put them at risk. They almost died because of some crystal. The girl remembered his crystal, wanting to ask where it was. The boy asked not to worry, because he had it. When he woke up, he found it in his clothes, assuming the girl had hidden it. He thanked her again. Rose had already managed to forget what had happened. The boys stated that they had managed to accomplish what they had planned. Now they needed to find a safe place and try out the crystal. The leader agreed with him, asking to speak to staff first. The girl wanted to do the paperwork first, and then they could move out. The boy agreed with her, not understanding what had happened in the fortress after all, and what exactly happened to Rosa. For some reason, an aura similar to that of the hero was emanating from her. The boys set off in a rented car to travel on an adventure. The leader realized they should have found somewhere private. Musabi agreed on a place where he could concentrate, plus it would take time to better study the crystal for the merger to be successful. As far as the boy remembered, the demon could use all the elements. This crystal had the element earth he needed. If you deplete all the elements and then use the crystal, there was an interesting result. The girl remembered her father once saying that B-class towns had halls for rent, usually used by warriors for their training. Perhaps a guy would also do well, the hero was glad to hear, for not far away was just a B-class town. The guys nailed it in the B-class city of Salamanca, were known as a historic-style market town, but with modern infrastructure. The boy noticed The boy now understood, however, in the past there were no points. All goods were fairly shared among the citizens. If something was missing, you could make a request. Different times now, things changed pretty quickly for the guy. The scan passed, successfully finding the protagonist to have 0 combat points. The guy started laughing at the beggar warrior who really wanted to rent the home. The seller was very angry because the kid was a bum or something. As if there was some kind of power, she was able to abruptly reach the 4th rank, controlling a powerful but unknown force, honoring the unquenchable thirst for battle. I heard someone's insistent whispering growing stronger. The girl conjured up another personality inside her body, not realizing if she actually wanted to get her hands on the powerful force. The incomprehensible power that was inside Rose, the one that couldn't completely control her. The leader notices the spectacular battles in the arena, in which all seats were limited. The worker handed out to the residents of the town a glimpse of the awesome battles between the warriors. Warriors of completely different levels participated, which is why the arena rating was so appealing to spectators. The girl paused, realizing that maybe this was a good option for her to learn how to control her new power, and that it didn't matter what the voice inside her whispered. After all, Rosa wanted to try to fight and get stronger. However, if the girl was going to participate, care should have been taken to conceal her identity. The girl notices a mask vending stall where there were a lot of people. Rose wanted to become much stronger, to stop being a burden to others. And there was no desire for anyone, human or demon, to look down on her if some mysterious power had truly awakened in the girl. It was time for Rosa to use it. The old man enjoyed the event. He had collected a good catch in one day. The leader suddenly turned to the host, asking to participate in the arena. The man was always happy to see new warriors asking rank, name, or call sign. The girl reported possession of the 4th rank, and the girl's call sign was Rakshas. The host was very appreciative, introducing the Salamanca arena, asking if my lady would be participating tonight. The girl was straightforward, wanting to be at the ready at least this very second. The man was pleased to hear that there had been no fresh blood in the arena recently. The average level of strength was set for men, and women very rarely participated in fights. The master called a young boy to quickly show the girl the way. The young man was pleased to greet my lady, asking her to come with him to show him the way. The boy managed to register Mrs. Rakshas, asking to be allowed to explain the basic rules of the fight. The girl asked not to be called mistress, dispensing with the extra politeness of calling her simply Rakshas. The young man was glad to hear from such an insightful individual. She thanked him, asking what was usually the highest rank of participants in this place. The boy knew by now the 5th. But only among the men, asked not to worry, the women's averages turned out to be 4th, like Rakshasas. The leader suspected that men and women fought separately. It was the boy's confirmation, and it was mostly men who participated, with women being in short supply in the arena. Rakshas wondered why not make general fights then. The young man confirmed, as previously it was the case. However, men refused to fight women. To lose is shameful, and to win is not honorable. In the end, divided, then and gradually began to come less and less participants. The girl realized it was possible to become stronger or weaker. There was no difference who the opponent was. All the excuses made up by real weaklings. The boy was in complete agreement with Rakshas. A warrior was defined by strength. Suddenly, the boys were able to reach their destination, enter the women's brutality arena, and show rankings. Rose notices the large number of interested onlookers, reassured that she had put the mask on beforehand after all. The girl just had to go up to the arena. Defeating the opponent will be able to get a reward. The leader didn't expect a speech about money, not realizing there would be something else besides it. The boy remembered besides money, you could raise your ranking, which could also be considered a prize. The girl was willing to take the ranking as a prize. Nothing was more important to a warrior than honor. The kid, after Rakshasa's determination, suddenly blushed, feeling romantically excited to fall in love with her. The host asked the distinguished audience to calm down. They were about to see a wonderful spectacle. Tonight, it was worth paying attention to the women's arena, where a new contestant would come out asking for a 4th-ranked warrior to be welcomed. Rakshasa, the great brave warrior. Viewers haven't watched a women's fight in a long time, considering this night the best in a long time. The girl notices how the audience was ecstatic, thinking that women were too rare in the arena. She was interested to see a male arena. The host understood the viewers who were impatient to watch the fight by asking to meet the second contestant in the battle. The second participant turned out to be the great goddess of the arena. The girl did not expect to meet at once such a participant with a loud call sign, not realizing whether there were no other women. Taking a closer look at the table, she appeared to be the only girl fighting in the women's arena. Goddess was loved by ardent fans of the female community who loved to see their flower girl fight again. Rakshas looked at her opponent's ridiculous outfit, which didn't really move much in time for battle. Rosa could understand why there were no contestants left in this place, because it was hard to call it a fight, more like a show. The woman was excited to meet her new opponent, introducing herself as a shimmering frost flower, a rank 4 possessing a blue core. In response, Rakshas introduced herself as having a similar title, having a black core at the time Rose woke up after the fortress, felt the presence of the power of the void. It was worth testing the abilities in real combat, but given the situation, the girl claimed the rarity of meeting a black core. Rakshas intrigued her greatly, offering to remove her mask if she lost. The audience, but the salesman was very accommodating. The young man asked the girl to take one of the delicious caramelized fruits. The lad hoped such a thing would be enough for the whole evening, suggesting that he look further to see what else was interesting in these parts. The girl, having recovered from the shock of what she saw, asked the gentleman immediately to pay for the fruit. The boys stopped in place, not realizing why such a fuss was being made over an ordinary sweet. The seller stated with a furious tone to pay with money, threatening to massacre the buyer in spite of his height. The young man hated to hear such a thing, having seen how annoying people were. Toth immediately applied mind control on the salesman to try not to make a big fuss, then ordered her back to the counter. The girl noticed as all the captains and their replacements left the city. The kid agreed with her, asking her to try and kill a couple warriors to cheer the people up a bit. By his standards, humans were fragile and cowardly creatures. Also, once he's done with his task, they can cut everyone around him. Meanwhile, the host wanted to introduce a new contestant to the male arena. Rakshasas, who was able to stand out among one competitor in the women's match by stepping up to the men's group. The audience was incredibly excited about the female representative. They wanted the girl to do all the men. The gentleman told me that no one agreed to go out to fight against their contestant, and he had to spend a lot of time persuading her. The host introduced the first opponent in the arena, a warrior of the 4th rank whose name was Iron Razor. The boy notices a girl of the same rank as him. However, the owner's core was black. The young man was pleased to meet the girl, though he had not previously agreed to fight the girl for anything unless an additional reward was promised. The kid immediately wanted to talk about something. The boy suggested putting on a good show and then ending in a draw, suggesting that the wait would keep him happy and he could keep his reputation. The girl looked at the guy with a rather skeptical expression upon hearing the arrangement. The boy assumed that the girl was deaf, or so he thought. Rakshas wasn't going to shake hands with an idiot like him. Hearing such a thing, the boy disregarded the rules and wanted to finish the girl off instantly. Rose was able to react to the blow and then dodge it. The young man marveled at the girl's incredible flexibility. However, wanted to smear her in half in the end of the fight. The host notices how the girl didn't have time to dodge the blow. Onlookers watched the sad picture from the sidelines. They had high hopes for the girl's well-being. Razor was able to hit with all his might, with the likelihood of killing his opponent. But for some reason notices some strange premonition of inferiority. The girl was able to hide part of her body in the fog by walking in on the guy from the back. His opponent managed to dodge the attack, not understanding how this was possible. One part of the Rakshasas was on one side of the portal. The other part of the body, however, was elsewhere. Rose was able to realize the obvious things about the opponents. Realized how right her father was, for true potential could only be shown in a desperate situation. People have been able to see the ability to control space. The kid thought the black core was amazing, and to possess such a thing was clearly dishonest, asking to give it to the kid. Girl notices a deceptive left jab followed by a right hook. The leader wanted to try and dodge it to the side. She analyzed the ensuing left jab with all her might. The boy notices the girl as if she knew how he was going to move next. The kid was furious, not realizing how amazing her strength was, even though they were of the same rank. Rakshasas was able to hit the guy right in the heart, asking him to be more careful next time. Razor notices how she paralyzed his left arm with one attack, which was a healer's technique. The boy assumed the girl was going to take him in hand-to-hand combat. The host was greatly amazed at the battle, seeing Razor dare to use the nanogloves. Young wanted to finish the fight with Rakshasas with one punch, but the girl was smart, grabbing the guy with her hand out of space. The audience notices Razor's gaffe, who has lost his balance. The girl remembered what that power was, namely managing the space and promoting the future. The host notices how the Rakshasa's synchronization has increased dramatically with the portable device. With the detector, the Lord made sure to increase the mighty power to 42%, which was growing rapidly. Synchronization helped the girl remember everything that had happened in the fortress. The leader received this power from a powerful demon, which was now sitting inside her. The kid had no idea where the sudden increase in synchronization came from, then notices a layered threat from the girl, which put a lot of pressure on the guy, causing him to lose out completely. The audience was quite surprised at how strong Rakshas turned out to be as a strong girl. The guy had 10th place in the rankings, and he couldn't lose to a girl who thought the best outcome was death. The young man noticed the manly words the boy spoke. Rose wanted to offer help in this difficult deliverance from shame. The girl at the time of the battle appeared to be quite a fearsome individual. The young man apologized, informing him that he would now be called Plush Razor rather than Iron. The host confirms his opponent's defeat by asking for applause for the superior Rakshasas. The audience was incredibly surprised at the girl's strength. The Lord asked if the Rakshasas wished to continue fighting or stop there. The girl asked to bring the next opponent. People looking at their ideal desire couldn't help but marvel at her artsy demeanor. That night, the arena bloomed with new colors filled with lots of fireworks. Meanwhile, in the training room, the protagonist has... Musabi notices how he's already spent half a day practicing, and it's no use. Breathing practice was useless. There were no elemental crystals in the guy's pass. This was the first time he had encountered such a scale of mysteries. The guy still lacked the earth element. If all 5 elements were depleted in one body, he would be able to recreate powerful techniques. The boy assumed if the demon power waited for the power of the elements, it couldn't be detected by human methods. The character should have used a demonic appearance then, coming to the original irony. Wanted to get stronger so he wouldn't have to rely on that strength, and in the end, he couldn't accomplish anything without it. The young man managed to activate the 5th rank of his own core. The boy began to be surrounded by the element of earth, then turn a small demonic throne. Musabi was able to eventually take possession of all the elements at once. Having acquired the element of earth, he now honored it with his gut. The young man notices a majestic flow of energy with his gaze not far from them. The girl couldn't figure out where Now was looking. The kid asked the girl to forget about it, assuming he had imagined it. He was more interested in whether the girl was ready to put their plan into action. The kid called her Bean, who he had been keeping an eye on since she reached rank 2. The boy asked her not to disappoint his expectation, and then after the mission would be able to reach rank 5. The girl was ready to make an incredible triumph for the demons. Bean began using the powerful technique while practically above the city. People were incredibly shocked by the new member of the arena, who was given the nickname Rakshas. Many people ran down there to see how talented the girl was, seeing with their own eyes. It was announced to the gentleman that by his standards, the whole town had fled, and there were absolutely no seats in the halls. The owner was incredibly happy because it meant that he had gotten rich with a very large amount of money. All the spectators wanted to pay even more money if they get to see even the slightest glimpse of the great Rakshasas. Many spectators couldn't help but marvel at the now famous member of the arena. The guys created a huge poster to support their main ideal. The lad didn't remember there being anyone so strong among the warrior girls in Salamanca. The young man didn't even realize that the other guys before him had lost almost dry. It was understandable the black core was too rare. The style of attack and ability to cause quite a bit of trouble controlling space. It's strong, the kid always prided himself on speed. But against her, it wasn't enough. It was as if Rakshas was anticipating his actions. The warrior standing before the boy must possess something more than the power of space by his standards. The young man had previously considered himself capable enough, but the feeling that the girl could easily handle him was greater. Rose notices the daggers. Once upon a time, she liked to use them. She didn't watch, agreeing to fight on them. The girl went on the offensive straight at the enemy. The young man notices how she has shortened the distance considerably with the power of space. The kid asked the girl to underestimate him. The battle was accompanied by a lot of seemed to go blind. The host stated, since the opponent had gone outside the arena, obviously the girl was able to win again, offered to introduce the next opponent. The opponent asked to stop, not remembering the rule of flying out of bounds. The gentleman asked not to worry because this kind of thing has always happened. The lad suggested that the next one should wait, but the first place opponent was unwilling to tolerate such insolence in his direction. A boy passing by ignored the request of the defeated young man. Moments like this made him reflect on what he had said earlier. The host asked the audience to meet the number. one spot in the men's rankings, which has gone 6 months without a single loss. The one who was dubbed the strongest rank 5 warrior in Salamanca City, Lawland Dance Kyle. The people tensed up greatly at seeing such a fearsome opponent against their goddess. The boy couldn't believe that the Rakshasas would fight him by suggesting perhaps postponing the battle to him specifically, suggesting the possibility of changing his mind. But the Lord knew there was much the boy didn't understand. The host had initially let the publicity fly, selling 10 times as many tickets as usual, and was now fabulously rich at the expense of 2. The Lord didn't care who survived in the end. Glancing at the monster, the girl notices a rank 5, which was perfect to test how far she would yield with this power. The young man notices a very strong fascination in the girl. The kid followed all her fights, mentioning the power of controlling space and the ability to anticipate her opponent's actions. Praising her, a girl for a guy probably strong for a rank 4 who wanted so badly to be turned into mincemeat. Rose immediately notices how different the warrior was from the others, surprised as he tries to pin her down with his ability. Suddenly, the boy approaches her with incredible speed. Rose lands her first punch from an opponent in a long time. The boy couldn't understand why one would hesitate or try to anticipate his actions. Such things proved useless against him. The girl couldn't understand why, if she could see everything perfectly. Rose wanted to find out what the problem was with her mistake. The kid started to move quite differently as the leader anticipated, but it wasn't clear what the co-ability was. The warrior asked the golden man not to waste his time. He didn't come to fight with a vegetable. He didn't want to hear that he had beaten a defenseless girl. The guy was not at all comfortable with that sort of thing. Rakshas was discouraged, but what irritated her even more was the kid. She tried to calm down and follow the movements carefully. The boy had a great fondness for perky girls. The guys met a gaze filled with tearing each other to shreds. Rose was able to anticipate her opponent's follow-up punch. A sudden sense of unease swept under my ears. The girl failed to correctly anticipate her opponent's action, causing her to get hurt. The boy notices how, along with the mask, Raksha's head had to be awakened as well. Onlookers feared for the condition of the girl who hoped for the survival of her body, though some were curious to see her face. However, the audience was wrong. The girl was able to block the guy's punches. The host couldn't believe that at the last moment, Rakshasas was able to do the impossible. The girl managed to repel the attack, taking into account the incredible speed of her opponent. It was incredible. Rose also noticed how fast the boy was. She could barely react. Perhaps if it wasn't for such power, she wouldn't have checked to meet the owner of the red core, but the one is faster and stronger than the girl. Rakshas now realized it wasn't about her abilities. The boy was instantly making several false attacks to confuse the leader. To defeat her opponent, the girl is forced to use portals and go on the offensive. She moved from one portal to another, gradually moving closer to the enemy. The boy had no idea what plan this girl had in mind. But seeing the power of space again strongly enticed him as the Rakshasas wanted to retake the initiative. The guy liked determined women, calling them a beautiful flower. The young man created several phantom doppelgangers to try and locate Rose. The warrior doesn't care where the enemy comes from. Either way, she's going to get hit by one of the blows. The girl notices a dangerous ability in the guy, but the main goal was to leave a gap for maneuvers. The young man had always wanted to try playing a game with the gophers in their dens. The girl rushed to disappoint the guy who wouldn't be able to beat such a defense. Rose was able to wound a warrior who had let his guard down during the battle. The kid couldn't even think of meeting such an opponent as a leader. The opponent's legs were damaged, not understanding where the girl had come from, for such a thing was not moving in space. The girl notices the hustle of the enemy. She had to slow down a little, asking not to live, because the healers will restore that leg in a couple of days. Rose even offered to patch up his leg with a green core. The boy failed to appreciate the leader's abilities. Tom couldn't believe that the girl was really a 4th rank holder. The guy ended up as if he was in the palm of his hand. The audience was quite surprised at the ability of Rakshasas who beat Cairo. The boy, not understanding the whole situation, wondered if her goddess could have been defeated. The young boy knew Cairo was the leader of the arena rankings, and also everyone was talking about his special cruelty. The boy was afraid for the girl, but heard from the host how Rakshasas was able to take over the leadership in the entire arena. The kid couldn't believe his own ears when he learned how incredible Rakshas defeated the arena's top assassin. The master asked the dumbass to replace him immediately. The owner wanted to go put the goods on display. Time is money. The man asked to remember to keep the audience's interest piqued. The boy was happy. The girl had let him witness her ascension. The boy wanted to help in any way he could to his goddess. The boy was shocked. Rakshas managed to win the title of male arena leader by asking all the spectators to support her. The people in the large crowd were incredibly cheapened by the girl's speech and ability. The host took maximum pleasure in drinking a song about money and decent riches for the day. Suddenly, the Lord was paused by the appearance of a lone girl standing near the entrance to the arena. The owner didn't understand where a child would come from in a place like this. He asked the girl why she was in the requested location, suggesting that she had gotten lost and was probably looking for her parents. However, the girl did not originally have parents. The revealed identity of the fearsome demon greatly frightened the man, but after a moment of horror, the girl got rid of the annoying man. The girl notices a busy place where many joyful shouts were heard. She wanted to check where those sounds were coming from. The boy saw the female warrior officially able to take the top spot in the male arena this afternoon. The girl was able to prove that it wasn't gender that differentiated warriors, but only strength. Rose wanted to end this madness as soon as possible. The kid notices the spatial cube, who threw the boy right towards the girl. The leader gradually approached, moving through the portals at an incredible speed. The kid was starting to get angry at being pushed around like a toy, and Rakshas wanted to end things with a blow like that. The boy asked her to try to do a similar thing if she had the strength. Suddenly, Rose notices a strange sensation. It's like the guys are in great danger from a powerful demon. The girl stopped in place, not understanding where the feelings of unease came from. The kid noticed Rosie's weakness, who was completely oblivious to her opponent. She managed to dodge, flying straight through the air in a twisting turn, then stopped at the guy's head, who hadn't expected such a trick from her. The girl managed to make the guy stumble to the ground, then paused to check a momentary hunch about the danger. She felt a powerful demonic aura appear out of nowhere. Although the guys were in town, not understanding how this was possible, where something like this would come from in an arena. The girl could feel a familiar aura, the demonic power in her core, smelling native energy. The boy cursed today's duel, for the girl dares to still humiliate him in front of many spectators. People laughed at the supposed ringmaster, laughing even harder at the recent situation. However, it was more important for the girl to confirm her hunch about the demon's aura. The boy notices his sister searching for something with her gaze. The spectators didn't understand why Rakshasas stopped where she was, so they asked her to keep attacking. The boy couldn't believe how arrogant the girl who looked down on him was. Rose thought he wouldn't believe her, but she told him about the demon's presence, but only for a moment. She offered him a truce, since he's a warrior after all. The kid couldn't believe what he was hearing, especially about the demon in the arena. He could only laugh because the guys are in a Class B city, Salamanca, in which it is impossible to meet a demon. Suddenly, the guy was pierced by an arrow powered by the demon's energy. The kid couldn't believe where the arrow came from, noticing that the power didn't belong to Rakshasas. The next second, the guy was torn into little pieces. The demon couldn't believe to meet such a weak rank 5 warrior in the human world. The girl thought the boy was kind of frail. Rose was in a stupor from what she saw. Also, the audience still hasn't reacted to her appearance and Kylo's death. She didn't realize what the presenter was occupied with at this point. The presenter, however, appeared to be rattled by the greatest fear. The girl screamed at the top of her voice, finding the demon in front of her, hoping to rouse the onlookers. People couldn't hear what the girl was saying because of the large crowd of people and the quiet voice. The demon looked around at the large number of onlookers who were quite appetizing. They noticed the demon's presence as they begin to gradually move out of the area. The demon notices the sudden consternation attracted to the utter chaos. She is once again convinced how pathetic humans are. Rose didn't understand how the demon was able to turn into a little girl. Noticing the surprising behavior, the demon was to kill 6-5 ranked, then need to complete the rest of the tasks. Well, then her master that they could carve up the entire city. The leader notices a 400th demon that has inexplicably managed to sneak into the city. The child notices the warrior's exquisite surprise. The demon saw the female warrior with great curiosity, in which such an encounter was a rarity. The minute the teacher told the demon that the speed at which a Class B city reacted to demons revealed it, the human warriors would be near them within a minute. Rose notices the ability to change appearance freely, realizing to see an extraordinary demon. The demon realizes they're in the human arena. The creature wanted to fight a sensational personality just a short time ago. The hero felt a strange presence not far from the body. The boy notices how, since yesterday, something wrong has been going on in the city. He found it strange where 2 unusual such powerful auras came from. The boy may have gotten overly sensitive lately. The young man didn't place much importance on feelings. It was important for him to stay focused on the goal and not get distracted. The reason why the core could give a warrior the power of the elements was because that core contained the pure energy of the 5 elements. Initially, it was uncontrollable, but if one concentrated, that was an opportunity to find the earth element the guy needed. If he could fully feel it and extract it, the TV character would have all 5 elements. The next step is to connect these 5 elements and see what happens. The back exit of the arena was crowded with people trying to escape, filled with screams to let them out. The demon heard those delightful cries demanding more. It honored the incredibly beautiful mood in which the master said that man is a lowly creature prone to fear. Fear was a useless feeling that made you lose your self-control and common sense. They Domnus, on the other hand, were not so easily amenable to such things, being called higher beings. The girl understood the probability that this childish appearance could not be allowed to mislead her own. Rakshasas notices a very strong demon in front of him, who speaks and thinks, completely different from past demons. The girl asked which master was in question and how many of their kind had infiltrated the city. Demon asked, remembering that they only had a minute of time to duel. She attacked a man who was able to evade the attack. The creature notices the spatial ability. The monster was able to detect an incredibly strong odor filled with energy, not understanding what demon gave such abilities. The demon notices a black core, manipulating space, assuming a being of higher demons. Rose sensed the incredible speed of the high-level demon, who immediately guessed that her power had been given to her. But there was a question of what kind of creature the demon had mentioned. The leader wanted to try and pull out some information, agreeing with the creature they were on the same side, not realizing then she had snuck into the city. Monster stated the evolutionary quest. Rose couldn't understand unless the demon was evolving, devouring a kin of the same level or higher, not to the point of understanding what the creature was talking about. The demon watched with great surprise, for the man knew nothing about it. She wanted to tell you, devouring kin was exactly how low-level demons acted. The snag was that there was more than one way for demons to evolve. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing, assuming the other fighters knew about it. Rose should have gotten more information as to what the creature was. Suddenly, the girl took hold of the man's hand. Demon explained if she was on their side, how could they not know that? The tentative leader lied to her. Rose sensed danger, relaxing she didn't have time to move. The leader tried to dodge the monster's beam. Rakshas managed to dodge the inevitable blow aimed right at her head. She notices more destruction, it seemed, from the monster's little laser. Suddenly, the demon brought her fingernails right up close to the warrior. The demon activated 4 scalding beams at once. Rose sprang into action, activating the space. The leader was lucky enough to already be familiar with some of the abilities thanks to the tournament. It was worth it for the girl to go around her opponent and just chop off the back of his head. The demon was able to protect her body from the blades. Rose was still too weak to attack such creatures. The girl notices the self-destruction, jumping back into the portal to get away from the creature. Rose notices the release of a large stream of energy from the demon. The creature notices how good the girl is at manipulating space. She even had to use the next stage. The girl asked not to worry about self-destruction. She only planned to use the original form for this mission. Rose hadn't expected to encounter the original form, not knowing exactly how many other secrets high-rank monsters had. The creature's patience was approaching critical measures, so also she had a task to accomplish. At the end of the cones, deciding to tear the leader apart. The arena was filled with the powerful presence of a great demon. The warriors didn't notice. No captains or vice captains throughout the area. The guys were in a state of confusion. They regularly encountered incidents like this in their neighborhood, and no particular problems had arisen. But it was as if the demons had started planning everything. There have been a series of brutal murders in the city as well, also massacring a number of cargo carriers, though some of them were high-ranking fighters. The warriors should stabilize the economy and secure Salamanca by having the captains organize a mass sweep. They would never think that on the first day someone would report a demon infestation in the city. The guys wanted to see the demon. Being vice captains, they believed that no ordinary demon could handle them. A man notices a very strange event between people, deciding it was worth being more casual from now on. Demon people seem strange people who pay attention to what they should. They had strange ideas where they do not belong. The monster is curious about Bean's life. Meanwhile, Rose fought a very serious battle with her. Every moment of the battle seemed quite unpleasant for the leader, trying throughout the battle not to be drawn to the blue flames. Even from this distance, a terrifying scorcher was honored in front of her. The monster spared no demonic energy in the battle against the Rakshasas. The demon believed, dodging the attacks, the one only wasting her precious time calling her sister woman a warrior. Rose asked not to be called her sister, gradually moving closer to the demon. She was furious at how much this monster had gotten sick of taunting and being an arrogant fool. The leader shoved the demon straight into space, the creature noticing how Rose wanted to send her away. The monster thought it was useless. With her human abilities, the girl wouldn't be able to send the demon far enough. However, the creature's assumption turned out to be untrue. The demon couldn't understand how an ordinary person could do such a thing. The two of them were able to fly so high, and she was also taken by her, so it wasn't clear what level of spatial ability Rose had. The demon had only seen a few warriors capable of carrying someone other than the wielder. It wasn't clear how a human warrior with this level of control could exist, assuming she did possess the power of superiority. The girl was getting burns from the slightest touch. Such a thing was tolerable because the demon's power affected the body as well. Rose should have taken advantage of the fact that her agility wasn't particularly useful in the air. The move was originally just a technique for fighting on the ground. Who used her body mass to fight the enemy? But now the leader could utilize her spatial abilities, taking movement to a new level. The guys went down at an incredible speed due to the high altitude. The girl was able to make the demon fall face down into the ground. Controlling space, such a thing, was not difficult to accomplish. Rose ordered her to immediately tell how many other demons like her had infiltrated the city. Demon understood. The one who gave the girl spatial abilities was one of the Black Queen's great lords. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a high-class ability. Rose recalls a woman appearing in her memories. It was she who was called the Black Queen, meaning most likely some sort of title. The girl didn't understand. Wasn't the highest level for them the 7th level? And what level was the Black Queen then? Demon hated the damn people who used the power of demons and yet led an existence so slow. The creature now understood the words of the master, who turned out to be right, humans, an insignificant and disgusting bunch of insects. Rose hadn't expected to encounter purple flames from the demon, who was clearly pissed off. The girl's body felt as if numbed by the mental attack of the violet core. The leader, having examined the enemy, could not understand where the demon got the 5th horn from. The demon knew her master would be angry with her in this state, so she asked, how dare a human force her to use all her demon power? She found herself possessing a horn-drinking demon dual core form. This demon is spotted by the Nailing Warriors, who were incredibly surprised to encounter such a powerful monster. One of the commanders ordered them not to hesitate. Even if the demon was stronger than normal, the 3 of them would be able to defeat it. The entire squad went to attack the demon, who thought the others were even stupider than the girl. The girl asked the guys not to come any closer to her. True, it was already too late. The whole team flew to attack the creature. The demon considered them ignorant people who weren't even worthy to be the target of her mission. The squad didn't initially notice the dual-core demon, for she was standing with her back to them. The girl activated her voice control. The demon was able to easily subdue the warriors, who were completely oblivious to their own safety. The monster ordered the humans to kill each other. Rose couldn't believe how brutal an event it would be to see through her eyes. The demon notices how different the girl was in weaning herself off of lowlifes like the squad. The creature knew the girl would be more experienced than these bugs.
The monster thought the girl was the perfect candidate for her target, being an exam task.
They are high-level demons, could evolve and evolve through trials. A demon only needs to kill 6-5 ranked warriors and destroy the city. To make it easier on the creature, the master lured the more difficult opponents, captains and vice captains, out of the city in advance. If these human warriors joined forces, they would give the demon a lot of trouble, but there were still rank 5 warriors in the city. That was enough. Although the girl is only a rank 4 warrior, yet her strength has already become the demon's target. The girl was thinking about the best way to proceed. The 5-ranked dual-core essence was vastly superior to Rose. But at that moment, I was only thinking about Musabi. The demon realized that she had managed to waste too much time on her. Monster thanked the leader for the fun on the battlefield, paralleling Concerta's strength. Activating the blue acceleration flame inside her hand, she asked Rose to die. The girl had nowhere else to hide from such a powerful blow moving right into her face. However, the queen couldn't do too much for her little sister. They both have to defend their existence. That was why the Black Core leader gave the girl her power. Rose was already able to master spatial skills. How far the girl would manage to go depended only on her desire. The girl believed that in front of her was some kind of demon that with all her strength, the leader wanted to defeat. Suddenly, the demon notices a strange apparition before her. Rose was able to become even stronger than before by raising the level of synchronization. The creature didn't expect such an act from the victim. She notices some sort of omniscient aura that came from the queen. The monster couldn't figure out who the human really was, though she already doubted whether she was human originally and was just an ordinary demon trader. Rose wanted to spit on the limits of the demon's essence. Wanting only to accept the power without question, to protect him, she had to become stronger. The leader was also able to evolve into an omniscient creature, just like the demon. The creature asked not to think that if she accepted the power of their race, she could handle them, but all ready to understand the queen's intentions. We'll only be able to get an answer when the man is headless. The girl agreed to try it then. Even if she risked her life, she would definitely kill the dual-core demon. Who will die at the hands of the great princess? The arena was filled with two powerful demon auras. The boy hated bad weather. The young man heard a terrifying rumble in front of his face. The warriors suddenly stopped the guy, not understanding what the hell he was doing in the middle of the street during a demon attack. The kid ordered them to get to safety quickly. Why the man came into their establishment? Because he didn't look like a warrior. The creature ignored the people who tried to prove something to it. The staff member stated that this place is a training hall for warriors. He couldn't just barge into the place. Literally a moment later, the sensational host was killed instantly by the demon. Now the demon knew that someone was in the warrior training room, and the energy was coming from the man. The creature wondered what room he was in. Making his way through the many rooms, searching each one, the demon trepidatiously searched for his target. The hero was completely focused on the procedure, so he was completely defenseless. Musabi concentrated the entire time, not thinking about anything else. The young man had almost accomplished the task of merging the elements. The demon found the last room, which seemed luxurious enough. The demon was already having a hard time facing the human warrior. The creature wanted to say hello first. Suddenly, the guy's ability was stopped by something incredible. For some reason, the door stayed in place. He didn't realize what he had touched then. A closer look revealed a hand in front of me. Roddick didn't understand why every time some creature interfered with his plans. The demon didn't expect where the red high-ranking creature would come from. The monster asked for no noise, for his mate was heavily focused on the elements. Roddick threatened to kill him instantly if he made a loud noise. The demon talked about the guy's concentration. Even the guy is looking forward to it. The king had to turn it down by creating a dome that kept out the noises. The monster didn't expect to meet the legendary Demon King. Roddick was quite honored by such tales, not expecting to become a legend, saying demons were too comfortable living on the planet. Demon is one of the Purple King's servants after all. The king asked if he thought they were living now compared to before. The creature confessed to being his loyal servant, and he had always been the strongest and most feared. Of course, the Red King was no exception. Roddick was quite surprised, for he was not at that level of power now. The servant was not bad, must have been even on the level of the hand of the Purple King. The creature honored another demon in the city who was a companion. The boy admitted that she was his student. They had nailed this place down to test her abilities. The demon notices the sadistic missions and massacres. The rules Roddick had set up earlier, it was incredibly fun. However, times were changing, and the king was not very comfortable with this and did not want Musabi to be disturbed, which fluttered in the mind's eye as it quietly made its way to the target. The demon originally thought there were only human warriors in this place. The guy didn't understand who exactly His Majesty was talking about. The king charged that this certain someone was his personal secret. A servant like Magenta, Radik couldn't be allowed to go back and tell the rest of the higher demons. The lad asked His Majesty to stop, for he would never say a word. Roddick shouldn't have been told any fairy tales like loyalty and other nonsense. The demon thought it was a great relief that what he had said earlier had calmed him greatly. The king could not reveal the secret of his existence, nor could he allow anyone to learn of his personal goals. The demon was convinced of the guy's incredible height. It was amazing that the hero could visualize the elements in his mind. Human warriors usually have one element each, and that one wanted to get his hands on all five. The demon was amazed at such greed. However, such things were to his liking. Though it was horribly painful to realize how the hero in the end couldn't even feel him, forcibly inserted 5 incompatible elements into His Majesty's body, and he's lucky he hasn't exploded yet. The demon notices how Musabi is completely immersed in his own mind for human beings. The stronger a fighter was, the more responsibility he was given. The hero notices how the captain had such a history. It was no surprise when their crew was captured by the devil. The captain was going crazy looking for them. He was very afraid of a repeat of the past. Darren didn't know why Musabi wanted to revoke his status as a warrior, but he could see that not only had he not succumbed to that power, he was in complete control of it. The captain could only be proud of the hero and Rose as captains. Marin couldn't believe it, for he really meant to say that he was appointing the kids as captains. Darren was already in agreement that he was no longer a warrior, and was sure the boy knew what to do. So the captain didn't want to ask unnecessary questions. After all, they always have their own choices and their own future. Musabi only wanted to generously thank Daron for his trust. After a while, the boy was about to follow a further plan. Marin was surprised at how the guy really just walked away. She still remembered how weak the boy had been during the test. It was a sad sight. The girl asked the guys how the hero would manage to get far this time. Plexus didn't know how to answer that question. After all, they couldn't keep him in the city. Perhaps he shouldn't even talk about such a thing. But for some reason, the hero reminded him of a great man who emphasized the current name. The captain may have even suggested that Musabi's future accomplishments would definitely surpass even the greatest warrior of human history. The guy should have gotten to at least rank 6, which was the only way to achieve his goal. Musabi seemed to have seen a devil cave nearby that could be explored. If the guy collected more cores, he could possibly level up. The boy notices how the container was poorly secured for some reason. Suddenly, the cover was flying off of him. The hero didn't realize what the hell had happened. The entire Musabi squad found themselves inside the container, who were nearly fried in it from the heat. The guys were lucky that the girl told them everything. She couldn't believe that he was back to his old ways, leaving them without warning. The boy was more surprised when the boys climbed into his car. After a while of riding, the guys were able to stop, and the kid wanted to ask the leader what happened. The girl, being the captain of the squad, had to respect her team's decisions. The boy didn't understand why, when they had discussed how it would be best for everyone. Rose couldn't let the boy hurt himself in any way during the plan. I also didn't want the team to fall apart. The young man didn't understand why do such a stupid thing. The guys really agreed to go on a mission that threatened everyone's life. Sakura captures a small showdown between Rose and Musabi. The girl and Brandon were incredibly bored in the city, and the guy wasn't, who had recently gone on a trip with the leader. The kid wanted to explain to Musabi, since they were a team, then things shared between them should be appropriate, especially if the one was threatened with his life. The character can't stand the guys after this. Though he understood as a teammate, the one had to talk about his situation. The young man informed everyone if after listening to him, they would have a choice on how to proceed. The hero's goal was not an easy one. The guys had to realize that he was worried about their safety. Told everything, the squad could not believe the guy was to rescue a warrior who was imprisoned by the new king. Musabi agreed, only that was his main secret. Now all the boys knew about him. On such an occasion, there was no turning back. The guys were incredibly surprised by the story. They couldn't even think of such a thing, but they were in on it with their comrade. The boy thought it was a rather odd reaction, which put him in a stupor. Trying to interject, they had really heard him correctly about the rebellion against the new king. They being residents of Helos, they have always been loyal followers of the past king, without whom their city would not exist. Rose said that her grandfather was one of the 6 heroes of those times, and it was under the leadership of a past king. He and his comrades built the city of Chelos, so she thinks her father would agree with her. Now, it's no surprise to the hero that her last name used to remind the guy of something. It came out that this was the same child the boy still remembered. How he first crossed the threshold of their camp. That one was so gentle. Though a little nervous, a lot of time had passed for the hero since then. Musabi agreed with them, but asked even if they wanted to join. They weren't strong enough right now. The kid offered to take them to a man he knew. The guys were intensely interested in who to see. That person turned out to be a former hero, Lena Vile, the possessor of a green core. The girl will be able to test the guys by trying to help increase core energy. Lena realized that she should have trained the young boys, the young man agreed, for the one was not effective enough on his own. The guy wanted to take so many pictures of Lena Weil. The guys didn't know how Musabi met the godlike man. True, it was not for the girl to decide how much they could improve in a short period of time. Such a thing was in the hands of the hero. The girl is ready to take on these guys after seeing, otherwise they'll just die. For the boys to reach the 5th rank in a small amount of time was an unthinkable goal. making sure according to the plan, the girl will take care of them first while he takes care of himself. Moreover, Musabi needs to find a way to raise their power even higher. They needed to find a way to raise the 5th rank, such a direct challenge for their squad. The girl asked not to complain when she started training the young blood. The squad would be happy to obey her. The heroes set out to find a way to leave their city of dawn. If they can find more elemental crystals, they could already get amazing results with 2 cores. The demon notices, thanks to the fact that he used that white pebble, Radiance has regained his strength a bit. The crystal Musabi mentioned, he knew something about it. The kid didn't understand why the demon was near him. It looked like he was going to get some sleep. The demon notices, thanks to the fact that the hero so skillfully absorbed the elemental crystal, his part of the spirit was restored as well. Of course, much to his dismay, it's still not enough, and the little trouble Radek helped the guy with last time, he had to spend some of his energy on it. The demon thought it was unimportant to discuss what he was talking about, because the crystals he had mentioned earlier, with his knowledge, he would not be able to find in a year. King could make that one find a few with a similar effect, and would do so soon. The young man stopped the car abruptly at what he heard. The hero didn't understand why the man had been silent all this time. For what reason wanted to help, conceiving what plan? The demon asked the guy the next time he breaks like that next time, have him give him a warning. Radek stated regarding the help of their battle with that dual-core demon recently. The boy suddenly remembers that demon. The hero began to realize the demon wasn't completely shielded from the outside world when it was inside the guy. The demon revealed that Musabi's opponent was low level, otherwise he would have already gotten the Unity Crystal. The young man inquired about using the contraption and what similar effect it created. The king knew it was more effective. The boy knew how common demons evolve. To do this, they absorb fellow demons of the same or higher class. However, the enlightened, so-called high-level demons have been building up their power by fusing a rare compound core, and a guy is trying to help his 3 little friends raise the rank. But also for humans, human warriors, combining such cores allowed for instant extra strength. The young man needs 6 ranks, and it wasn't clear how to make a composite core, assumed to just feel the energy of the core and resonate with the new one. The demon asked to stop, so thought at least a 6-rank dual core. Only such demons, and those even stronger, had a unity crystal in their body. The boy still did not understand. Most likely the one was even willing to betray his demon race. Radek was quite impressed, but with the exception of a few kings, including him, the rest of the demons are chaotic products of ancient obelisks. The demon asked to forget because he knows nothing about their race, which is difficult to understand. In addition, he underestimates the king, and the king will not even look at a simple demon core. The king pointed out to a rather interesting thought of the original origin. The young man asked the demon not to do something strange. Radek noticed that the king was inside him, and already the hero was inside the demon of the heart, and already in this life they were one. If the boy wanted to develop, the one would let him, because the stronger the guy, the stronger he was. This kind of thing could be called symbiosis. The demon asked me not to doubt his good intentions, asked me not to stop improving. Musabi now realized the true strength of the king. Even if it was a small part of it, Radek was still able to immobilize him with one hand. The hero ordered the demon to immediately move away from him. Such was forcefully close, gradually annoyed the guy. To the demon, the man seemed like a true stubborn man. The boy wondered where he could find a 6-toed dual-core demon. He knew exactly how secretive these high-level demons could be. The king asked not to run ahead, not understanding why people were so impatient. The one would be able to help find them so.
In order not to attract unnecessary attention, which the guy can't handle, they don't need unnecessary problems. He could have given some tip.
Asking the guy to decide, he understood such demons with special powers were an important target for the hero. Musabi agreed with the demon, though he really didn't like it right now, and it was quite dangerous to go there. But if the king was telling the truth, it would be worth the risk. The hero ventures back to the City of Dawn for help from his team. It was nearing evening when they were able to reach the main gate. The young man made plans to stop near the rocks for now, being in the blind spot. The demon will not appear for some time until he gets the Unity Crystal. Too much energy is spent on materializing the body. The king didn't know what the hero was planning, but wanted to warn him when he got it. It was worth not being tempted to make his companions get his power. Something like that will only lead to them being overwhelmed with energy and dying. Stopping, Musabi suddenly asked the demon to do him a small favor. The demon couldn't believe the hero was asking him for a favor. The boy asked to change his appearance. This time at dawn, he would try to find a way to join high-level missions. He also didn't want to appear in the same appearance as last time. He also wanted to ask to get a good weapon. The sword he had wasn't bad right now, but he felt like it wouldn't be enough. Radek understood since he and Musabi were on the same wavelength, he wanted to help with a small favor. The demon turned into a small spark of energy approaching the guy. The king pierced through the boy. The boy experienced an extraordinary sensation. The guy's hair was starting to get thick, and his body shape was slowly changing. The kid was honoring some pretty powerful changes. The demon also dared to lend the lad one of his own quality swords, named by the Tide of the Red King. The young man thanked the monster jerk. The hero was now free to go, if only to battle at dawn. The boy traveled to West Dawn, a training ground that invited outside warriors to sign up and join them. To help in the mopping up operation, one required no lower than 4th rank, who, if successful, would be rewarded handsomely. The guys were asked to keep a distance between each other. Basically, a wide variety of people signed up for the mission. But when it came to fighting demons, the more people, the better. The captain demurred to all the people who dared to take part in the mop-up operation. Immediately thanking everyone for their help, the one responsible for making it happen was Captain Ray the Fierce Witcher. All the guys had heard if such a person was personally involved in operations, it meant something serious had happened. The captain wanted to clarify that this week their scouting team had gone missing in the woods 3 kilometers north of them, and not one of the 6 team members had returned. The leader of the scout team is a 5th-ranked Blue Corps warrior, his longtime comrade, and not a bad fighter, and the rest of the team members, outstanding 4th-rank fighters, and no accidents had happened to them in all these years. However, judging from the latest report from the scout team, it was likely that they had encountered a strong demon. At the very least, a rank 5 could not be ruled out, and the possibility of 2 core individuals could not be ruled out. Perhaps there was a stronger option, which was a higher demon. Either way, there was a threat to the transportation around the Aurora, since they couldn't leave the city without the main forces. This time, they would need the help of fighters from outside.
The hero realized that in that case, they could also meet a higher-ranked one. The kid hoped the Red King said that to obtain the Unity Crystal, he would need a dual-core demon of rank 6 or higher.
The captain pointed out that guys being warriors should always be ready to sacrifice themselves. He was going to get rid of the demon and do it at any cost. The leader was able to clarify the situation. If the warriors really want to stay and help, let them call back, and not to treat them as newcomers. For there were only more experienced warriors in their ranks, he said. But just when the captain wanted to warn to keep his voice down, the guy was pierced by demonic energy through and through. The squad became convinced of the presence of sand demons, possessing a unique species that dwelled in the desert. They liked to hide in the sand and ambush passing creatures. The guys couldn't believe how many of these monsters were around. One of the warriors couldn't believe they were ambushed by the creatures. The demons heard many screams and jumped out from under the sand right outside, attacking the squad of humans. The captain notices how the creatures target the rearguard, and the number of monsters is like a targeted raid of small demons. Ray asked the fighters not to fight alone, and to cluster into squads. The warriors fought against fairly powerful demons without giving them a chance. The captain realized that they were only a bunch of 3-ranked sandmen in front of them. To him, such a danger was one of nothingness. The leader couldn't give the demons a chance of survival either. Suddenly, the guys were stripped down to different small piles of people. They tried to find the whole squad in a short time. One of the warriors was attacked by several demons at once, against which he would not be able to cope. However, the hero would not be tolerated in his presence. He destroyed all creatures in the vicinity with bright flames. The warrior was shocked at how the guy got such strength. Musabi was able to wipe out a crowd of demons in a few moments without straining. The hero asked the guy to get back to the group immediately and not to relax. The one didn't understand the boy really wanted to stay, even though the squad was advancing farther and farther, but the creatures were incredibly numerous. The other warrior asked the one not to think for his actions and to get back to the group faster. The young man couldn't allow the possibility of dealing with a bunch of restless demons plotting such an outrage. Besides, it would only make it easier for the hero to be left alone. Meanwhile, another man was already in great danger fighting a demon. A sudden blow from the side was able to save the warrior's life. The captain asked the kid to stay close to the group and fight back with them. Ray was a fine warrior who wanted to reduce casualties with all available forces. The team was able to regroup after a while. They suddenly spot 2 more fighters who managed to make it back. Ray was glad the guys were the furthest away, so he inquired about any other survivors left. The boy agreed because there was still a weirdo warrior who was able to save him, but then he was left all alone. The commander didn't understand. The one really wanted to just die, not understanding why this warrior didn't retreat with them. The boy understood if he stayed there, he had to face a cloud of sand demons. Of course, the man tried to talk him into going with them as they were retreating, but he remembers saying something and walking away. Ray wondered what that reckless fighter could have said. The kid heard like, "Alone it would be even easier to take down the creatures." The boy next to him thought the boy was just another chatterbox who would be lucky if the corpse remained intact. It was scary for the captain to imagine fighting so many. If the hero hadn't stayed behind to divert the attacks of the remaining demons on him, their team wouldn't have recovered so quickly. The fighter realizes alive or dead, the one remained their comrade, so asked to go check on him, asking the warriors to get ready to fight against the demons. The captain asked the entire squad to be on guard, the partner noticing how they were closest to the sand demons, and because they were divided, they were quickly giving up ground. They saw some kind of demon. Ray asked everyone to get ready. The young man was able to conceal the demon's appearance by also removing the blade stained with the creature's blood. The commander had no idea who the boy, who was as if unscathed against the crowd of bridges, was. The kid noticed that this guy is the one remaining warrior. The boy didn't understand why the team was doing in this place, though he thought they were going to leave, and the one was just about to catch up with them. The commander honored this guy with something very dangerous within his aura, assuming it was because of the blood of those things. The boy did not understand how he managed to survive, because he saw how the hero was left all alone, not understanding where the remaining demons went. Musabi warned that all the remaining demons were dead. The commander couldn't understand how the kid was able to cope with so many demons alone, without even realizing what level he was. The hero revealed that he was rank 5, but concealed the mastery of lightning with potential power. The young man was much stronger than an ordinary rank 5 or 6 warrior, even able to fight a rank 7 warrior. The captain didn't think that one was rank 5, but even with his 6th rank, Ray would have a hard time dealing with a mob of sand demons as well as a hero. Juno admitted that he was a good runner and tried to stay out of harm's way. While he killed them one by one, the doubts from the others at him were fully understandable. The commander was glad to hear such a preparation. Now he could understand how the young man was able to defeat all the creatures, even praising him for such a fighting talent. Ray was glad to meet a young foreign warrior that gave the group enough time to recover. They started going back to the original plan, and the guys were able to get to the place where the scout group disappeared. The truth was strange to the captain, for there were 2 entrances marked on the map earlier. But for some reason, 3 whole passages into the Forest of Spoil appeared in front of them. The boy realized that there wasn't enough time for them to explore another entrance, because the Forest of Spoil was not so small, and there was no way they could split up already. The number of people of the group was originally designed for 2 entrances. The one suggests splitting into 2 sub-teams, thus retaining enough combat power, but depleting the 3rd passageway. Ray realized that the safest thing to do was not to deviate from the original plan if the recon team ended up in the 3rd direction. Suddenly, the hero asked not to think, asking too much to go alone. The captain couldn't believe his ears, but the boy really was going to explore the entrance alone. Musabi showed confidence in what he was doing with a determined look. The warriors sensed a fairly strong demon energy in the middle of the passage. The fighter heard the foreign sound and asked the captain to depart immediately, for there was hardly any time for discussion. The hero immediately asked if the leader knew the size of this forest. The boy asked what the boy was asking such a thing for. The captain did not know the exact dimensions, for obtaining this information was one of the scouts' tasks, according to their current estimates, a normal reconnaissance by a group of 10 men without stopping. Then 3 to 4 hours, the hero realized, with the current number of people, there wouldn't be enough for 3 entrances. The boy offered to search one of them by himself. Then he could manage it before sunset, and if he failed, it would not affect the progress of the others. The guys thought the boy was just building himself, not all of whom, however, the servant captain honored in the words of the hero sense to act on his plan. The rest of the guys doubted Musabi's abilities, thinking he was just showing off in front of the commander. At one point, the boy observes an altercation between fighters from different cities, uncontrollable fervor. The commander asked everyone to shut up, asking them to fight amongst themselves after the operation, but now they were on a team and had to follow orders. Suddenly, a silence formed between the warriors, and no one wanted to interrupt each other anymore. Ray realized the guys were after all strangers, and it didn't matter if they found a scouting party and returned as soon as possible. The longer they stood around, the more trouble they were in. The commander agreed with the hero, asking to be reminded if he went alone, there would be no one to help him in case of danger. Musabi understood that, wanting to just scout the situation, and that was it. The guys thought the guy was a cocky jerk who had already managed to stand out, but still wanted to make a statement of ability. The kid was headed for the abyss of hell that was inside the forest. The hero took his time to run as fast as possible and slowly but carefully explored the area. The demons who were taking away the victim who was alone could not help but pass him by.
The kid could easily shred such low-grade creatures that confused the difference in strength between a hero.
Musabi easily kills one of the pesky creatures ducking at him. It seemed to the boy that further travel would be obviously more interesting. In front of the guy flashed brightly colored demon core that wanted to try to eat the hero. The young man knew that in a forest of this size they probably moved in packs and could not resist the allure of a loner. But the reason he stayed alone was as a way to use all his power as experiments. The hero ordered all the demons to run as fast as possible, for he would kill until the strongest of them appeared. It turned out to be even in the daytime. The forest covered large tracts of land, making it seem like night, and it was also eerily quiet. The subordinate asked, looking around. They couldn't let them be careless, for as long as their team stayed together, then the demons wouldn't attack and all would be well with them. Some fighters believed that the hero was already dead. Another suggested that if he was still alive, then he must still be hunted by demons. Suddenly, the guys notice a look on some man's face. As they look more closely, they notice the uniforms of their scouts. For the warriors, finding the scout was great news, for their team had found them. The kid wanted to run up to the victim to notify him of his safety.
They asked the buddy if he was okay, asking to go along with them.
Looking closer, the fighter notices the man digging for something. Suddenly, the terrifying face of a dual-core demon unfolded in front of the warriors. The boy fell to the ground in fear, not realizing what was going on. The demon thanked the humans for arriving. She had already managed to eat one. The guys didn't expect to encounter a 6-ranked creature with a dual core. The creature was incredibly pleased with the arrival of a new drinker for her. A demon possessing a blue and purple dual core, 6-ranked demon. The squad had to alert Captain Ray to the presence of the dangerous creature. The boys were able to get a signal fire. The acolyte let out a bright flash to let him know the great danger of his squad. The monster notices a bright flash of light that was not very high up from her. Such a flash blinded her gaze greatly that one was unpleasant to look at. The creature bounced sharply upwards from the engulfed warrior. She was able to shut down the brightly colored thing that was severely interfering with her lunch. They couldn't believe how strong this demon's blue core was, mastering incredible speed. The guys could not believe that it would grab the shell with his bare hands. The servant commander asked everyone not to slow down, but to run away. The squad were clearly no match for such a demon. They should have joined the captain immediately. The girl asked the boys to take their time, suggesting that they must be lost by now. Demon suggested the humans play a little game. Meanwhile, the captain notices a very quiet place and the surrounding fog, which seems strange. The girl didn't realize if something was wrong with the captain. The guy notices how the spoil forest wasn't huge at all, but they haven't heard anything from the other team since entering, like they were cut off. The warrior thought everything would be fine with the other squad. In addition, under his leadership, the foreigners became very cooperative, who even realized the flaws and corrected themselves a little at a time. Also wondered what happened to the guy who was admonished for going it alone. The captain notices some strange feeling behind the body. They saw the warriors were dead for some reason. Suddenly, the girl started changing her appearance, asking if this guy was the commander. Demon wondered if she played the role of a human well. The girl wanted to leave the captain for dessert. The guy naturally tried to destroy the demon. The hero rushed to the rescue to stop the captain. A large surge of energy was recreated during the battle. The captain didn't expect to encounter a boy who still managed to stop his punch. Ray didn't understand why the hero was protecting the demon. The young man asked calmly as the shockwave made the fog dissipate. A moment later, the kid asked the captain to make sure with his own eyes. The captain had no idea that they would all fall under the effects of terrible illusions. Ray now realized that all actions were under the control of the demon. The hero, however, realized that the demon was much stronger than a normal demon with a purple core. The guy realized if he didn't stop the captain, he'd cut up his team. The girl also saw everyone seemingly die, and the demon attacked her using his weapon. Musabi assumed that everyone had their own illusion. They manipulated them into either killing each other or just plain exhausted. The captain only now wondered where the boy had come from. After all, the exits were not connected, of course. In any case, it was lucky that he was near and intervened in time. It just so happened that the hero had some sort of ability, and this illusion didn't work on him. Although the guy was also attacked quite recently, but he realized that you can't kill everyone with a demon. Then I assumed that it was the fog, which could cause people to hallucinate, and they could get lost in the forest without realizing it. The captain didn't understand where such an ability came from, how the boy could resist this illusion, not believing that the one true fifth rank. The hero explained that he was not his warrior. Help would help, but he wished he hadn't asked about him, and also the demon could be the 2-core, 6-rank demon he needed. Ray now realized not to divulge or ask him. Suddenly, some warrior asked the captain for help. The man notices the shouting of another squad. The one asked immediately for all the soldiers to follow him. Meanwhile, the demon was wondering if the illusions and all that surge of energy wasn't working on someone. The creature wanted to look at this man, to see which warrior can come even remotely close to her power. Musabi found a 6-ranked blue-purple demon that turned out to be quite a troublesome creature, though he was afraid of falling into its trap if he was in a hurry. However, the hero could not just leave them behind, deciding to follow the team, and they're already sorted out. The guys didn't realize how many total warriors had died. It was getting darker and darker each time. The captain stopped abruptly, ordering everyone to stand in their seats. The boys saw the dangling corpses of the previous squad on the branches of the tree. They couldn't believe that the members of the second sub-team were hung. The commander asked not to panic, for they were oblivious to the presence of a demon with a purple core, and it was most likely another illusion. The hero, on the other hand, kept saying that it was no longer an illusion, and it really was the guys who died at the hands of the demon. Musabi asked the boys to get ready, for the demon was somewhere not far from them. The guy hanging from the tree asked the captain to help him. Ray was glad to see the still-alive warrior, asking his subordinate to take him down quickly. The hero blocked the path with his blade, signifying his refusal to help. The captain didn't understand what the kid was doing. The young man asked him to look closely. The demon hadn't expected such a quick reveal of his identity. The creature was actually surprised that the boy had noticed him so quickly. Although it was strange to him, since his illusions didn't work on him either, deciding that these carcasses were useless, chopped each of them off. The captain was incredibly angry at the demon, whom he considered an insufferable monster. Ray lunged at the creature, attempting to destroy it with a single burst of energy. The leader asked the demon to die for the sake of the whole high world. He activated a high-blooded technique, cutting down the entire forest practically through. The guys couldn't understand if this demon was so weak. The demon hadn't expected to meet such an angry man. The creature noticed how the blow was and not close to being completed, considering the weak warrior. The commander wanted to attack the demon until it knew real pain. The hero tried to stop the guys, but they did not listen and continued to attack. Musabi realized that things were obviously bad for them. The young man literally pierced the demon puppet, thrusting his blade into the energy core. The kid was able to find the demonic power and the lightning element, attempting to use this creature to improve lightning. The creature was quite surprised at how capable the blade was. The guy actually captured a double core, transformed into a crystal of unity, conducting his power through this sword. Radek was quite impressed. The guy, even the demonic origin, made him shiver, not realizing what kind of unusual power the hero had developed. If Radek manages to exist his plan, in order to do so, the hero must continue to evolve as a human. The dragon, filled with the power of energy, wanted to return to its master. The hero was able to gain powerful energy by taking the core of a dual-core demon. The boy was able to master once again a 5-gar form of evolution. The kid liked such tricks. Thanks to one of them, he was able to complete the 6-rank form. Slowly, the creature's shell was dissipating. The king enjoyed an amazing performance. Musabi was able to absorb some of the energy from the Unity Crystal, and not only evolved, the rest left enough for his companion to awaken demonic powers. The youngster could be about to evolve. The team was already tired of waiting for guys to return. Sakura notices some strange changes in her comrade's behavior.
It's like their Brandon is about to awaken.
The guy's strength really seemed to everyone around him rather unnatural. The young man managed to awaken, filling the other guys in with a demonic stare. Lena couldn't believe the eyes would be the same as the demons. The guy was radiating a powerful energy, experiencing an incredible sensation. The hotel was blown up by the colossal force of the cannonball. The beam piercing the heavens turned into a bright orange stream of energy. The guys didn't know how to act in the case of a comrade. Brandon's body suddenly changed and he found himself with several extra limbs at once. The comrades couldn't believe to see four hands at once. The guy was able to survive the great ordeal of transformation and maintaining consciousness. Eventually, he was able to become a demon by transforming into a four-handed creature. Lini couldn't believe her eyes. The core wasn't capable of such a thing. Yet the demon's strength actually merged with the humans. The hero couldn't let everyone wonder for long. After all, the guy's transformation was too noticeable. The Dawn Warriors would definitely find out about it. They had to leave. The girl asked Musabi to do something while she guarded the gate.
A comrade stopped the squad leader.
The young man apologized for being rude, but the man had a plan. The hero was surprised at some of his comrades' idea, wanting to count on Brandon. The guy asked the guys to hold on tightly to him. The guy was able to grow wings suddenly, and then along with all their comrades flew away from the hotel. The kid was moving at an incredible speed, pinning the whole team behind him. Sakura seemed to have an amazing ability to fly. They were rushing incredibly fast, extracting only small particles of energy. The guys couldn't figure out what had happened to the sign, leaning toward a sudden change in the weather. The servants were able to ascertain a small dose of information. They, except for the hole in the roof and the fallen sign, could find no clues. The captain of the 6th rank was as if in a panic, dreading like the breath of the devil. The servant asked the captain to look up immediately. The boys bowed to one of the new 6 heroes. Mr. Dillon was quite interested in what was going on in the town of Daybreak. Sakura hadn't expected such speed from her comrade. The guy seemed to feel like he was filled with demonic power. Sakura hadn't expected him to be able to turn back into a human at will, and Lina still couldn't believe that she had managed to reach the 4th rank in one fell swoop with Musabi's help. The young man realized when he was unconscious, the hero had helped him, and even used the power of the Unity Crystal. Of course, unfortunately, the demonic influence was too strong, and he had to get used to it. He would have to tune into the four-horned man first, and there he could become stronger. The kid realized they all wouldn't be able to get back into town for a while, for surely this whole thing had attracted no small amount of attention. The hero was very sorry for Lina, but she asked not to apologize. For her, the dawn was no longer the same, and she had no desire to return. Rosa could understand, since they were out of the territory, offered to try and show up in the crystal hunt too. They all wanted to get stronger. Lina realized that they would have to act more united next, and Musabi would have to lead them. The young man was pleased with the team's attitude and wanted to also offer to hunt a dual-core 6-rank demon together. Brandon returned the demonic form, ready for new adventures. Sakura badly wanted to take a picture of the guy while there was time.
Lina watched the boys from the sidelines with a kind of approaching tassel on her soul.
The hero wondered what the girl was considering. Usually Musabi saw her as straightforward. However, today she had been silent all day. The young man assumed this sad mood because of their comrade. The girl didn't know exactly, but seeing her, a human warrior with demonic abilities, was difficult. She honored herself a bit strangely. If there was such a thing in their time, I didn't think it was humans who accepted it. And the same power the hero had, Lina didn't know what would happen to humans and demons in the end. Confused completely. Musabi asked Lina not to worry after all. He didn't accept the demonic power inside his body either. The boy hated her intensely and rejected her. Yet that's how they would emerge as warriors. Men who shaved off that power, crossed humanity with demon cores. And now, unless they get closer to that power, it's unlikely they'll be able to defeat a more powerful demon. Or rather, it seemed to the guy, demons weren't the only enemies anymore. The girl understood besides them, there was a new 6 and a new king. She recognized these heroes were much stronger than their former ones. Though a king for only a moment, but this man was frightening with his incredible power. A powerful energy that no one else could possess. It was then when she was tired of enduring and Lina was ready to fight to the death, she was greatly frightened. The young man patted her head gently, calling her a real idiot. The hero didn't understand what they had to fear, since he was now at her side. The girl could burst into tears at any moment at such words, wanting to confess to him.
Suddenly, the guys called out to the guy, asking the hero to head into town to resupply.
The young man offered to go hunting with them. For a dual-core demon, he was sure that with her, they would quickly catch dual-core demons. After all, she was a legendary warrior. The girl was greatly embarrassed to hear such a thing after a long time. They traveled into the hot desert where it was quite late in the day. The demon fed on a small piece of flesh. Lina notices low-ranked demons everywhere. They ended up in a place Musabi found that looked like a large demon lair. One of the demons experienced pure lightning. The creatures were only able to sense the attacking enemy after the attack. The hero was originally looking for a large nest, even from just before sunset, hoping to encounter a dual core, asking the monsters to guide him. The monsters couldn't believe to meet a man with demon breath. Suddenly, another person spawns from behind the demons, who smash the lower beings against each other. The young man was happy to sneak up unexpectedly and nail the monsters. Sakura notices how good Brandon was doing. The hero also saw progress, especially considering his current strength, that one wouldn't feel enemies below rank 4. Musabi, on the other hand, felt an aura emanating from the depths of this lair in which they might have gotten their hands on the Unity Crystal. Rose could similarly fight and wanted to help, but the young man refused, even though he knew she had a demonic form, but not in time. The constant fighting was very exhausting and draining. She, along with Sakura, would not be able to fight for now until they fused with the Unity Crystal.
It took Brandon a lot of effort then. They need to be at their best for this process, so they can't take any chances.
The hero asked Lena to look after both of them, to which she agreed. The demons that followed continued to attack the guys. The comrade wanted to try to make it on his own. The demons couldn't stop, wanting to deal with the man as soon as possible.
The young man applied incredible speed to his movement, approaching the creatures.
He was able to destroy all the nearby demons. The monsters didn't understand where the demon or the man in the demon's body came from. Brandon continued to fight against the pesky creatures, trying to harm his allies. Sakura was curious to ask the hero if she would be the same when she got the demonic form. Musabi had no idea what the outcome would be. Brandon's demonization made him more aggressive and ruthless. It was very interesting what kind of result the rest of the team would show as well. The guy was wickedly destroying all the monsters in the neighborhood. Before that, he was an incredible weakling, having a yellow core standing out with its defense during the wave of lower demons that one could only watch from the sidelines. From that fire demon, they just ran away, and already the captain was protecting them.
Now it was completely different. He had power, so Brandon wanted the demons to fear him.
The boys noticed how breathing spiraled the limits. It was no surprise to the hero, for they were in a den of demons. The creatures grew larger and larger, attacking Musabi's team. Lena offered her candidacy because she was afraid something would happen if she did not act for too long. The guy agreed it would be glorious for the hero to get the demon cores as soon as possible. The girl used the power of the green core against multiple creatures. Sakura didn't expect to see the former hero 6 in action in the case, wanting to see Lena Vile's power. Lena flew by at an incredible speed of energy. The demons flew away instantly from the girl's strength. Many couldn't even drive properly. Not expecting the kind of speed and power that could reach the green core, Rose couldn't even imagine such a thing. Sakura was also shocked that she didn't even have time to take a picture of anything. Brandon couldn't believe from the level of skill, the demons before them were swept away in an instant. The hero saw that Lena didn't even use any special techniques, but simply ran through using an energy shield. The girl notices some oddities in the depths of the cave, a huge space, realizing where the demons may have come from. Lena stopped in place, approaching the spot they wanted. The demon, looking at the girl, could only laugh hard. The monster couldn't believe someone had gotten this far. The girl's power level was unlike any warrior he had ever seen.
The demon turned out to be a dual core, 6-rank ranker.
The girl immediately swooped down on the creature, making it look surprised. The monster was able to dodge the girl's attack. The one didn't understand why it was necessary to destroy his throne, which, by the way, was his favorite. Lena had no idea a demon sat on the throne. The girl felt such a lowlife should not have even the slightest notion of a throne seat. The demon became very angry at the stranger's insults. The creature applied the best abilities of his core. Brandon wanted to deal with the creature quickly, but first of all tried to protect the master with an energy shield. The demon felt some strange communion of danger behind his back. The hero was able to stealthily sneak right behind the demon. The young man ordered the creature to give the crystal to the one immediately.
Musabi and his team were able to get the Unity Crystal easily. All that was left was for them to obtain another one.
The kid notices some strange changes with Lena. The girl asked not to worry about her, for she was a bit exhausted. That one was sorry that they wouldn't be able to fight together all the time. Because she had an old core that was almost depleted, rank 7 cores weren't easy to find, especially with a new king. They old 6 were expressly forbidden to use their powers. The girl was getting old. Her time as a great 6th was coming to an end. Lena knew the hero would have to work miracles for them alone again. Musabi wanted to promise his comrade would definitely get back everything he lost. The team stopped in yet another, this time not a big city. Checking into another hotel. The hero, along with his squad, were finally able to catch the other one as well. All they had to do was help Poison take advantage of it. He wanted to leave the rest to others. Brandon wasn't expecting